Welcome back, everyone. You're listening to Paranormal M. Before we start tonight's stories, please turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos. And if you've ever had something happen that you still can't explain, feel free to send it in. I always enjoy reading your stories. The first one tonight is about a man who didn't believe in anything supernatural at all. But one night in Australia, he seemed to know something he had no way of knowing. So relax, settle in, and I hope you sleep well tonight. I want to tell you about my father, because he was probably the last man on earth you'd expect to be part of a story like this. He wasn't mystical in the slightest. He didn't believe in ghosts, spirits, heaven, signs, fate, reincarnation, any of it. He wasn't rude about it, really. He just had no patience for things that couldn't be proven, repaired, measured, or explained. He was a practical man, a wartime sailor, the sort of man who trusted a compass more than a feeling and a toolbox more than a prayer. Which is exactly why this story has stayed with me. He told me it happened during the Second World War, when he was on shore leave in New Zealand. He and a few of the lads from his ship had gone out for drinks one evening in a busy little pub. You can picture it, I think. Smoke in the room, laughter bouncing off the walls, glasses knocking together, chairs scraping, everyone talking too loudly because everyone else was talking too loudly too. They'd been there a good while, and at some point, one of them said, "Come on, let's find one more place before we call it a night." Just an ordinary thing to say, nothing dramatic. And my father, without pausing, said, "Right, we go out here, take the road past the bakery, turn right at the corner, down the slope, over the little stone bridge, and there's a pub just on the left. White railings out front, green door, lantern by the sign." He said it as naturally as if he were telling them where he'd left his coat. One of his mates looked at him and said, "Frankie, have you been there before?" And Dad said no, because he hadn't. He'd never been down that street, didn't know that part of town, hadn't seen it on a map, hadn't heard anybody talking about a pub over a bridge. He wasn't trying to impress anyone either. That wasn't his way. That's the bit I always come back to. He didn't announce it like a prophecy. He didn't make a performance out of it. He just said it, plainly, like the information had been sitting in his head all along. So they went. They stepped out into the cooler night, still joking at first. One of the men laughed and said, "Go on then, Frankie. Show us this magic pub of yours." They walked past the bakery. Then they turned right. Well, that could happen. Anyone could guess a turning. Then the road started to slope downhill. Still possible, I suppose. But then they saw the bridge. A small stone bridge just where he'd said it would be. And that, according to my father, was when the laughing stopped. They crossed it together, their boots sounding hard in the quiet. The town seemed thinner there, softer somehow, with the dark water moving underneath them. When they reached the other side, they looked left, and there it was. A pub. White railings out front, green door, lantern by the sign, exactly as he'd described it. Not close, not almost. Exactly. My father had no explanation for it. None at all. He didn't turn religious afterward. He didn't start believing in spirits or messages or any grand hidden design. He didn't dress it up into something bigger than it was. He just said it happened. One strange little tear in the fabric of an otherwise sensible life. One moment where he seemed to know something he had no possible way of knowing. And then it never happened again. No warning came with it, no meaning, no voice from beyond. That's why I believe him. Because he was not a man who went looking for wonder in the corners of things. He believed in rope, rain, steel, engines, and work. And still, just once, the impossible tapped him on the shoulder. Though I'll admit, it always makes me smile that the only unexplained moment of my father's entire life didn't lead him to enlightenment. It led him to another drink. I want to tell you about something that happened to me back in the summer of 2015 in southern Ecuador. At the time, I was helping out on my father's farm. He raised cattle, and every weekend after school, I would go out and help with the chores. Nothing unusual, really. I'd feed the cows, check that they had water, make sure none of them were sick or injured. It was just part of life out there. One Saturday afternoon, I went out later than usual to check the herd. I think it was close to 3:30 p.m. when I finally saddled my horse, Lucero, and headed out. He was a calm horse. Strong, gentle, the kind of animal you trusted without thinking twice. The ride took almost an hour. That summer had been dry, and there wasn't much grass left on our land, so my father had rented a stretch of untouched pasture nearby. I made it there without any trouble, checked on the cattle, and everything looked fine. By the time I started heading back, it was already getting close to evening. About halfway home, something changed. I felt this strange rush of wind against my body. Not a normal breeze. It felt colder somehow, heavier, like it had passed through something before reaching me. I remember thinking, very clearly, something is wrong. And right after that, Lucero reacted. He started pulling against the reins, tossing his head, moving his ears sharply from side to side. His body tensed up beneath me, and the hair along his neck stood on end. He kept trying to move toward the edge of the road, like he was desperate to avoid something I couldn't see. I tried to calm him down, but he wouldn't listen. That scared me more than anything at first, because he was not the kind of horse to panic for no reason. Then my head turned to the right, almost on its own. Just beyond the fence, standing in the brush, I saw a dark figure. It was small, maybe a little under 5 feet tall, and completely black, with no clear face or shape. It was there for just a second, but I know what I saw. And then it disappeared. It didn't run away. It didn't jump. It didn't make the sound a person or animal would make while escaping through dry brush. It was just there, and then it was gone. But the bushes behind the fence exploded with noise, like something heavy had crashed through them. Dry branches snapped loudly, even though I couldn't see anything moving anymore. That was when Lucero bolted. I held on as tightly as I could. My hands had gone numb from pulling the reins, and my whole body felt weak and stiff at the same time. I was confused, terrified, and just trying not to fall. For several minutes he ran like something was chasing us. Eventually he slowed down near a small stream. I got off, shaking, and bent down to drink some water. That was when I noticed my eyes were burning badly. It felt like someone had thrown pepper into them. I kept blinking, rubbing at them, but nothing helped. When I finally got home and took the saddle off Lucero, my mother looked at me and immediately asked what had happened to my eyes. I told her it was just sweat. I didn't want to explain anything yet. Honestly, I didn't even know how to explain it to myself. But when I went inside and looked in the mirror, I froze. My eyes were blood red. Not irritated, not a little pink. Red. There was almost no white left in them. It looked like both eyes had filled with blood. That was when I knew it had something to do with what I had seen by the fence. I went to a doctor later, but he couldn't give me a real explanation. The medicine didn't help either. My eyes stayed that way for almost 2 months before they finally cleared. When I eventually told my mother and my older brother the full story, they were shocked. My brother went out the next day to look at the spot where I had seen the figure. He told me there were no tracks, no broken branches, no marks in the brush. Nothing. The place looked completely untouched. That made it even worse for me somehow. Years have passed now, but I still remember every second of it. I have never gone back to that part of the farm. Lucero died not long ago, and that still hurts. He was the only one with me that day, the only one who felt whatever was out there before I even saw it. And sometimes I think about that. Whatever I saw behind that fence, he saw it too. I still think about my first time at Bachelor's Grove Cemetery. This happened probably 14 or 15 years ago, back when I was around 19. And even after all this time, it still bothers me in a way I can't quite shake. When I was a teenager, I was really into the idea of the paranormal. Shows like Ghost Hunters had me hooked. But I wouldn't say I fully believed in ghosts. I was curious, sure, but I was also skeptical. TV is TV, you know? For me to really believe in something like spirits, I felt like I'd have to experience it myself. One night, my close friend and bandmate Mason called me. He was our guitarist, and he was much more into the darker stuff than I was. Ghosts, cemeteries, strange folklore, all of it. He asked if I wanted to go ghost hunting at Bachelor's Grove with him and a few friends around the witching hour. At the time, I had no idea what Bachelor's Grove even was. He told me it was this legendary haunted cemetery about an hour away, tucked back in the woods. The second he explained that, my curiosity took over. After years of watching ghost hunting shows, here was my chance to maybe see something for myself. So I drove over to Mason's house and met up with everyone. When I got there, I realized there were 7 of us going, and honestly, that made me a little nervous. Mason had already told me we'd probably have to sneak in because police sometimes patrolled the area looking for people doing exactly what we were about to do. 7 people trying to slip into a haunted cemetery at night didn't exactly feel subtle. One of the people there was someone I'd never met before. He was a friend of Mason's, this massive guy, probably close to 7 feet tall, in his mid-20s. He said he was a medium. I'll be honest, I was skeptical right away. But I also thought, what do I know? Maybe having someone like that with us would help. Maybe he'd sense something. Maybe this was exactly the kind of person you wanted around if you were trying to find proof of the paranormal. So we headed out. When we got near the cemetery, we parked about a mile away on a side street. From there, we had to find this hidden path through the woods that ran alongside the road and led toward the old cemetery entrance. Walking through those woods was intense. It was pitch black, and at one point, we nearly got caught by a police spotlight sweeping through the trees. We all froze, ducked low, and waited for it to pass. Eventually, we found the old rusty gate and slipped through. And then we were inside Bachelor's Grove Cemetery at around 2 in the morning. At first, it felt exactly how you'd expect. My adrenaline was high. I was listening to every tiny sound, watching every shadow. But what stood out most was how quiet it was. Not peaceful quiet, dead quiet. No birds, no wind, no leaves moving. The air felt completely still. We wandered around for maybe 20 or 30 minutes, taking pictures and looking at the old headstones. And honestly, after a while, the fear started to fade. I remember thinking, this is just an old cemetery in the woods. There are 7 of us. Nothing is happening. There's nothing to be afraid of. Even the medium seemed calm. He wasn't acting nervous. He didn't say he felt anything strange. It was just us, the trees, and a bunch of old graves. Then suddenly, he stopped walking. He froze completely. For a few seconds, he didn't say anything. Then, in this panicked voice, he said, "We need to leave, right now." At first, I was annoyed. We had driven an hour, snuck through the woods, avoided the police, and we had barely been there. So Mason asked him what was wrong. The medium just kept saying, "It's not good. We need to go now." I don't know if his panic started affecting me or if something really did change, but right then, the entire place felt different. The woods seemed darker, closer, like the trees had leaned inward while we weren't looking. And when this huge mountain of a man suddenly turned and ran for the exit, none of us argued. We ran too. When we reached the entrance, we stopped to catch our breath and started asking him what had happened. He said the energy in the cemetery had shifted fast. According to him, it had turned malicious, and we weren't welcome there anymore. He said it was getting angrier the longer we stayed. Part of me still didn't believe him. I remember thinking that if he hadn't been there, we probably would have stayed all night and nothing would have happened. So we laughed it off a little, tried to act like we weren't shaken, and left. But the scariest part of that night hadn't happened yet. The cemetery sits inside a large forest preserve near a neighborhood. When you leave the entrance, there's a long, dark road with houses on one side and woods on the other. Farther down, there's a four-way intersection with one lonely street lamp hanging over it. Instead of taking the hidden path back through the trees, we decided to walk down the road. Our cars were a few blocks past that intersection. There weren't any sidewalks, so we walked in the middle of the street, talking and joking, trying to shake off what had just happened. As we got closer to that intersection, I found myself staring at the yellow light from the street lamp. I don't know why, but I couldn't stop looking at it. Then I stopped. Something black was moving at the edge of the light. At first, I thought it was someone walking a dog. The shape was low and animal-like, creeping out from the darkness on the right side of the road. But then it stepped fully under the street lamp, and there was no person, no leash, nothing. I whispered, "Guys, look ahead." Everyone stopped. It wasn't a dog. It was much bigger than any dog I'd ever seen, bigger than a Great Dane. The way it moved reminded me more of a lion stalking through grass, with its head low and its shoulders high. Its body was completely black, not just dark-colored, but like the light couldn't touch it. It was standing directly beneath the street lamp, but no detail showed in its fur, just a solid black silhouette. Then it stopped. It turned its head toward us, and its eyes were glowing. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. We just stood there, locked in place, staring at this thing while it stared back at us. Then another shape stepped out of the darkness, and then a third. 3 huge black creatures stood under that street lamp, all of them facing us. I've only felt fear like that a few times in my life. Real fear. The kind that empties your mind except for one thought. And all I could think was, please don't run at us. It felt like we stood there forever. Finally, the first one turned away and walked down the road to the left. The other 2 followed. One by one, they disappeared into the darkness. We stayed frozen for a few more seconds before slowly moving toward the intersection. When we got there, I looked down the road where they had gone. It was long and straight, and we should have been able to see them. But they were gone. Completely gone. After that, I remember walking as fast as I could toward the cars while looking over my shoulder the entire time. I kept expecting them to be behind us, but nothing came. We got in our cars and drove home, all of us asking the same question. What the hell did we just see? Years later, I searched for a black spirit dog online, and one of the first things I found was the word Barghest. In Northern English folklore, it's a black dog with fiery eyes, often seen as an omen of death. I can't say that's what we saw. I can't prove any of it. But a few years after that night, Mason told me the medium had passed away. And years after that, Mason himself died by suicide. I'm not saying those things are connected. I don't know that they are. But I do know this. I still think about that night. I still see that street lamp. And I still remember those three black shapes staring back at us from the road. Hey everyone. I figured I'd share what happened to me tonight because, honestly, I'm still a little shaken up. I've been trying to be better about getting exercise in, so I've started going on walks almost every day. There are two old cemeteries near where I live, sitting right across the road from each other, and I actually like walking there because the path around the larger one is just over a mile. It's peaceful, usually, quiet in a way that doesn't bother me. Most of the time I go during the day, but I work nights, so sometimes the only time I can squeeze in a walk is pretty late. Tonight ended up being one of those nights. I woke up around 5:30, handled a few errands, came home, and then wasted a couple hours lying around doing absolutely nothing. Around 9:15, I finally told myself to stop being lazy and go get my walk in. So I got dressed, grabbed my little flashlight, and drove over to the cemeteries. I parked along the fence by the bigger cemetery, near the gate, with the smaller one right across the street. I usually walk through both, so I started with the smaller cemetery first. I wasn't in any rush. I just wandered along the paths, shining my flashlight gently over some of the headstones, reading names here and there. After that, I crossed back over to the larger cemetery and started my usual loop around the outside path. And the thing is, I've walked there at all kinds of strange hours before. 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, whenever. I've never really gotten that awful, creepy feeling people talk about. Tonight felt the same at first. I had a podcast playing in one ear. I was moving at an easy pace, and every now and then I stopped to fix little things at the graves. A small angel statue that had tipped over, a plastic flower arrangement that had fallen sideways, little keepsakes that had been knocked down by the wind. Nothing unusual. Then I got close to finishing the loop. I was coming up from behind where my car was parked, and from that angle I could see straight through the back window. There was a street light nearby, and the light hit the inside of my car just enough for me to see it. There was a man sitting in my back seat. Not a maybe shape, not a weird blur. I mean a clear, dark silhouette of someone sitting upright in the back of my car. I stopped right where I was. For a few seconds, I just stared. I didn't move. I kept telling myself it had to be a shadow, or a trick of the light, or my tired brain stitching together something that wasn't there. But the longer I looked, the more solid it seemed. My first thought wasn't ghost. My first thought was, there's someone alive in my car. I live in a mostly okay area, but it's not perfect, and there have been a few reports recently about cars being broken into. So in that moment, I was convinced I had caught someone in the act. I stepped off the paved path and moved between the rows of headstones, trying to take a wider angle so I could see into the car from the side. Since I was walking alone at night, I did have my gun on me, and I drew it while keeping my eyes locked on that shape in the back seat. Then I saw the head move. Just a little turn. Either toward me or toward the opposite window, I couldn't tell. There were no features, no face, no clothes, just that dark outline of a person. I crouched behind a larger headstone and tried to steady myself. Then I remembered that if I hit the unlock button on my key fob, the interior lights would come on. So I did. The lights flashed on inside the car, and there was nothing there. No man, no movement, no one ducking down, nothing. I stood there for a second, frozen all over again, because my brain just couldn't make that make sense. Then I walked out through the gate and circled the entire car, still expecting someone to pop out or be crouched on the floor somehow. I checked through every window, looked down between the seats, even though there really isn't anywhere for a full-grown person to hide in a little hatchback. There was nobody. No broken window. No open door. No sign anyone had been inside. After I convinced myself there wasn't a person hiding in there, or anything else waiting to grab my ankle, I got in that car and drove home faster than I probably should have. I've had a few strange experiences before, but this one really got under my skin. I keep replaying it in my head and I know what I saw. Honestly, I'm half tempted to sage the car tomorrow. I still think about the house we moved out of 2 years ago. We moved into it back in 1989, and the strange thing is, it was a new build. You'd think that would make it feel clean somehow, untouched. But from the beginning, there was something about that place that never felt quite right. Even early on, I started wondering if there was something in the house, maybe some kind of opening or portal. I didn't have much to go on back then. People didn't talk about the paranormal the way they do now, and information on parapsychology was harder to find. But I kept trying to make sense of what was happening. The oddest part was that it wasn't constant. I could go weeks, sometimes months, without feeling anything at all. Then, out of nowhere, I'd walk through a patch of freezing air in a place where there were no vents, no drafts, no reason for it. And then I'd never feel that cold spot in the same place again. Late at night, I'd sometimes see shapes on the basement walls. Not full figures exactly, more like outlines of people standing there in the dark. Then they'd disappear for a while, and weeks later, different ones would show up. Other nights, I'd notice shadows moving around near the front hallway by the door. From my bedroom, I had a clear view down toward that area, and I can still remember the awful feeling that whatever was down there knew I was looking. On nights like that, I would not go downstairs unless every light was on. The foyer, the kitchen, the dining room, the living room, the family room, all of it. Any dark room felt like it had eyes in it. But then there were other nights when the house felt completely normal. I could walk downstairs in the dark, grab a drink or whatever I needed, and go right back up without a second thought. That was part of what made it so hard to explain. The whole place seemed to change from day to day. I also had night terrors in that house. Sometimes I'd wake up shaken, and a few times I had scratches on me that were actually bleeding. I still don't know what to make of that. 2 moments, though, have stayed with me more than anything else. The first happened back when I was still comfortable sleeping with my bedroom door open. One night, I heard a voice that sounded like my mother calling me from downstairs. I shot straight up in bed, not sure if I had dreamed it or if I had really heard it. Then it happened again. This time, it sounded like it was coming from the basement. After that night, I never slept with my door open again. I kept it shut and locked. The second moment happened when I was completely alone in the house. No television on, no radio, no one else home. I was sitting on my bed reading Edgar Allan Poe, completely absorbed in it because I've always loved his writing. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a voice. It was barely there, so faint it was almost at the edge of what a person can hear. But I heard it clearly enough. It said, "Hi." Just that one word, nothing before it, nothing after it. That house had a way of doing that. Some days it was still and empty. Other days, when I was alone, I'd hear little noises, or one sudden loud bang from my parents' bedroom. When there was carpet in that room, it sounded like a heavy thud. After they replaced the carpet with hardwood, it sounded more like something metal or brass hitting the floor. I checked more than once. Once when the carpet was still there, and once after the hardwood was put in. I never found a single thing out of place. I don't live there anymore, but I still wonder about it. Part of me wants to reach out to the new owners someday and ask if they've noticed anything unusual, if they've felt watched, if they've heard voices, footsteps, bangs, whispers, if they've seen shadows where shadows shouldn't be. And honestly, I'd like to know whether they'd ever allow someone to investigate the place, because after all these years, I still don't have answers. But I know what I felt in that house. I know what I heard. And whatever it was, it never felt completely gone. I've been unsure for a long time about sharing this, because one part of me keeps trying to stay logical, but another part of me feels honestly shaken by everything that has happened over the past year. I'm 23, from India, and my home life has become extremely painful emotionally. It started because of serious conflict with my parents over my long-distance relationship. At first, it was just arguments, but slowly, it turned into something much heavier. I started feeling watched all the time, pressured, controlled, humiliated, like I had no real privacy anymore. There was constant tension, constant fighting, and eventually, I didn't feel emotionally safe in my own house. But the hardest part wasn't only the control. It was seeing people I once trusted lose their compassion completely. The breaking point came when my girlfriend's father passed away recently. I wanted to go for the funeral and final rites. He mattered to me, and I cared deeply about my girlfriend and her family. I felt that being there was the right thing to do. But I was stopped from going. During one of the arguments, my father said something like, "So many people die every day in Kashi. What difference does one more death make?" And my mother said, "There are many deaths I couldn't attend either. Why is this one so different for you? You need to accept life." Then, during the funeral itself, my mother apparently called my girlfriend's grieving mother and disrespected both her and my girlfriend while they were already dealing with a death in the family. I remember completely breaking down and saying, "Where is your humanity? Where is your heart?" But all I felt around me was ego, coldness, darkness. That moment did something to me. It felt like something inside me cracked. Around the same time, death started appearing everywhere in my life. Or at least, that's how it began to feel. First, my uncle passed away after years of drinking. Then, just a few days later, another family acquaintance suddenly died of a heart attack, even though he had seemed fine. Then someone connected to a friend passed away. Then my girlfriend's father died from heart failure. And while all this was happening, I also began noticing dead or suffering animals around me more intensely. A dead cow, 2 dogs, later another cow. I know, logically, these things may not be connected at all, but emotionally, it started to feel like death was everywhere, like the air around me had become heavy. There was one moment that really disturbed me. My mother was driving near a cow, and I kept shouting, "Brake, brake, brake!" For a second, I truly believed she was going to hit it, because her reaction felt delayed to me. Nothing actually happened, but my mind was already so full of fear and heaviness that the moment stayed with me. After all of this, I became extremely aware of everything inside my home. At night, I started feeling afraid. My sleep got worse. I felt drained all the time. There was this heaviness in the house, and there were moments when I genuinely felt like something moved nearby, even when nobody was there. Not in a dramatic horror movie way, more like a subtle shift, a presence. That split-second feeling that someone is there, and then nothing. One night, around 10:45 p.m., I was on a call with someone, trying to explain that maybe all of this was just stress or my mind reacting to everything. I turned around, and for a brief second, I thought I saw a dark, human-like figure. It was quick, not clear, not detailed, but it disturbed me badly. After that, my mind started connecting everything. My father and my cousin Arvind have both experienced sleep paralysis before, and suddenly, my brain began linking it all together. The deaths, the heaviness, the cruelty, the strange feeling in the house, the sleep problems, that figure. At the same time, I really do want to stay grounded. I understand that stress, grief, emotional abuse, fear, trauma, sleep deprivation, and hypervigilance can seriously affect perception. I know they can make an ordinary place feel threatening, charged, or spiritually wrong. So I'm not asking anyone to tell me I'm possessed, cursed, haunted, or dealing with demons. What I'm really asking is this: has anyone else ever felt a home become emotionally or spiritually heavy after long periods of conflict, grief, hatred, or emotional collapse? And how do you tell the difference between trauma and hypervigilance changing the way you perceive things versus something that truly feels spiritually negative? Because honestly, I strongly feel like there is some negative presence in my home. I'd really appreciate grounded responses, not fear-based ones, because I already feel exhausted enough. I grew up in Utah, born and raised, and one of the things I'm really grateful for is that I got to know my great-grandma, Margaret. She was such a gentle, loving woman, the kind of person who made every grandchild feel like they belonged in her kitchen. When I was little, I spent a lot of time at her house with my cousins and my brother. On that side of the family, there were hardly any girls around, just me and one girl cousin who wasn't there very often. So most of the time, I was surrounded by boys, and of course, they loved trying to scare me. They used to say Great-Grandma Margaret's house was haunted. There were two stories they always told. One was about a little boy who had been hit by a car on the road in front of the house. That street was supposed to be slow, but people flew down it like they were racing. We were never allowed anywhere near the curb. If we stepped off the lawn, we knew we were in serious trouble. The other story was worse. Supposedly, before my great-grandfather bought the house in the early 60s, a child had died there. The way I heard it as a kid, he had fallen from the top bunk in one of the bedrooms, hit his head badly, and passed away. That room became known in our family as the cold room. And it really was cold. Even in the middle of summer, when the rest of the house felt hot and stuffy, that room stayed chilly. The house didn't have central air or anything like that. It was just that room, always that room. My first real experience happened when I was about 7. It was Thanksgiving, and I'd been dropped off at great-grandma's while my mom helped cook at another house. Like a lot of older relatives, my great-grandma believed kids needed naps, whether they wanted them or not, so she tucked me into the bed in the cold room. I remember falling asleep for a little while. Then I woke up because it felt like someone had sat down at the end of the bed. Not an adult. The weight felt smaller than that. I opened my eyes just a little. The curtains were closed, the door was shut, and nobody was there. So I squeezed my eyes closed again and tried to convince myself I was imagining it. But the feeling stayed. A few minutes later, the bottom of the bed started bouncing. Not shaking a little, bouncing, like someone was sitting there and hopping up and down. I opened my eyes and I could see the bed moving. The whole mattress was shifting, but there was no one there. I threw the blankets off, ran out of that room, and locked myself in the bathroom across the hall. I just sat there, trying to understand what had happened. When I finally came out, Great-Grandma Margaret was sitting at the kitchen table with her coffee. I was terrified she'd make me go finish my nap, so I just told her I wasn't tired anymore and asked if I could play with my dolls. Thankfully, she let me. A few months later, something else happened. I was in the front room with my younger uncle, Danny, and my older brother. We were playing with blocks when we heard this tiny bell ringing. It sounded like one of those little bike bells. Then came a strange clicking noise. We all realized it was coming from the cold room. My great-grandma walked in and saw all 3 of us sitting there, nowhere near that room, and her face changed. She looked confused, but also not completely surprised. My uncle got up, walked into the cold room, and came back carrying an old Fisher-Price activity toy, the kind with little buttons and doors and bells. He put it on the coffee table, laughed a little, and said, "He sure likes this one." At the time, I didn't understand what that meant. Years later, my mom told me that toy had been doing things on its own since she was a kid. The bell would ring by itself. The little parts would click and move when nobody was touching it. She also told me she once saw a jewelry box lift into the air in my great-grandma's bedroom and then drop the second someone walked in. Another time, one of great-grandma Margaret's wig heads lifted up by itself and fell as soon as she came back into the room. My great-uncle Danny seemed to see the little boy the most. He would say he'd seen him peeking out from the cold room or from down the hallway. Sometimes records would be pulled off shelves in his bedroom. My great-grandfather even said that once, while he was working in the garage, he saw little feet walking around near the car. At first, he thought it was one of the kids, but then he realized the feet were far too small. This went on in that house for years. My grandma experienced it. My mom experienced it. My uncles experienced it. And then I did too. Great-grandma Margaret passed away when I was 9, but my great-uncle stayed in that house for many years after. When he passed away in 2022, the family finally decided to sell it. I went there with my husband to help clean and pack things up. While we were sorting through the house, I mentioned to another great-uncle how the older cousins used to scare us by saying the place was haunted. He looked at me and said, very calmly, "Well, a little boy did die here before my dad bought the house." I asked how he knew. He said it was in the property records. Then I asked how the boy died, and he told me the records said the child had fallen while climbing out of bed and hit his head. I got chills all over. Because suddenly, it wasn't just some creepy story my cousins made up to scare me. It was real. Or at least, the beginning of it was. And even as an adult, walking through that house for the last time, I still stayed away from the cold room. So, this was my first real ghost hunt. I wanted to try it for years, but it was always one of those things I talked about and never actually did. Then my friend Rowan, who had all the equipment, invited me out, and I couldn't say no. I went with Rowan, my close friend Alina, and her boyfriend Jay, and the four of us drove out to this old ghost town not too far away. We got there around 8:30 at night, and at first, it was exactly what I'd hoped for. Empty buildings, weird shadows, that heavy quiet you only get in abandoned places. We were walking around, checking everything out, getting creeped out in the best way, and then, suddenly the cops showed up and kicked us out. I was honestly so annoyed. Everything I had seen online made it seem like the place was open all night, so we were all standing there thinking, seriously? We came all this way for this? But instead of just giving up, we decided to go to the cemetery nearby. When we got there, we walked around for a bit, reading the names on the headstones and just taking in the atmosphere. Then we found a random spot to sit down, and Rowan pulled out the spirit box. We decided to try the noise-canceling headphones and blindfold method right away. Rowan went first because he actually knew how the equipment worked. At first, nothing major happened. Just static, broken sounds, little bits that could have been words but weren't clear enough to count. Then we started getting answers. Not just random noises either. It felt more like something was actually responding to us. We asked if it was from the town, if it remembered its family, if it knew its mother's name. Most of the answers were quiet and sad. Things like, "I don't know," or "no memory." The only things it seemed to remember were strange. It didn't give us a first name, but it called itself Smith's Boy, and then said the last name was Jameson. We asked if Smith Jameson was its father's name, and the response was, "close." But that was all we got. After a while, Jay took the headphones and blindfold. He was the skeptical one in the group, so I was really curious to see what would happen with him. At first, he said he wasn't hearing anything except static. No words, no voices, nothing. Then, after a few minutes, he suddenly said, "Connection." I asked, "Are you having trouble connecting through Jay?" And he answered, "Yes." That was when things started to shift. We asked, "What's your name?" Jay said, "Woman." So we asked, "Are you a woman?" "Yes." Then we asked again, "What is your name?" There was a long burst of static, and then Jay said, "I am Angel." We asked, "Are you an angel?" "Yes." Then we asked if it had a name. Jay couldn't tell if the answer was Mira or Mika, but he was sure it started with an M. So I said, "Is it okay if we call you Angel M?" And the answer was, "Yes." Now, I don't know if it was really an angel. I'm not claiming that. But whatever it was, it didn't feel cruel. At least, not at first. We kept asking questions, and then suddenly Jay said his own name. Jay. That scared all of us. I asked, "Are you watching over Jay?" "No." "Are you watching over Alina?" "No." "Are you watching over us?" There was a pause. Then Jay said, "Behind." We all immediately moved closer together. None of us were brave in that moment. We were just four nervous people in a cemetery, huddling like baby raccoons in a thunderstorm. We actually yanked the headphones off Jay because we panicked, and he was definitely not happy about that. Eventually, we put them back on him. Then Rowan, for reasons I still do not understand, decided to ask scarier questions. He asked, "Is there something here with us?" "Yes." "Are we safe?" "Yes. Safe. Safe. Protect." That made us feel a little better. We were still scared, but there was this tiny piece of comfort in thinking Angel M might be protecting us. Then Rowan asked, "What are you protecting us from?" Jay answered, "Evil. Human." And I'm not going to lie, part of me really hoped it just meant the cops were still hanging around the ghost town. After that, things got weird again. We were asking random questions, and Alina and I were joking around a little because we were trying not to freak ourselves out too badly. Then Angel M came through again. Jay said, "Leave behind. Run, run, danger, evil." That was it for us. We grabbed Jay, threw everything into the bag as fast as we could, and practically flew back to my car. I don't think any of us breathed normally until we were back on the road. Even though I was genuinely terrified, I had so much fun. Horror movies and scary stories don't usually get to me anymore, but being there in person, hearing those answers, feeling that shift in the air, it was completely different. We're planning to go ghost hunting again this Saturday. We might try an old massacre site, or maybe go back to the actual ghost town and see if we can explore more this time. So what do you think? Was Angel M really an angel, or something else pretending to be one? And if anyone has tips, challenges, or ideas for things we should try next time, I'd love to hear them. I've always had this strange little soft spot for ghosts and spirits. Not in a dramatic way exactly. It's just always been there, ever since I was a kid. I've had odd things happen around me before, so when something creepy happens, I don't immediately fall apart. I usually just sort of pause and think, all right, what was that? But this one was different. This happened in the house I'm living in now. I'd already had the feeling that something was here with us. In my old place, whatever was there felt heavy, angry almost, dark in a way I didn't like. But in this house, it felt different, lighter, almost playful if that makes sense. There had been little things for a while. My glasses would turn up somewhere completely different from where I'd left them. We'd hear knocking. The dog would suddenly bark at empty corners of the room. Sometimes the TV would turn itself on when nobody was anywhere near the remote. Strange, yes, but not threatening. Then one afternoon, I was sitting in the living room. From where I was sitting, I could see partway down the hall toward the bathroom. Out of nowhere, the shower turned on. And I just thought, okay, Lena must be taking a shower. A few minutes went by, and then I thought, is she seriously not going to close the bathroom door? So I called out to her. I asked why she hadn't shut the door. And then she came out of her bedroom, upstairs. She looked at me and said, "What are you talking about?" I just sat there, staring at her, because honestly, what do you even say to that? I told her the shower had turned on by itself, and we both sort of laughed, because by then we already had this running idea that something in the house was messing with us. Now, one important detail. There's an attic hatch in my bedroom ceiling. Lovely, right? Exactly what you want above your bed. Anyway, later that night, I woke up standing in the corner of my room, not sitting up, not dreaming in the normal way, standing, and I was looking at myself asleep in my bed. I remember thinking very clearly, what is happening right now? Then the attic hatch in my ceiling slowly opened, and this little boy climbed down. He looked maybe 5 or 6 years old. He was wearing dark shorts, long black socks, little black shoes, and a tweed vest over a white shirt. His hair was pale blonde, but his face was strange. It was blurred somehow, like I couldn't quite focus on it. I was terrified, completely frozen, but at the same time, I was weirdly curious. Then he took my hand, and he started leading me around my own house. He showed me the living room first. He turned the TV on and off, over and over, like it was the funniest trick in the world. Then he knocked on the walls. He ran over to the dog and played with him. The whole time he was laughing. Not quietly either. Full, joyful, little kid laughter. Then he took me into the bathroom, and he turned on the shower. That was when it hit me. I looked at him and thought, it's you. You're the one doing all of this. And somehow, I wasn't scared anymore. I started smiling. Then I started laughing too, because it suddenly felt less like something haunting us and more like a little kid proudly showing me all his favorite toys. I woke up the next morning and told my family everything. I was laughing while I explained it, and honestly, it became this strange little family joke. Now, whenever something odd happens in the house, someone will say, "Must be him." I've never seen him again. I've never had another dream that vivid either. But I still think about him. And whoever he is, wherever he is, I really hope he's happy. Something happened a couple of weeks ago, and honestly, I still don't really know what to do with it. I was at home when I suddenly caught something out of the corner of my eye, just off to my left. I turned my head, and for the briefest second, I saw a young man standing there. And when I say brief, I mean it was almost instant, a blink of a moment. But in that tiny little slice of time, it felt like we looked right at each other, like he saw me seeing him. The strange part is, I don't think I saw him in the normal way. Not exactly with my eyes. I know that sounds ridiculous, and I don't really know how else to explain it, but it was almost like the image appeared right in front of me and inside my head at the same time. Not like imagination though, not like daydreaming. It was more like I was seeing him from somewhere right at the front of my forehead, but it still felt as clear as looking with my eyes. It left me feeling completely unsettled. At first, I tried to shake it off. I told myself I was being dramatic or tired, or letting my mind play tricks on me. I don't usually jump straight to anything supernatural anyway, and another reason I dismissed it was because of the way he was dressed. Our house is Edwardian, but he looked much too old-fashioned for that, at least from what little I thought I knew. But the more I tried to ignore it, the more it kept circling around in my mind. So eventually, I started looking things up. What I remembered most was his clothing. He had on a brown jacket and matching trousers, but the trousers were not full length. They came to just below the knee, loose at the top and tighter around the knee. The fabric looked rough, maybe wool or tweed, and it was that dull brown color of a paper envelope. Under the jacket, he had some kind of white shirt. The jacket itself looked odd to me, almost lopsided, because the buttons didn't fasten straight down the middle. They fastened more toward one side, and the lower part of the jacket had this boxy shape. Then, just beneath the knee where the trousers ended, I saw white fabric showing underneath. At first, I thought it was a ruffle, which is one of the reasons I convinced myself it must have been nonsense. In my mind, ruffles belonged to some much older time period, not an Edwardian house. His hair stood out too. It was longer than I expected, falling just under his ears, and it was parted very sharply to one side. He looked young, maybe somewhere between 18 and 25. I wish I could remember his shoes, but I can't. The thing is, when I researched it, the details started matching up in a way I really didn't expect. I focused mostly on the trousers, because that was the clearest part of what I saw. I found out that young men around the late Victorian and Edwardian period sometimes wore knickerbocker-style trousers for casual wear, or outdoor activities like cycling, golf, walking, or shooting. Basically their version of relaxed clothing. And the white ruffle I thought I saw may not have been a ruffle at all. It could have been white cotton or linen undergarments showing beneath the wool or tweed. Apparently those underlayers were worn partly to protect the more expensive outer fabric, because cotton and linen could be washed much more easily and often. That honestly gave me chills, because what I saw was exactly that, a rough brown matching outfit over white material. I also found out that younger men sometimes wore their hair longer and parted strongly to one side, just like he did. I don't have any real knowledge of historical clothing. I wouldn't have known what knickerbockers were, or why white fabric might show underneath, or that young men dressed that way. If anything, I had talked myself out of believing it because I thought his clothes didn't fit the house or the period. So now I'm left with this strange feeling that maybe I did see something. The part I keep getting stuck on is why a young man would be there. I always think of hauntings, rightly or wrongly, as being tied to death. But surely, young men didn't often die at home. Then again, maybe it wasn't that kind of thing. Maybe it was more like a trace or residual energy, if you believe in that. But it didn't feel completely residual. It felt like he knew I was looking, like there was a moment of mutual recognition, even if it lasted less than a second. And still, part of me wants to talk myself out of it. I keep thinking maybe I imagined it. Maybe I was tired. Maybe something strange happened in my brain for a second. I don't know. All I can say is that I know what I saw, even if I saw it in the strangest way possible. I'd honestly love to hear from anyone who has thoughts on this. Spiritualists, skeptics, historians, anyone with knowledge of clothing from that era, or even someone with a medical explanation. Because right now, I'm standing in the middle of all those possibilities, holding this tiny, impossible moment, like a match in the dark. So this happened a little over 15 years ago, back in Guadeloupe, on one of those Caribbean nights where the darkness feels thicker than it should. At the time, I was living in a small town called Vieux Habitant, and my mother, Mireille, had recently moved to a place closer to Peekaboo. I had never actually stayed at her new house before, so I didn't really know the place or the area around it. Around that same period, I got a job as a school supervisor in Pointe-à-Pitre, and for anyone who knows Guadeloupe, getting there from Peekaboo was much easier than commuting from where I lived. So my mother told me, "Just stay at my place during the week. It'll save you time." Which sounded perfectly reasonable, until I saw the house. It wasn't scary in an obvious way, not at first, but it was the kind of place that made you aware of how alone you were. It sat off a dirt road, surrounded by thick vegetation, with no real neighbors nearby, no streetlights, no comforting little glow from another house in the distance. Just trees, insects, darkness, and one landlord who lived farther down the path. For the first few days, I didn't think too much about it. I was tired from work, so my routine was simple: eat, shower, sleep, repeat. Then one evening, my mother went out to spend time with friends, and I was left alone in the house for the first time. I got ready for bed, turned off the lights, and was just starting to drift off when I heard something above me. Footsteps. Clear footsteps. I opened my eyes and listened. Nothing. So I told myself I was half asleep and tried to relax again. Then it happened a second time. Heavy steps right over my head. I turned the light back on and looked around the room like the ceiling was going to suddenly confess. Nothing. No cracks, no movement, no explanation. The sound stopped. I lay back down. And then it started again. Now, I should say this clearly. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts. I've always been pretty rational about that kind of thing. I can enjoy a spooky story, sure, but I usually file it in the same drawer as legends, folklore, and things people swear happened to their cousin's friend. But when you're alone in a house surrounded by jungle, and something is walking above your head in the dark, your brain becomes very interested in finding an answer. So I got up and searched the house, room by room, closets, corners, windows, the little storage area, everywhere. Nothing. And somehow, that made it worse. At one point, I actually convinced myself someone had broken in. Then I thought maybe an appliance was making the noise. So I unplugged the television, then the fan, then a few kitchen appliances. I was unplugging things like I was performing an exorcism with electrical safety. And still, the footsteps came back. Only this time, there was another sound with them. Chains. Metal dragging and clinking above the ceiling. That was the moment my rational mind started packing its bags. Because I was alone, in the middle of nowhere, hearing footsteps and chains moving across the roof in total darkness. I called my mother. No answer. I texted her. Still nothing. For about half an hour, the sounds moved from one side of the ceiling to the other. Step. Drag. Step. Clink. Like something heavy was pacing up there, taking its time. Eventually, I made the decision that every doomed person in a horror movie makes. I went outside. It was pitch black. No city lights, no moonlight worth mentioning, nothing. I had a flashlight in my hand, but for some reason I didn't turn it on right away, because apparently I didn't want whatever was up there to notice me. That was my brilliant strategy. I crept around the side of the house, trying to stay quiet, and that's when I noticed something I somehow hadn't paid attention to before. The back of the house was built into a slope. The ground rose up behind it, almost like the hill had swallowed part of the wall. From that side, someone, or something, could climb the earth and reach the flat roof pretty easily. So I looked up, and I saw two glowing eyes staring straight down at me. They didn't move. They just watched. Behind them was a huge, dark shape. Now this is where a smarter person would have left immediately. A wiser person would have gone back inside, locked the door, and waited for daylight like a functioning adult. but I am not always that person. So I walked closer. Then I heard it, a low grunt. Then the sound of chains dragging again. The shape shifted backward. That's when I finally turned on the flashlight and aimed it up. And there it was. The biggest pig I had ever seen in my life. Not a cute little farm pig, not some charming countryside animal. This thing was enormous. A muddy, snorting, roof-walking beast. A full-blown pork colossus. For nearly 2 hours, I had been lying in bed, thinking I might be experiencing something supernatural, while this gigantic pig was casually pacing back and forth on the roof like it owned the place. What probably happened is that it escaped from somewhere nearby while still attached to part of its chain. It climbed up the slope behind the house, reached the roof, and either couldn't get back down or simply decided the roof had excellent nightlife. And honestly, that's why I still think about this story. Because when people hear something strange or see something they don't understand, fear rushes in first. And once fear takes the wheel, imagination starts painting monsters in every shadow. Sometimes the explanation is not paranormal at all. Sometimes it's much more ordinary. And sometimes it's covered in mud and built like a small car. I want to tell you about something that happened a few years ago, because even now, I still think about it. At the time, I was about 19 or 20. My partner was a little older than me, around 22. My little sister was 12, and my baby brother was only about 4. Back then, I lived full-time with my grandfather. My mom had her own place with my sister and brother, but the kids would sometimes come over and stay with me. I'd watch them, make sure they were fed, keep them entertained, all of that. That night started out completely normal. We were downstairs in my grandfather's condo. It wasn't a basement or anything, more like a lower-level living area with a sliding glass door that led out to the shared backyard space. We had a mattress laid out on the floor, and my brother was sitting on it with my sister. I was standing a few feet away from them, near one of the downstairs windows. The sliding glass door was shut, and the blinds over it were closed because it was nighttime. The only blinds open were on the regular window beside me. My partner had just left to pick up food for everyone. I mean, she had barely been gone for a minute. And then the whole room changed. I don't really know how else to explain it. It felt like all the air got pulled out at once, like the room suddenly went hollow. My sister felt it too, because she immediately looked over at me. The second we made eye contact, my brother stood up. His face went completely pale. Then he started screaming. Not crying, screaming. He was pointing at the window near me, yelling that something was standing outside. My stomach dropped so hard I felt sick. My sister ran straight over to me, and my brother kept screaming for us to close the blinds. We couldn't see anything, nothing at all. But there was no way I was going to ignore him, not with the way he looked. He was terrified in a way I had never seen before. Everything after that felt strange, like time had slowed down. The room looked blurry around the edges. My sister and I rushed to close the blinds, and then we grabbed my brother, trying to calm him down. He was still pale, still screaming, barely able to breathe. Then, after the blinds were closed, he suddenly screamed that it had come inside. That was the moment I truly started to panic. I picked him up. He was only in a diaper because we had been getting ready to change him into pajamas. He kept saying it was following us. We ran toward the sliding glass door, and I tore through the blinds like I wasn't even thinking. I opened the door and rushed outside onto the patio with him in my arms. For just a second he calmed down. His breathing got a little steadier. He wasn't crying as hard. And then his panic came right back. He looked beside us and screamed that it was standing next to us. I swear, I almost dropped right there. We all ran upstairs and got out the front of the house. Honestly, that is what I should have done from the beginning. We ended up sitting on the front steps, shaken and freezing with fear. I pulled out my phone to check my partner's location, and that made everything feel even worse. She had only left a few minutes earlier. She was still just down the block. I called her, completely frantic, trying to explain what had just happened. She kept telling me she had barely been gone, and she didn't understand how all of that could have happened so fast. But it did. We stayed outside until she got back. It must have been at least 30 or 40 minutes, and none of us wanted to go back in. Another thing I remember is my cat. He had been inside the whole time, but during all the chaos downstairs, I didn't see him anywhere. When we were outside on the front steps, I looked up and saw him sitting in the upstairs window, just watching us. Afterward, my brother seemed completely spaced out. My sister held him because he was always closest with her, and she kept comforting him. When we finally got him to say anything, he said it was a huge figure. He described it as yellowish white, almost glowing. But he was so little, only 3 or 4, so it was hard for him to explain exactly what he saw. As he got older, whenever we brought it up, he said he didn't remember it. But I know he wasn't playing around. There is no way. The fear on his face, the way he almost passed out, the way the whole room felt before he even screamed. That wasn't a kid joking. It is still one of the most terrifying things I have ever experienced. I've had other strange things happen in my life, and my grandfather's house always seemed to attract weird energy. But that night stands out because my sister and I felt something too. We never saw the figure, but we felt the change in the room. And my brother saw something that scared him beyond words. I've never really sat down and told all of this from beginning to end, but all of these things happened around the same period of my life, about 4 or 5 years ago, when I was living in this one house. And I know people say this kind of thing all the time, but I really mean it when I say that house felt haunted. Not just old house with weird noises haunted. It felt heavy, like something was always there, just slightly out of sight. The first thing that really shook me happened when my friend Mason and I were messing around with a Ouija board. We were younger, probably acting braver than we actually were, treating it like some creepy little game. But then, it stopped feeling like a game. The board spelled out his mother's name. His mom had passed away, and I knew that, but I didn't know much beyond that. Then it spelled out Mason's name too. He got quiet, and after a moment, he asked what day she died. I had no idea what the date was. None. And then, the board spelled it out. After that, it spelled his name again. Mason looked completely different after that. He just said he wanted to stop. So we stopped. And he never brought it up again. Not once. He wasn't the kind of person who would joke about something like that, especially not about his mom, and honestly, that scared me more than anything. Another thing that happened in that house was the knocking. It happened several times, maybe 6 or 7 altogether. I'd be in the bathroom and I'd hear a clear knock on the door. Not a creak, not the house settling, a knock. I would say, "I'm in here," thinking it was my mom or my grandpa. Then nothing. No answer. No footsteps walking away. Just silence. I lived there with my mom and grandpa, and my mom swore up and down it wasn't her. And by now, she would have admitted it if she'd been messing with me. My grandpa was a heavier guy too, so if it had been him, I definitely would have heard him walking away. But every time, there was just the knock, and then nothing. It stopped for a while, then happened a couple more times, and then eventually it just quit completely. We moved out not long after. One day, my mom and I were packing things up in the living room. We were standing there talking, surrounded by boxes and random furniture. And there was this regular chair sitting in the middle of the room. Not a rolling chair, not on wheels, just a normal chair. While we were talking, it moved. Just a few inches, but enough for both of us to see it. We both stopped. Neither of us said anything for a second, because there wasn't anything to say. There was no explanation that made sense. It didn't slide because someone bumped it. It didn't shift because the floor was uneven. It just moved, and we both saw it. There was also this hallway in the house that I still think about. It was off the living room, tucked into the corner, and it led to the bathroom. The washer and dryer were back there too, so it was just this small, plain little hallway. But something about it felt wrong. During the day, it was uncomfortable. At night, it was awful. Every time I came out of the bathroom and the hallway was dark, I felt this overwhelming need to run back into the living room. Not walk fast, run. It felt like something was pressing down on me, like the air in that hallway was thicker than the air anywhere else in the house. I never felt that way in my bedroom. I never felt it in the kitchen. It was only that hallway, and my mom felt it too. She agreed that there was something strange about that part of the house. It had this dark, suffocating energy, and I know that sounds dramatic, but that is the only way I can describe it. The last experience didn't happen inside the house, but it happened in the same town, and it still bothers me. My mom was doing deliveries for Walmart, kind of like DoorDash, and I was riding with her. It was getting late, the sun was going down, and we decided this would be our last order of the night. The item was a small pink instant camera. The address was way out on the edge of town, maybe 20 minutes away. As we got closer, the paved roads turned into a dirt and gravel road, and the whole area started feeling more isolated. Then, out of nowhere, I started crying. Not just tearing up, I mean sobbing. I had this horrible feeling come over me. It was sudden and intense, like every part of me was screaming that we needed to leave. I kept begging my mom to turn around. I couldn't explain why. I just knew that I did not want to be there. She kept driving because she still needed to deliver the order, but I could tell she was starting to get uneasy because of how badly I was reacting. When we reached the spot where the house was supposed to be, there was nothing. The picture in the app showed a nice house in an open area, but when we looked around, all we saw were dense woods and a dead end. No house, no driveway, no porch light, nothing. That was when my mom got really uncomfortable too. She canceled the order, turned the car around, and we left. And the strangest part is that as soon as we got off that dirt road, I stopped crying. The feeling was just gone. It was like someone had lifted something off my chest. I still think about that night. I still wonder what would have happened if my mom had tried to get out of the car or keep looking for the house. I'm grateful she listened to that feeling, even if neither of us could explain it. So those are the experiences I had. My mom has her own stories too, and she completely believes in ghosts. After living in that house, and after everything that happened around that town, I understand why. I don't know exactly what was there, but I know what I felt. And I know I never want to feel it again. I have more than a few stories from my grandfather's house, and honestly, some of them still don't sit right with me. This one happened back in the summer of 2016. At the time, my mom had her own place with my siblings, but whenever I came to visit from my dad's house, she would usually bring us over to my grandpa's. I was 16, my mom was in her late 30s, my little sister was about 7, and my brother was still just a baby. That night, we were all sleeping downstairs in the living room. It wasn't a basement or anything, just the main floor of the house. My mom was on the pull-out bed from the couch, and I was across from her on a smaller couch. Behind my head was the hallway that led toward the garage, and from where my mom was lying, that same hallway was kind of diagonal from her. It was already really late, definitely after 1:30 in the morning. We were both still awake, scrolling on our phones, texting, watching videos, that sort of thing. The TV was on too, but neither of us was really watching it. It was mostly there for a little light and background noise. After a while, my mom said, "Okay, we should try to sleep," and she wanted to turn the TV off. The second she said that, my stomach dropped. I wasn't usually scared of the dark, so it felt strange. It was just this sudden, awful feeling that we should not turn that TV off. I told her I didn't want it off, but she brushed it off and turned it off anyway. So now we were sitting there in the dark, and I remember texting my friend, telling them I felt really anxious and that my mom hadn't listened to me. A few minutes passed. Then we heard it. A scream. And I don't mean a little noise or something that could have been the house settling. I mean a full, top-of-your-lungs scream. I froze so badly I could barely breathe. I just lay there, completely stiff, and then I finally whispered, "Mom, what was that?" The scary part was how scared she sounded when she answered. That made it so much worse. She didn't know what it was either. She started reaching around to turn the TV back on, and before she could get it on, it happened again. Another scream. Once the TV came back on, we were both shaking. I kept looking over at her and asking, "What was that? What was that?" over and over, as if she somehow had the answer. I knew she didn't. I was just terrified and needed someone to make it make sense. We both agreed it sounded like it had come from right behind our heads. But that didn't make any sense. We weren't even lying that close to each other. There were several steps between us, and still, somehow, it sounded like it was right behind both of us at the same time. We kept the TV on for the rest of the night. I don't think I slept at all until the sun started coming up. My mom has never been the type to immediately deny something or try to explain it away just to feel better. That night, though, we didn't talk about it much because she didn't want my little sister or baby brother waking up and getting scared. The next day, we talked about it again, and we both said the same thing. It sounded like it was directly behind us. I still don't have an explanation for it. And around that same time, something else happened in that house. One evening, we were all upstairs having dinner at my grandpa's. Everyone was at the table, passing dishes around. No one was downstairs. Now, the door downstairs that led to the garage was extremely heavy. In colder months, it could slam if you didn't shut it properly. But in the spring and summer, the heat made it expand, and it was much harder to close. It almost never slammed on its own. You would have had to hold it wide open and let it go, and even then, it usually wouldn't slam that hard. But while we were all sitting there eating, that downstairs garage door slammed so hard the whole table went quiet. Everyone looked at each other. Even my grandpa, who usually ignored anything strange that happened in that house, looked concerned. I ran downstairs to check, and of course, nothing was there. The garage was open, it was summer, and there was no reason that door should have slammed like that. That house had so many moments like that. I've had experiences there, in other family homes, even strange things as a kid that involved sleep paralysis, and one of my older cousins, Mara. I'm 25 now, and thankfully, over the last few years, everything has mostly died down. I'm grateful for that. But I still like sharing the stories, because I know what happened, and I know I wasn't the only one there for some of them. And to this day, I still don't have an explanation. I want to tell you about something that happened after several days of really intense anxiety. It was the kind that sits deep in your stomach. That heavy, sinking feeling you can't quite shake. My girlfriend and I had both been barely sleeping. Over the course of 4 days, I had maybe gotten around 10 hours total. She came over to my place because she wanted to physically be there, just to help me settle down enough to sleep. And then she was planning to go home. But right before I finally drifted off, something happened. My whole body suddenly locked up. It was this violent muscle spasm that made me tense from head to toe, and at the same time, this wave of fear just flooded through me. It honestly felt like someone had grabbed the center of my back, right along my spine, and squeezed. I was wide awake after that. It scared both of us badly. There was no almost asleep anymore. The room felt wrong, and I felt completely rattled. Then, out of nowhere, I got better. I don't mean gradually. I mean it was like something just lifted. My energy came back. My head cleared. I didn't feel exhausted anymore, even though I should have been completely wrecked. I felt like myself again. She noticed it too. We just stared at each other, both trying to understand what had shifted. It was one of those moments where neither person has an explanation, but both people know something happened. After that, we decided we were going to leave and go to her house instead. She went out to the car first while I stayed behind to grab a few things I had forgotten. Later, she told me that while she was sitting there waiting, this awful feeling came over her. She said she suddenly felt sick and unsettled, almost the same way I had been feeling. That was when we both started thinking that maybe something had been trying to latch onto us. Maybe it was feeding off the anxiety, or maybe our fear made us easier to reach. I don't know. But what I do know is that as soon as we left the house, we both felt normal again. And there is some history with that place. Before the current house was built, there was an old hoarder house on the property. It was beyond saving. The air conditioning unit was falling through the roof. There was only one narrow path through the clutter. No working plumbing. Bags of old diapers. Decay everywhere. The woman who lived there died inside the home, and her cats were left with her. There were dozens of animals connected to that place, and some of their ashes were still there. A neighbor eventually called for a wellness check, and that was how the fire department found her. The energy there was hard to explain. It was heavy, rotten, dark in a way that felt deeper than just sadness. It felt wrong. Eventually, that house was torn down, and a new one was built on the lot. But ever since then, I have seen this shadowy figure standing in the doorway of what used to be her room. She and her mother had lived there since the 70s, and they both died there. So did so many animals. At one point, we even found her mother's ashes, and I took them up into the mountains so I could spread them somewhere peaceful. Still, back at the house, I keep having to shut that door. I have known something was there. I used to think maybe it was her, and that she just didn't want to leave. A couple of years ago, I tried to sage the house, but the reaction I felt was strong enough that I stopped. I told myself I should leave it alone, but after this experience, I'm done leaving it alone. Whatever is there has to go. As I'm saying this, I'm preparing myself. I have sage ready. I've placed quartz and rose quartz around the house. The feather I use for cleansing is out, and the crystals are being purified. The windows are open. My intention is clear, and I fully believe this is going to work. This is the strongest presence I have ever personally felt. I also think I'm more sensitive to this kind of thing because of everything I've experienced over the years. There was a time when I used psychedelics heavily, and that changed the way I understand consciousness. I've had experiences that made me feel like I live more inside my awareness than inside my physical body. Because of that, energy affects me deeply. The person I live with, Mason, has barely noticed anything, but for me, it has been different. I've struggled with depression the whole time I've been connected to this house, even before the new one was built. At one point, I was driving close to 3,000 miles a month just to be away from the place and feel lighter somewhere else. So this time, I'm not backing down. I'll share what happens afterward, but I already know how this ends. This house is getting cleared. I guide soul journey sessions where people go deep within themselves and connect with their higher self. And something I notice again and again is that people often come in carrying anxiety, sadness, fear, or this deep feeling that they do not belong anywhere. On the outside, their life may look completely fine. They may have a home, work, relationships, all the things that should make life feel stable. But inside, they feel empty, restless, scared, and many times they do not understand why. What I have learned through this work is that the reason is not always from this life. I had a session recently with a woman. I will call her Helena. She came because she felt anxious almost all the time. She was depressed, afraid of being alone, and she had this painful feeling that no place ever truly felt like home. When she went into the session, she found herself as a little girl. But it was not this lifetime. She was in another life, maybe a couple 100 years ago. Her name in that life was Melina. She was about 6 years old, barefoot in the grass, wearing a faded green dress, holding a small cloth pouch filled with stones and little forest treasures. She was lost near the edge of a thick woodland not far from her village, and she was terrified. There were wild animals in the forest. She had run away from home after feeling hurt and misunderstood, and now she did not know how to get back. As the session opened more, we saw the rest of her life. At 24, she married a kind man, but she did not truly love him. She married him because it was expected. It was what her family wanted. It was what women did. Later in life, her mother passed away, and Melina carried so many words inside her that she had never said out loud. Her husband eventually left, and she raised her children mostly alone. She lived a long life, but it was a hard one. By the time she died, she was old, thin, poor, and deeply tired. Then, in the afterlife, her husband came to her, and he was not angry. He told her he had loved her. He told her he forgave her. He wanted her to know she was not bad. She was not broken. She had only been doing the best she could with the life she had been given. The guilt she had carried was not really about him leaving. It was about marrying him without real love in her heart, and he wanted her to finally let that guilt go. Then her mother came forward too, and Melina told her mother, "I love you." Words she had held back for an entire lifetime. So what does this have to do with Helena's anxiety and depression in this life? Her higher self explained that Helena was still carrying the memory of separation, leaving the village as a child, losing her sense of safety, losing family, entering a marriage without love, losing her mother, being left by her husband, dying alone. Each separation had left a mark in her energy, so when she came into this life, her body remembered. It remembered being alone. It remembered not being chosen. It remembered loving people and losing them. That is why she was afraid to trust, afraid to belong, afraid to let people close. Because somewhere deep inside, belonging did not feel safe. Belonging meant one day it could be taken away. Her depression was connected to another pattern too. In that past life, she had slowly stopped doing the things that made her feel alive. She became practical, silent, dutiful. She survived, but she did not really live. And in this life, Helena had done something similar. She had stopped going to the ocean, stopped spending time outside, stopped moving her body in ways she loved, stopped connecting with nature. Her soul was asking her to come back to life. Even the pain she carried in her hip was not really about the hip. Her higher self said it was connected to an old heart wound, held so deeply in the body that it had begun to speak through pain. The healing was gentle. White light was brought in for the anxiety. Golden light moved through the heart and hip. But the real message from higher self was very simple. Return to what restores you. Go back to nature. Go back to water. Go back to warmth. Go back to the things your heart remembers as joy. And let people in slowly, not all at once. Slowly enough that your body can learn it is safe now. So the lesson here is this. If you feel anxious or depressed and you cannot explain why, maybe the reason is not only from today. Maybe it comes from childhood. Maybe it comes from something your mind forgot, but your body still remembers. Or maybe, for some people, it comes from another lifetime entirely. That feeling of never belonging, that fear of being alone, that sadness with no clear cause. It may be an old memory still living inside the body. And healing does not always mean fighting the feeling. Sometimes healing means listening to it, understanding where it came from, and then gently showing your body that things are different now. You are not there anymore. You are here. You are safe. You can begin again. If this speaks to you, you can try this simple exercise. Sit somewhere quiet. Close your eyes. Take 3 slow breaths. Imagine you are standing at the edge of a misty forest. You feel the fear of being lost. You feel the old loneliness. But this time, you are not a helpless child. You are your adult self, and there is light in your hands. Bring your attention to your heart. Notice if there is a cord, chain, knot, or heaviness there. Do not force it away. Do not pull at it. Just place your hand over your heart and say, either out loud or inside yourself, I see you. I am not there anymore. I am here now, and I am safe. Then imagine golden light pouring down from above you, filling your heart, softening the old wound, warming the places that have felt forgotten. Stay there for 5 to 10 minutes. Try this before sleep for 2 weeks. The body needs time to learn that the old story is over. And maybe, little by little, your heart will begin to believe it too. I was younger when this happened, and even now, thinking back on it gives me this strange, unsettled feeling. I know it may not sound like the most dramatic, scary story, but it scared me badly enough that I still remember the little details. And honestly, I've never had a proper explanation for it. It was a school night, sometime in the evening, and I remember my parents calling me to go brush my teeth and get ready for bed. Before I left my room, I put my tablet, my wired earphones, and my phone on my desk. I can still picture it clearly. I stacked them near the front left corner, but not so close that they could just slide off on their own. When I came back, the earphones were still plugged into the tablet, but they were hanging off the edge of the desk and touching the floor. At first, I didn't think anything weird had happened. I figured maybe the wire had pulled things a little, or maybe someone had brushed past the desk and knocked them without noticing. So I picked everything up and moved it. This time, I put the tablet, earphones, and phone right at the back center of the desk, pushed up near the wall. I remember thinking that there was no way they could fall from there. It felt secure. It felt done. Then I went to bed. For maybe 20 minutes or so, I was lying there trying to fall asleep. I had my eyes closed, just shifting around under the blanket, when suddenly there was this loud, sharp bang. My eyes opened immediately, and I just froze. The room was dark except for a bit of light coming through the gaps in the curtains, and in that dim light, I could see my phone lying on the floor. It wasn't next to the desk. It was much farther away, closer to the wardrobe across the room. That was what scared me most. It hadn't just slipped down. It looked like it had been thrown or knocked with force. It landed on a rug, too, but somehow the sound was still loud enough to make my dad come running. A few seconds later, I heard my parents' bedroom door open. The hallway light came on, and then my dad stepped into my room, asking what I had done to make that noise. I remember getting out of bed and pointing at the phone, trying to explain that I hadn't touched it, that it had been on the desk, that it shouldn't have been able to end up there. I was so shaken that my parents brought me into their room for a while. I sat with them for about an hour, trying to calm down. I remember crying while I explained it because I knew how strange it sounded, but I also knew exactly what I had seen. Eventually, I went back to my room, but I kept a light on. Nothing else happened that night. Nothing moved again. No more noises. But the whole thing still bothers me, because no matter how many times I go over it in my head, I can't work out how my phone ended up that far from the desk. Honestly, I wish I were making this up. Back in the fall of 2021, I was supposed to move away for grad school. I had everything mentally packed and ready to go, but then I found out my classes were going to be online because of COVID. So, at the last minute, I decided to stay in my hometown for one more semester. That meant I suddenly needed a place to live, and I was scrambling. Through a friend, I found a sublet in this old 2-bedroom unit inside a larger house that had been split into apartments. My roommate was the landlord's younger son, who was in undergrad, and his older brother lived in the upstairs unit. The house itself was gorgeous. It was one of those older homes in the historic part of downtown, with tall ceilings, big windows, and so much character. My bedroom was huge, almost too huge. Since I knew I wasn't staying long, I only brought the basics: a bed, a desk, and a dresser. So the room always felt a little too open, a little hollow. Looking back, I do remember feeling like I was being watched sometimes. Not constantly, not in a dramatic movie kind of way. Just this quiet little feeling that I wasn't totally alone. But nothing ever happened, so I brushed it off. I figured the room just felt strange because it was so empty. About a month after moving in, I bought this old standing mirror from Facebook Marketplace for maybe $20. It looked charming in the photos, but once I got it home, I realized it was kind of flimsy and smaller than I expected. Not really what I wanted. A little later, I found a simple mirror from IKEA that could hang on the back of a closet door, so I used that instead. The vintage mirror ended up tucked into the back of one closet, behind all my hanging clothes. The clothes were long enough that they completely covered it. Then I hung the IKEA mirror on the back of the opposite closet door. That closet was basically empty, except for an old travel bag. So, yes, the two mirrors were technically facing each other from opposite sides of the room. I know. But both closet doors were always shut, so I didn't think much of it. Then, maybe 4 months after I moved in, my boyfriend, Lucas, and I were lying in bed getting ready to sleep. We were facing the closet door with the IKEA mirror on it. I was looking down at my phone, just scrolling for a minute, and then I locked it and set it down because I was about to get up and go to the bathroom one last time. The second I put my phone down, I looked up, and the mirror was floating. It was still attached at the top somehow, but the bottom had lifted straight out, so the whole mirror was sticking out from the closet door, almost parallel with the floor. I froze. My brain just could not understand what I was seeing. I grabbed Lucas behind me and whispered something like, Look at the mirror." The moment he saw it, I heard him react. And right then, the mirror dropped. It slammed back against the closet door with this loud bang. It genuinely looked like someone had lifted the bottom of it up, held it there until we both noticed, and then let it crash down. The mirror wasn't heavy, maybe 5 or 6 pounds, and it was honestly kind of cheap. But still, there was no breeze, no shaking, no loose hook swinging around. Nothing that made sense. We were both completely stunned. Strangely, I don't remember feeling like we were in danger. I was scared, of course, but more than that, I felt confused. Curious, even. It didn't feel aggressive. It felt intentional. Still, we left immediately and stayed at his place that night. The strangest part is that nothing else ever happened. No footsteps, No lights flickering, no voices, no weird noises. Just that one moment, totally out of nowhere. I'm honestly so grateful Lucas was there with me, because if I had been alone, I might have convinced myself I imagined it. But he saw it too. We've both tried to come up with normal explanations over the years, and neither of us can figure out how it physically happened. It has been years now, and I still think about it. I've always been interested in paranormal stories, but that was the first time anything like that ever happened to me personally. And whoever, or whatever it was, she really chose drama for her debut. Ever since I was little, whenever someone close to me passed away, I'd sometimes see them in my dreams. At first, I never really thought too deeply about it. I figured maybe that was just how my mind handled grief. But there are a few dreams I've had that still stay with me, the kind that make me wonder if it was only my imagination, or if maybe someone was trying to reach me in the only way they could. In 2021, several older relatives in my family caught COVID around the same time. It hit them hard, very quickly. They ended up in the hospital, on ventilators, placed in medically induced comas. And that was when the dreams started. They all began the same way. I'd be standing in my room, and the sunlight would be coming through the windows at this perfect angle. The whole apartment looked warm and golden, almost unreal, but peaceful. Then I'd hear a knock at the front door. When I opened it, my great-aunt Marta was standing there. We talked like we always had. I asked her how she was feeling, and she looked at me gently and said she didn't have much time left. She told me she had come to say goodbye. I asked her about my cousin Leona, who was in the hospital too, and she told me quietly that Leona wasn't going to make it either. Not long after that, they both passed away. That same month, my grandfather also died from COVID. But he didn't come to me in a dream until after he was already gone. I was devastated, mostly because I never got to say goodbye. I carried so much guilt over that. Then the dreams began, and they came again and again. They started almost the same way as the others, with that golden light filling the apartment. But this time, there was no knock at the door. Instead, I would walk into the kitchen, and my grandfather would be sitting there at the table. Every time, I'd start crying. I'd tell him I was sorry. I'd say I was so sorry I hadn't been able to say goodbye. And every time, he would just sit there silently. He wouldn't move. He wouldn't speak. He'd only look at me. Then, in the last dream I ever had about him, everything started the same. I walked into the kitchen, saw him sitting there, and completely broke down. I cried so hard that I put my head in his lap. That was when he finally moved. He placed his hand gently on my head and told me he wasn't angry with me. He said he forgave me. After that, I never dreamed about him again. My dreams are always vivid. I can move around in them. I can speak. I can think clearly while they're happening. My grandmother believes our loved ones can communicate with us through dreams, especially when they have something important to say. I honestly don't know what I believe. Part of me thinks grief can create powerful things in the mind. But another part of me still wonders. Because those dreams didn't feel random. They felt like visits. And I've never really stopped thinking about them. I was about 7 years old when this happened. We were living in Las Cruces, New Mexico, not too far from El Paso, and even now, all these years later, I can still picture that house clearly. We lived there for a few years, and the whole time, I remember feeling like the place had a strange weight to it, not exactly evil, but heavy, like the air was always holding its breath. I was a kid, so I didn't have words for it back then. I just knew I never felt completely alone there. One evening, I was sitting with my mom, looking through old family photos. I loved doing that, just flipping through pictures and asking who everyone was. At one point, I found a photo of a man holding my older sister, Elise. He looked so much like my dad that I didn't even question it. I pointed at the picture and said, "Look, it's Dad holding Elise." My mom looked over and got quiet for a second. Then she said, very gently, "No, sweetheart, that's your Uncle Kent. He was your dad's older brother. He passed away in a car accident when you were still a baby." I remember feeling this cold sadness settle over me. I had never really understood death before that. I didn't know we had family members who were gone, and even though I had never known him, the idea of this uncle, someone who looked so much like my dad, being dead just stayed with me. That night, I went to bed thinking about him. I had bunk beds, and I was sleeping on the top bunk. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up because I felt a gust of air across my face. Not just a little draft, but enough to pull me out of sleep. At first, everything was dark and blurry. My eyes were still adjusting. But then I realized there was someone standing right next to my bed. Because I was on the top bunk, his face was almost level with mine. I thought it was my dad checking on me, so I mumbled, "Dad, can you get me some water?" Then I closed my eyes again. But he didn't answer. After a moment, I opened my eyes, and by then I could see more clearly. And I knew right away it wasn't my dad. It was a man who looked a lot like him, but not quite. He was smiling at me, this soft, still smile, but where his eyes should have been, there were just dark, empty places. His whole body had this bluish-gray tint, almost like he was made of smoke or moonlight. I could kind of see through him. I was terrified. I pulled the blanket over my head as fast as I could. I remember my heart pounding so hard it felt like it was shaking the mattress. After a few seconds, I got brave enough to peek out. He was still there, still standing by my bed, still smiling. I yanked the blanket back over my head and shouted, "Go away!" When I looked again, he was gone. I turned over to face the wall, pulled the blankets tight around me, and somehow fell back asleep like that. In the morning, I woke up in the exact same position, still gripping the sheets over my head. I never told my family when it happened. I was sure they wouldn't believe me. Years later, I mentioned it to my sister, and she just kind of brushed it off. And honestly, I understand why. I know it could have been a dream. I know my uncle had been on my mind before I went to sleep, and maybe my imagination filled in the rest. But the strange thing is, I still remember it so clearly. I'm an adult now, and I can still see his face beside that bunk bed. I can still remember the color of him, the empty eyes, the way the room felt. I've never had another experience like that since. One detail that has stayed with me is that my bed faced the closet, and the closet doors were mirrored sliding doors. I didn't hear until much later that some people believe mirrors can act like portals, especially when they face your bed. I don't know if I believe that, but when I think back to that room, it still gives me chills. I don't know what I saw that night. Maybe it was a dream. Maybe it was grief I didn't understand yet. Maybe it was my uncle visiting in the only way a child could recognize him. But whatever it was, it felt real, and I've never forgotten it. So, this happened to me on April 21st, on a bus I almost never take. That morning, I woke up with this strange little urge to change things up. I remember thinking, you know what? Today I'm going to take a different bus. Just try another route for once. And that's not really like me. I'm very much a routine person. I like knowing where I'm going, what time I'm leaving, which stop I'm standing at. Changing the smallest thing can make me nervous. But that morning, for some reason, I did it anyway. So I got on this other bus. It was around 9:15 in the morning when I noticed an older man sitting nearby, and I recognized him right away. His name was Aldo, or at least, I thought it was Aldo. He's the grandfather of one of my brother's old friends, Alessandro. Our families have known each other for years. He knows my mom, he knew my grandmother, he knows everyone. He runs a little fruit and vegetable shop in town, the kind of place where people stop in for tomatoes and leave after 20 minutes of gossip. So I said hello, and he smiled like he knew me too. We started talking. He told me Alessandro was moving up north because he had found work there. We talked about how hard it is for young people to find decent jobs, how everything feels more complicated than it used to. We complained a little, laughed a little. Then he asked about my brother, by name. He asked how he was doing, whether he had settled into things, and then he asked about my mother too. And because I believed I was speaking to Aldo, I answered naturally. Nothing about it felt strange in the moment. He was dressed neatly, almost like he had made an effort that day. He told me he'd been to the hospital to pick up some paperwork, and that he had left his car somewhere because traffic had been awful. Then his phone rang. And this part matters. He had a smartphone. I remember watching him struggle a bit to answer it, tapping the screen with his finger, missing the button the first time. You know how some older people are with touchscreens? Eventually the call ended, or maybe he missed it, and then he called the person back. A few minutes later, he started getting ready to get off the bus. He told me the driver already knew where to stop for him. Then, before stepping down, he shook the driver's hand and said goodbye to me. That was it. When I got to where I was going, around 9:40, I called my mom and said, "Guess who I saw on the bus this morning? Aldo." I told her everything. The hospital, Alessandro moving north, the whole conversation. It felt like a normal little family update. But that night, when I got home, my mom and brother were waiting for me with these looks on their faces. My mom said, "What exactly happened this morning?" I asked what she meant. She told me she had called Aldo's daughter, because they're friends, and mentioned Alessandro moving away. But Alessandro wasn't moving anywhere. He had no job up north, no plans to leave, nothing. And then she told me something even stranger. Aldo had been at home the entire morning until at least 10 a.m. He hadn't gone to the hospital. He doesn't take buses. He wouldn't even know which one to get on. I honestly thought they were joking. I said, "What are you talking about? I saw him. I spoke to him." My mom showed me a picture of Aldo, and I said, "Yes, that's him. That is exactly who I talked to." Later that night, Aldo's wife even got on the phone with me and gently told me he had been home with her the whole morning. Then came the part that made my stomach turn. Aldo doesn't own a car. So I said, "Okay, then check his phone." He got a call while we were on the bus. I saw it. And that's when they told me Aldo doesn't own a smartphone. He has an old flip phone because he never learned how to use the modern ones. So now I'm left with this. Who did I talk to? How did he know my brother's name? Why did he ask about my mom like he knew her? Because Aldo is a kind man, a lovely man. It would make perfect sense for him to ask about my family if I met him at his shop or on the street. But the man on that bus was not Aldo. And there's one more thing I can't stop thinking about. My birthday was on April 18th. My late grandfather's birthday was on April 16th. He passed away in October 2022, and I still miss him so much. I think about him constantly. Part of me wonders if, somehow, it was him. And if it was you, Grandpa, then I'm glad you came to sit with me for a little while. But I won't lie. It still scares me, because I can't explain it. Recently, I guided a friend of a friend, Anna, into a deep trance for a shamanic journey session. She's an energy healer based in the UK, and a lot of her work is connected to earth grids and ley lines. It's the kind of work most people never see. Quiet, subtle, mostly invisible. But energetically, it can ask a lot from a person. And for the past couple of years, Anna had been feeling exhausted in a way she couldn't quite explain. Not just tired. It felt deeper than that, almost like something was constantly drawing from her system, no matter how much she slept or rested or tried to recover. As we moved deeper into the session, she began to notice a heaviness along the right side of her face. So I asked her to bring her awareness closer to it, and when she did, she started seeing flashes of green. Then she saw an eye, a reptilian eye. As the session unfolded, it became clear that this presence had attached after an astral travel experience that hadn't been properly closed. And then she remembered the morning it happened. She remembered seeing that same flash of an eye. She remembered the strange weakness in her face afterward. And she remembered thinking, "I'll clear it later." But later never really came. When the archangel stepped in to remove it, the being resisted. It was angry, furious really, that it had been noticed after staying hidden for so long. Her body released this deep shudder, and afterward she described it as a kind of rage scream moving through her. And then, suddenly, everything went still. Quiet. She said the right side of her face felt cool and open for the first time in years. I still remember the surprise in her voice when she said that, like she was only just realizing how much pressure she had been living with. After the clearing, Archangel Michael came through very strongly. The message was direct. We are always here. She must be diligent. Tired or not, she must be diligent. This work is not casual. In some ways, it is like a war. She is on the front line. And then the energy softened. The next message came through much more gently. See through the eyes of love. That stayed with me, because the lesson wasn't fear. It was diligence. When we do deep spiritual work, especially with astral travel, healing, grids, or clearing, we can't leave things half open just because we're tired. Those small, unfinished moments can become doorways we don't realize we've left behind. Anna said the lightness was immediate. Her head felt clear again, almost like it could breathe. And it reminded me of something important. Sometimes the thing we put off for one day becomes the thing we carry for 2 years. So my best friend Mira and I have always been really in sync, but lately it's gotten to the point where it's not just funny anymore. It used to be this cute little thing, like, wow, we're basically the same person. But now when it happens, we both just kind of stop talking for a second. We met about 3 years ago while we were in the hospital, and we ended up living there at the same time for around 6 months. That kind of experience bonds you in a way that's hard to explain. We've been best friends ever since. We're both doing better now. Not exactly living the most ordinary, perfectly put together lives, but we're getting there. Slowly. In our own way. Even though we only see each other in person every couple of months, we're on call almost constantly. Like basically all day, every day. Sometimes we're talking. Sometimes we're just quietly existing together while doing our own things. And over time, strange little things started happening. Our cycles lined up. We'll make the same random noise at the exact same time, even if it's a sound neither of us has ever made before. We'll say the same sentence together. We'll guess the same answer. It's happened so often that it doesn't even feel like a coincidence anymore. There's also this weird number thing. For ages now, I've been seeing the number 23 everywhere, and Mira keeps seeing 32 everywhere. Same digits, flipped around. But what happened today is what really made me want to talk about it. We were on call like usual, and Mira went to have dinner with her parents. She muted herself, and I didn't have her camera open, so I had absolutely no way of knowing when she came back. While she was gone, I was working on a few things. Then I got bored and randomly opened Reddit, which I barely ever use. I honestly forget it exists most of the year. I didn't even have anything specific in mind. I just clicked around for a bit and started typing something completely random. I typed, "knock knock," and I promise you, the exact second I typed the question mark, I heard Mira's voice come back through the call, and she said, "knock knock." I just froze, because we never say that, ever. It's not some inside joke. We hadn't watched anything, read anything, or talked about anything related to knock-knock jokes. There was no setup for it, no reason. I know people might say it was subconscious, and I get that explanation for some things, but this didn't feel like that. We don't really go out much right now, and we're not constantly around the same outside influences, so it's not like we both picked it up from somewhere during the day. Things like this keep happening, and honestly, it's starting to feel a little eerie. Maybe this matters, maybe it doesn't, but my grandmother had a shamanic background, and Mira's mom is into witchcraft. I don't know what to make of that, but with everything else, it's hard not to wonder. So I guess I'm asking, what could this be? Because at this point, it feels way beyond normal coincidence. I had sleep paralysis again last night, for the first time in a long while, and honestly, it shook me more than I expected. I used to deal with it a lot when I was younger, not once or twice, but constantly. From around the time I was 11 until I was 18, it happened almost every night whenever I slept in the apartment where I grew up. And I know how this sounds, I really do. Most of me believes there's a reasonable explanation. Stress, sleep disruption, the brain doing strange things in that half-awake state. But there's still this small, stubborn part of me that remembers how real it felt. When I was a kid, my mother and I moved into a new apartment after she separated from my father. It was a difficult time, and I'm sure that mattered. The building was right beside an old funeral home, though I didn't realize what it was at first. It was quiet, plain, easy to ignore. Later, it became harder to ignore. Not long after we moved in, maybe a week or two, I had my first episode. I woke up to the sound of a storm so violent it felt like the whole world was being torn apart outside. The windows, the walls, everything sounded like it was being hit at once. Underneath it was this sharp electronic ringing, high and unbearable, like some machine screaming from another room. Then I realized I couldn't move. I was completely frozen. I could only move my eyes. My bedroom door was cracked open, and I remember staring into that dark gap, absolutely certain something was coming down the hallway toward me. Not walking, coming fast. And whatever it was, it hated me. That was the feeling, pure harm. But it never arrived. It kept getting closer and somehow stayed just out of sight. Then I noticed a girl standing beside my bed. She looked normal, like a kid I might have passed in school. Nothing dramatic, nothing floating or glowing, just a girl. But in that moment, I knew she was dead. I don't mean I believe that now with total certainty. I mean that while it was happening, I knew it the way you know your own name. She looked terrified. She said, "We have to leave. It's almost here." I couldn't answer her. I couldn't tell her I was stuck. She started getting more frantic, and that made me even more afraid, because it felt like she didn't understand why I wasn't moving. Then she stepped backward into the darkness of the room and disappeared. Eventually, I managed to move the tips of my fingers. Once that happened, it was like something released its grip on me. My body came back slowly, heavy and strange, like I was dragging myself up from deep water. The second I could move, I jumped out of bed and ran to the window. Outside, there was no storm, no wind, no rain, nothing. Just a still, quiet summer night. After that, my sleep changed completely. The episodes came again and again. Sometimes I saw people. Sometimes I only felt things hiding in the dark. But there was always that same terrible certainty that something was approaching. I started avoiding sleep. I would stay up all night, then nap after school whenever I could. But you can't live like that forever. Eventually, sleep catches you, and when it did, the paralysis was waiting. For a long time, I didn't tell anyone. I thought I might be losing my mind. It felt too strange to say out loud. Years later, when I finally learned what sleep paralysis was, I felt this huge wave of relief. There was a name for it. There was science behind it. I wasn't broken. But the part I've never been able to fully explain is that it only happened in that apartment. I slept at friends' houses all the time. I visited my father during the summers. I stayed in other places, other beds, other rooms. Nothing happened there. Only that apartment. And when I moved out at 18, it almost completely stopped. The sensible answer is that I was under constant stress in that place, and once I left, my body finally calmed down. That makes the most sense. I believe that, mostly. But since then, I've had a few isolated episodes, and they've all been connected to certain places. Places that gave me this weird physical unease before I even fell asleep. It's hard to describe without sounding dramatic, but it feels like a small hook caught somewhere in my chest. In my early 20s, I lived in another apartment for a short time. I had one intense episode there. I saw an older woman standing near the foot of the bed. She was speaking quickly in a language I didn't understand, but I had the strong impression it was Polish. She didn't feel dangerous. Urgent, yes. Upset, maybe. But not cruel. Later, I found out that neighborhood had once been home to a large Polish immigrant community. Could be coincidence. Probably is. Then last night happened. I was staying at a friend's place in an old pre-war building, and before I went to sleep, I felt that same pressure in my chest. That same quiet warning feeling with no clear reason behind it. I woke up to heavy footsteps in the hallway outside the guest room. Slow pacing. Boots on old floors. And then the ringing started again. It got louder whenever the footsteps came closer to the door, then faded when they moved away. Every so often, the footsteps stopped right outside the room, and the ringing became so loud it felt like it was inside my skull. I don't truly think this is supernatural. Not completely. Sleep paralysis is understood well enough, and the mind is very good at turning fear into shapes and sounds. But I'd be lying if I said I had no doubts. Because when it happens, it doesn't feel like a dream. It feels present, physical, immediate. And now I'm back home, wide awake, still hearing that pacing in my memory. I don't know what to make of it. I just needed to say it somewhere, because I don't think I could ever tell this story out loud to someone I know. I know this might sound strange, and honestly, part of me still feels a little silly even telling it. But it was one of those experiences where you're left sitting there afterward thinking, what am I supposed to do with this? So I figured I'd talk it through. I don't get high very often. For me, it's more of a once-in-a-while thing, usually paired with music, drawing, and just letting my mind wander a bit. But that night was different. It was one of the first times I really felt like I had overdone it. At some point, I got scared. My mind latched onto this idea that I might have a seizure, even though I've never had one before and had no real reason to think that. Still, in the moment, it felt very convincing. So I moved myself into the recovery position and just tried to stay calm, thinking I'd either settle down or, I don't know, deal with whatever my brain thought was coming. After a while, I started to relax. My body softened, my breathing slowed down, and then I felt this really odd sensation low in my body. At first, I assumed it was just tension releasing, or maybe my mind exaggerating normal body feelings because I was in such a strange state. My first thought was almost funny. I remember thinking, okay, now I understand those alien abduction stories. But then the feeling shifted. It didn't feel like just my body anymore. It felt like there was some kind of presence there. Not necessarily threatening, but intentional. Like something was aware of me. For some reason, I responded to it in my head. I basically told this presence, yes, this is okay, but only if you stop when I say stop. And after that, the feeling continued. I don't really know how to describe it without making it sound more dramatic than it was. It wasn't exactly sexual, at least not in the way I would normally understand that. It felt more like being completely held, like being wrapped in the warmest, safest blanket, while something inside me was being gently cleared out. It felt strangely natural, almost ordinary, even though nothing about it was ordinary. Eventually it faded, and not long after that, I got sleepy. Now, the logical part of me knows there's a very real chance it was just my body reacting to being high, relaxed, overwhelmed, and full of strange sensations. I get that. But there's another part of me, the part that's open to spiritual things, that keeps wondering what it meant. Was it harmless? Was it something I shouldn't have agreed to? Did I invite something in without understanding it? Or was it just my brain turning body sensations into a story because I was in an altered state? That's the part I keep coming back to. I don't know enough about spiritual experiences to know how seriously to take it, but I'd like to feel safer in states like that, even just for peace of mind. The strangest part was how quickly my brain accepted it. It was like my mind calmly explained, "That's just someone who loved you in another life." And I was sitting there afterward like, excuse me, where did that come from? I'm not even a very sexual person in everyday life. I don't really have much of a drive for it, and I usually don't enjoy that kind of closeness with other people. But apparently, whatever my brain decided that night didn't fall into the usual category. And the wild thing is, a small part of me almost wants to experience it again. Not because I fully understand it, because I really don't, but because, in that moment, it felt gentle. It felt comforting. Like maybe I wasn't alone. Still, I'd like to know how to protect my energy better, just in case. Because whether it was spiritual, psychological, or just my body making strange little fireworks in the dark, it left me with questions I can't quite shake. I've always been a little sensitive to paranormal stuff. I don't really know how else to explain it. There was one time my mom and I were driving past this old medical building, and I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know where we were going, and I definitely didn't know people said the place was haunted. But the second we turned onto that street, I got this awful feeling in my stomach. It was sudden, like my whole body just knew something was wrong before my brain did. I honestly thought I was going to be sick. Then, as soon as we drove away and turned down another road, the feeling disappeared completely, like someone had flipped a switch. So, that's kind of the background. The actual story happened at my house. We have this old porch that was turned into a sunroom, and it's connected to the living room by these big glass doors. My younger brothers use it as their playroom, so it's full of toys, and there's also a set of bunk beds in there for when they want to sleep out there, even though they almost never do. One night, or really early morning, I had stayed up way too late, It was probably somewhere between 2 and 4 a.m., and I walked past the glass doors to get a drink from the kitchen. That's when I saw her. There was this figure standing in the sunroom, around the same height as the bunk beds, which are about as tall as me. I'm around 5'6", so she wasn't tiny or child-sized. She looked like a woman, but not fully solid, more like a black shadow in the shape of a woman. And her face, that's the part I still hate thinking about. It wasn't really a full face. It was mostly darkness, except for this huge white grin. It stretched way too far, almost ear to ear, like it had been carved into her. I froze for a second, but I was tired, and I had been watching scary videos earlier that night. So by the next morning, I convinced myself it was nothing, just sleep deprivation, just my imagination filling in the dark. I didn't tell anyone. About a month later, it was around 7 or 8 at night, and everyone was getting ready for bed. My mom was helping my little brother Nolan find his pajamas, and everything was completely normal. Then, my youngest brother started screaming. Not just crying, screaming like something had terrified him down to his bones. We all ran over, asking him what happened, trying to calm him down. And he said that right in front of my bedroom door, he had seen a woman. A woman about my height, with a big white grin stretched across her face. I remember holding him and trying to comfort him, but inside I went cold. Because the whole time, all I could think was, that's the same lady I saw. The lady I had never told anyone about. My mom burned sage through the house after that, and we never saw her again. So this is really a handful of little stories from when I was a kid, and then later when I was a teenager. They all happened in the same house. My dad had lived in that house since he was young, and he never really left. It was the house I grew up in too, so for me, it was just home. But there was always this strange feeling there, especially in certain rooms. Not evil or anything dramatic like that. Just present, like the house remembered more than it should. My dad and my grandmother had a cat years before, and that cat had passed away in the house. And after that, the feeling was that maybe the cat's spirit had stayed behind. My mom and I both seemed to pick up on it. My parents slept in separate rooms, and my mom's room was right beside mine, so we were always pretty close at night. I used to tell her about these things that would happen when I was half asleep. I'd wake up in the middle of the night and feel what was absolutely, unmistakably, a cat jumping onto my bed. And we had living cats at the time, so at first I'd think, okay, one of them got in here. I'd reach over, pat the blanket, and whisper something like, "Come here, baby." But then I'd open my eyes properly, and there would be nothing there. No cat, no movement, no sound. And the thing is, my bedroom door would be closed. I always checked before going to sleep because I didn't like accidentally locking any of the cats in with me overnight. So I knew there shouldn't have been a cat in the room. But I felt it. The little weight landing on the mattress. The tiny steps across the blanket. That soft, careful pressure only a cat has. When I told my mom, she said she had felt the exact same thing in her room too. Not just once either. And that made it feel even stranger, because it wasn't only me half dreaming in the dark. When I was around 9 or 10, I had a couple of friends over, and I told them about the cat that had died in the house. Of course, because we were kids and had no sense of normal behavior, we decided to test it. We filled a cereal bowl about halfway with milk and set it on the floor in my bedroom. Then we left the room, shut the door, and waited. When we came back, the milk was gone. Now, I'll be fair, I was a kid, so maybe I'm remembering some part of it wrong. Maybe there was somehow a living cat in there, even though I was pretty sure there wasn't. Maybe there's a practical explanation hiding somewhere in the walls of that memory. But even as an adult, I still don't really know what happened. And if someone had snuck in and messed with us, I feel like I would have found out by now. Kids are terrible at keeping secrets. That kind of thing would have come out eventually. Then there was my own cat, the one my parents adopted for me when I was about 12. Her name was Luna, and I loved her so much. She had this habit that always unsettled me. She would sit in my room and stare at the same exact corner, where the wall met the ceiling. Not casually either. She would stare like she was locked onto something. Her eyes would get huge, her body would go stiff, and she wouldn't look away. I took pictures and videos of her doing it because it happened so often, and it was always the same spot. And I kept wondering, is she seeing something I can't? Later, I watched a video where someone who studied paranormal stuff said that spirits are sometimes believed to gather higher up on walls or near ceilings because of energy shifts in a room. And I remember sitting there thinking about Luna staring at that corner, and about the feeling of paws on my bed, and about that bowl of milk disappearing. Then I brought all of this up to my grandmother, and she told me that the old cat, the one who had passed away, used to spend most of its time in my bedroom. That was the part that made everything click into place for me. I'm not saying I have proof. I know memories can stretch and blur over time. But I also know what I felt. I know what my mom felt. I know what Luna kept staring at. And I still don't have a better explanation for the milk. So honestly, I think that cat never really left. And maybe, in its own quiet little way, it was still just living in the room it always loved. I should probably start by saying that I'm a pretty scientific person. I don't usually jump to supernatural explanations, and I'm not someone who sees every weird noise as a ghost tapping politely on the wall. But there are some things I've experienced that I still don't really know how to explain. When I was little, we lived in this old house that my family always talked about like it had a second heartbeat. My parents and my older siblings were convinced something was off about it. I didn't fully understand why at the time, but I had awful night terrors there. Apparently, I would wake up screaming. Sometimes my parents would open their eyes and find me just standing beside their bed, staring at them in the dark. I don't really remember doing that, but everyone else remembers it a little too clearly. My older brother once cried to my parents because he could hear me whispering to my stuffed animals at night from his room. Honestly, that sounds like something I might have done, even if I don't remember it. I didn't have dolls or anything like that, just plushies, and I guess they were my tiny audience in the dark. My bedroom had the door to the attic stairs in it, which never helped. The attic was sometimes used as a bedroom for my siblings when they stayed over, but even when no one was up there, I would swear I heard movement above me. Slow little sounds, footsteps maybe, or the house settling, if you want the reasonable answer. There was also this huge window behind my bed, and I hated it. I always felt like someone was standing outside, looking in. There was a bathroom down the hall that had spiders in the corners, and a mirror you could see from far away. I hated walking past it, because my own reflection would catch me off guard, pale and strange in the dim light. The dresser in my room fell over more than once, too. Nothing dramatic in a movie way, but enough that it became one more thing in that house that made me feel unsafe. Years later, we moved into the house we live in now. We've been here for a long time, almost half my life. When we first moved in, my mom had the place smudged. I don't remember what made her feel like that was necessary, but she was serious about it. She also banned Ouija boards completely, which, honestly, I don't blame her for. During the pandemic, my mom was gone for work a lot, and my dad still had to leave the house, so I spent a lot of time home alone. I used to go into my older brother's room to hang out with the cat because it felt less lonely in there. One day, I was sitting in his room, and his backpack suddenly shot out from under the bed like someone had kicked it hard. Not slid, not tipped over. It came out. The cat was on the bed. I was alone in the house, and I just froze. Around that same time, I kept hearing voices through the vents. They sounded like people calling for me from downstairs, but no one was home. I would stop what I was doing and listen, trying to catch it again, trying to convince myself it was pipes or neighbors or my brain making shapes out of sound. Then there were these circles of fog that started appearing on my bedroom window. The room wasn't humid. The window stayed closed. None of the other windows had them. It was strange enough that my family came in to take pictures. In one photo, my reflection didn't seem to be facing the way it should have been. I know that sounds ridiculous, and I'm not sharing the picture, but it stuck with me. I used to be scared of ceiling vents too. Not in a deep, meaningful way. More like the childhood fear of something being in the closet. Except for me, it was something watching from above. Eventually, I switched bedrooms, and the new room didn't have a ceiling vent. That actually made me feel better. Then, last year, I had this nightmare that a vent had suddenly appeared in the ceiling, and there was a man staring down at me through it. About a month later, because of air conditioning problems, we had to get a ceiling vent installed in that exact room. That one still bothers me. At one point, we started hearing scratching in the walls and ceilings. I mostly heard it above me, and I tried to brush it off as my imagination or some kind of half-awake noise. But then my mom told me she heard it too, near the walls and outside her door. We checked for rodents. Nothing. No pest issue. Which should have been comforting, but somehow wasn't. A few months after my dad died, the TV kept switching to static. My brother joked that it was him. I laughed because that's what you do when something hurts, and something weird happens at the same time. But part of me didn't know what to do with it. Another time, I was outside in the backyard around sunset. We had friends over, but everyone else was inside. I was sitting there, probably drawing or looking at my phone, and I kept hearing something running through the grass around me, mostly behind me. I assumed it was the dog because it sounded too big to be a rabbit or a cat. When I finally went inside, I kept calling for the dog to follow me. He didn't come, so I figured he was behind the shed. Then I walked into the house and saw him lying there inside, completely calm. Everyone told me he'd been inside for a while. That made my stomach drop a little. I'm not religious. I went to Catholic school briefly when I was much younger, but I wasn't really raised with religion. Still, for almost 2 years, I kept having dreams where possessed people or strange, vague figures chased me, and in the dreams, I would start reciting the Lord's Prayer. I haven't prayed while awake in years, but in those dreams, I remembered the words better than I do in real life. Sometimes I would wake up still saying them. Lately, my sleep has been strange too. If I fall asleep before 1 a.m., I almost always wake up between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning. Even if I go to bed late, I still wake up around then, though it's easier to fall back asleep. Sleeping medication doesn't really stop it anymore. More recently, the lights in the garage started flickering hard whenever I was in there. Then it started happening in other rooms too. It's probably electrical, and I know that. But knowing something might have a normal explanation doesn't always stop it from feeling wrong. Then a soap bottle in a shower no one was using somehow ended up thrown into the middle of the bathtub. That was the thing that finally made me feel like I needed to talk about all of this. And right now, even as I'm saying this, I can hear something in the kitchen that sounds exactly like the cat moving around. But the cat is right here in front of me. When I was little, my family lived in a flat above our business. I was about 5 when we moved in, and we stayed there until I was around 14. And honestly, I never felt comfortable upstairs. It's hard to explain without sounding dramatic, but even as a child, I felt like something was up there. Not just a creaky old building or shadows in the hallway, it felt like a presence, like the flat was occupied in a way none of us could see. I shared a bedroom with my younger brother, but even that didn't make me feel safe. For a while, I was so frightened of going upstairs at night that I would use a bucket downstairs instead. That's how scared I was. I had terrible nightmares growing up in that place. They weren't the kind you could easily describe afterward. It wasn't monsters or anything clear like that. It was more the feeling of them. Confusion, anger, fear. Heavy emotions that didn't feel like they belonged to me. At night, I hated closing my eyes. I always felt like something was either in the bedroom or just outside in the corridor. I also used to sleepwalk. More than once, I woke up in the living room, alone, in complete darkness, with no memory of how I got there. Then, when I was about 12, two things happened that I've never been able to explain. The first was with a VHS tape. I was watching the Amityville Horror in the living room. We had an intercom that connected the flat to the shop downstairs, and at some point, my family called me down for dinner. I stopped the film halfway through and left the tape inside the machine. I went downstairs, had dinner with everyone, and then came back up to the flat. When I walked into the living room, the tape wasn't in the video player anymore. It was sitting right in the middle of the living room floor, and it had been rewound all the way back to the beginning. Nobody had gone upstairs. We had all been together downstairs in the shop the whole time. I remember standing there, just staring at it, trying to make my brain turn it into something normal. But there wasn't a normal explanation. A few months later, something else happened. It was summer, around early evening, and still bright outside. I was alone in the flat, sitting in the living room. Suddenly, the living room door opened. Now, that door didn't just drift open. The carpet was thick, and the door dragged against it, so it took a bit of effort to move. But it opened as if a strong gust of wind had pushed it. I got up to close it, and as I reached the door, the wind seemed to get stronger. Not a breeze, a force. I could hear it, I could feel it pushing back against me. I remember gripping the door and struggling with it, trying to shut it, but it was like something on the other side was holding it open. I was terrified, truly terrified. I didn't dare look behind the door. For what felt like forever, though it was probably only a couple of minutes, I fought against it. Then suddenly, it stopped. The sound vanished, the pressure disappeared, the door closed. I sat down with my back pressed against it and stayed there for hours, waiting for my parents to finish work and come upstairs. I never told them when I was young. My parents weren't really the kind of people who believed in things like that, and I think part of me was afraid they'd just brush it off. Years later, in 2015, when I was 35, I went back home and finally told my dad everything. He looked at me and said, "Why didn't you tell me before?" Then he told me something I wish I'd known earlier, and at the same time, I'm glad I didn't. He said he'd never felt anything strange in the flat himself. But he told me that the mother of the previous owners had died in the bedroom I used to sleep in. She had come from Hong Kong and didn't speak English. And then he told me one more thing. He said he'd spoken to the new owners of the flat. The woman living there had seen the ghost of a woman walking from my old bedroom toward the bathroom. When he said that, my blood ran cold. Because suddenly, all those years of fear didn't feel like imagination anymore. I still think about this sometimes, even though it happened years ago. It was in my grandparents' old, narrow house, the kind where one hallway ran almost straight from the front door to the very back. My bedroom was near the front, and the bathroom was all the way at the rear, So if you had to get up in the middle of the night, you had to make that long walk through the dark. And that night, it was late. Somewhere around midnight, maybe a little after. The whole house was quiet in that deep, old house way. No television, no talking, no floorboards creaking from anyone moving around. Just darkness and silence. I remember stepping out of my room and keeping one hand on the wall so I could guide myself down the hall. I could barely see anything. That house always seemed to swallow up light at night, especially in that hallway. It felt longer in the dark, like the back of the house had drifted farther away. When I got near the kitchen, I remembered the kitchen door sometimes swung partly into the hallway. I reached out, found it, and pushed it open the rest of the way so I wouldn't bump into it. And when I looked up, there was a young man standing right there beside the door. Not a shadow, not a shape I had to squint at. He was clear, fully visible. He looked maybe 16 or 17, or possibly in his early 20s. He had on old-fashioned overalls, with the legs cuffed up below his knees. He wasn't wearing a shirt underneath them. That detail has never left me because it was so specific. It didn't feel like something my mind would just invent out of darkness. The strangest part was that he seemed to give off his own light. The hallway was dark, the kitchen was dark, everything around him was dark, but I could still see him plainly. Not glowing like a lamp exactly, but softly lit somehow, like the darkness didn't touch him. And his face is what scared me the most. He looked startled. Not angry, not threatening, just shocked, like he was every bit as surprised to see me as I was to see him. Honestly, it felt like he was shocked that I could see him at all. For a few seconds, I just stood there, frozen. My brain was trying to make a normal explanation fit, but it couldn't. There was no reason for anyone to be standing near the kitchen in the dark, dressed like that, glowing faintly in the hallway. He looked real enough to be a living person, but everything about the moment felt wrong. I didn't say anything. I didn't step closer. I just turned around, put my hand back on the wall, and hurried straight back to my bedroom. I stayed there until daylight because there was absolutely no way I was walking through that hallway again before the sun came up. Years later, I finally told my grandmother about it. I described exactly what I had seen. The young man, the overalls, the legs rolled up, no shirt underneath, where he had been standing, and the stunned look on his face. She got very quiet, and then she told me it was probably my grandfather's younger brother, Ellis, who had died young. Then she said something that made my stomach drop a little. She told me she had seen him in that house more than once. After that, she went and found an old photograph of him, and when I saw it, I knew. It looked just like the young man I had seen in the hallway. That part shook me almost as much as the sighting itself. I hadn't been thinking about him that night. I didn't know what he looked like when he was young. I wasn't trying to have some kind of supernatural experience. I was just half awake, walking through a dark house, trying to get to the bathroom. I know people say old houses can trick you. I understand that. Shadows shift, your eyes adjust. Your imagination fills empty spaces with things that aren't there. But this didn't feel like that. I saw him clearly enough to remember his clothing and the expression on his face. And even though it scared me badly enough to send me back to bed until morning, it didn't feel evil or dangerous. It felt more like I had accidentally crossed into a moment I wasn't meant to witness. Or maybe, for some reason, I was meant to see him. I still don't know what it was. Maybe it was an intelligent spirit. Maybe it was some kind of memory caught in the house. Maybe it was a family connection I'll never fully understand. But because of the way he reacted to me, because of that startled look we both shared, I've always felt like he knew I was there. And I've never forgotten him. I've always had a soft spot for the paranormal, but I'll be honest with you. I think part of me always expected my first real experience to be something dramatic. You know, Something big. A full-bodied figure standing at the end of a hallway. Some black-eyed animal watching me from the tree line. A voice in an empty house that says my name when nobody else is there. Something you could point to and say, yes, that was it. That was impossible. But the strange little things I've run into over the years have never really been like that. They've been smaller, quieter, almost annoyingly ordinary. So today, I want to tell you about one of those moments. Not a ghost, not a monster, just a tiny plastic cap from a bottle of grout sealant that disappeared, then came back in a way I still can't comfortably explain. It started after I'd had some plumbing work done behind my shower wall. A section had been opened up so the pipes could be reached, and after the repair work was finished, I was left with the final bit, cleaning everything up and sealing the new grout. I was home alone that afternoon, just trying to get the job done. I had this little bottle of grout sealer, nothing special, and I remember being careful with the cap. I set it off to the side with the other things I was using because I knew I'd need to put another coat on the next day. So when I finished, I reached for the cap, and it was gone. At first, I wasn't worried. It was just a cap. It had probably rolled somewhere. I had the house to myself and nowhere urgent to be, so I started looking. I swept the bathroom floor with a broom. Nothing. Then I got down with a dustpan and hand brush and went over the floor like I was collecting evidence in a tiny, deeply unglamorous crime scene. I checked corners, edges, behind the toilet, near the vanity, under the little pile of tools. Still nothing. And because I know how these things go, I told myself, the one place I don't check is exactly where it'll be. So I checked everywhere again. Then I turned off the lights, got down low, and used a flashlight across the floor from different angles, hoping the plastic would catch the light or throw a little shadow. I looked from above. I looked from floor level. I moved slowly, almost ridiculously slowly. There was no cap. At that point, I decided the most likely explanation was also the most annoying one. It must have gone down the drain somehow. Maybe it bounced. Maybe it rolled just right. Maybe I nudged it without noticing. Whatever happened, it was gone. So I gave up. I took out the trash, put away the tools, and came back to the bathroom one last time, just to make sure I hadn't left anything behind. And there it was, right in the middle of the bathroom floor, standing upright, not tucked behind something, not half hidden by a rag, not against the wall where I could say, all right, maybe I missed it. No, it was sitting in the open, perfectly visible, in the exact area I had swept, crawled over, stood on, and lit up with a flashlight from every angle I could think of. It looked almost placed there. That's the part that still bothers me, because I know how easy it is to say, well, you just missed it. And honestly, most of the time, that's probably the answer. People overlook things. Our brains skip details. Tiny objects vanish into ordinary blind spots all the time. But I can't make that explanation sit right with me. I was careful. I searched that floor. I checked that exact spot more than once. And then, after I stopped looking, the cap was just there. So, what do you even do with something like that? It's nothing, really. A little plastic cap. Not exactly the kind of story that gets thunder cracking in the background, but it felt impossible in the moment. It still feels impossible when I think about it, and maybe that's what makes it linger. Not because it was huge or terrifying, but because it was so small and stubbornly wrong. Have any of you ever had something like that happen? Something tiny, ordinary, and completely out of place, where every sensible explanation technically works, except you know it doesn't. This happened quite a long time ago now. I'd say it was probably around 2015, maybe 2016. It's been over 10 years, so some of the edges of the memory have softened a bit, but the core of it has never really left me. That night, I had gone to bed like any other night. I was lying on my side in my bedroom, facing the wall where the window was, with my back turned toward the door. The lights were off, and the room was almost completely dark. I remember feeling calm, just drifting into that quiet space right before sleep, when your thoughts start to loosen and everything feels far away. Then, out of nowhere, I got this strong feeling that I was not alone. It was not just a thought. It felt physical. My whole body reacted before I could explain anything to myself. It was that deep, uncomfortable sensation you get when you somehow know someone is looking at you from behind. I could feel it in my skin, in my chest, in the sudden alertness that came over me. So I turned around toward my bedroom door. The door was closed, but near the upper part of it, just hanging there in the air, was this glowing sphere. It was about the size of a basketball, maybe a little smaller. The strange thing was the light. It was bright, but not in the way a lamp or flashlight is bright. It did not spill across the room. It stayed inside the sphere, almost contained, like the light belonged only to itself. And I could look right at it without squinting. It did not hurt my eyes at all. At first, I was still lying there in bed, just staring at it. I did not feel fear exactly. I did not sense anger from it, or anything threatening in a normal way. It was simply there, silent, watching maybe, existing. Because I did not feel immediately afraid, I started to think about getting closer. I wanted to stand up, walk over to it, really see what it was. Part of me even wanted to touch it, just to know whether it was solid or warm or anything I could understand. I managed to sit up in bed, but the very moment I thought about standing, something changed. The sphere entered my mind. That is the only way I can describe it. I know it sounds strange, but that is honestly what it felt like. It was not speaking to me, and I did not see any beam of light or signal coming from it. There was nothing visible happening between us. But suddenly, my mind was no longer fully my own. It felt like being hacked from the inside. My thoughts became scrambled. I could not organize them. I could not hold on to one idea long enough to make sense of it. There was this intense pressure, almost electrical, moving through my head. When I was younger, I had an accident where I was shocked by electricity, and the sensation reminded me very strongly of that. Not in my whole body this time, but in my brain. It felt like a current passing through my thoughts. I could barely even open my eyes. Instinctively, I tried to fight it. I remember trying to push back mentally, trying to create some kind of resistance with my own thoughts, as if I could block it out by forcing my mind to stay awake and stay mine. It felt like trying to brace a door that was already being pushed open from the other side. But I could not stop it. I had no chance, really. Within seconds, I was overwhelmed. It was as though my mind simply gave out. I was put to sleep, or switched off, or whatever words come closest to it. One moment I was trying to resist, and the next thing I knew, it was morning. I woke up lying in my bed like nothing had happened. My body was in a normal sleeping position, so normal that it almost disturbed me more. It felt as though I had been placed back there neatly, with no sign that anything unusual had taken place. Afterward, I did not feel sick. I did not have pain, burns, headaches, or any lasting psychological effect that I could notice. The whole thing, from the moment it entered my mind to the moment I lost consciousness, could not have lasted more than 5 or 10 seconds. But those few seconds were enough. I have never forgotten the feeling of that light near the door, or the way it reached into me without making a sound. know this is going to sound strange, and honestly, I don't blame you if you don't believe it. Some days I almost don't believe it myself. The more time passes, the more it feels like something I dreamed, except I know I wasn't asleep. I know what I saw. That evening started completely normally. Nothing felt off. I had dinner later than usual, just some leftover rice and chicken my mom had made earlier. She always cooks too much, even though most nights there are only a few of us in the house. My dad was out on a late shift, and my little sister had already gone to bed because she had school the next morning. I remember being careful when I walked past her room, keeping the hallway dark so I wouldn't wake her. After dinner, I sat in my room for a while scrolling on my phone, watching videos I barely cared about. Eventually, I got bored and decided to grab a snack. It was close to 11 by then, and the whole house had gone still in that heavy nighttime way, where even the fridge sounds too loud. That's when I heard my cat outside. He was near the back door, hissing and making this low, awful yowling sound. He only does that when something really scares him, usually another cat in the yard. So I got up and went out to see what was going on. I stepped onto the grass barefoot, and it was freezing. My cat was near the fence at the far side of the yard, tail puffed up, backing away slowly. He was staring at something. At first, I thought it was just a dark shape against the fence. Maybe a bin bag. Maybe part of a tree I'd somehow never noticed before. But it was too tall. Too still. Then it moved. Not much. Just enough that I knew it wasn't an object. It shifted its weight, almost like it had been standing there for a long time and had finally decided to adjust itself. That was when I realized it was shaped almost like a person. Almost. It was taller than the fence by a lot. Its shoulders were too wide, stretched out in a way that didn't make sense with the rest of its body. Its head looked too small. Its arms hung too low, and the fingers were long and straight, like they weren't resting naturally at all. Then its eyes opened. They were orange, bright orange. Not like animal eyes catching light, not like a reflection. They were glowing by themselves, two round lights looking straight at me. My cat saw them too, because he immediately bolted under the deck and vanished. I should have gone inside right then, I know that, but I just froze. My whole body felt locked in place. Then the thing closed its eyes, and when it did, it disappeared. Not stepped away, not ducked down, it was just gone. I couldn't even see an outline anymore. The space by the fence looked completely normal, like nothing had ever been there. I took a step back toward the house, trying to make sense of it. I told myself I was tired. I told myself the dark was messing with me. Then I noticed the fence looked wrong. There was a patch of darkness on it that was darker than everything else, like someone had spilled ink across the wood. And then that patch moved. It didn't walk. It slid through the shadows, along the fence and then onto the grass. When the orange eyes opened again, they were several feet away from where I thought the thing had been. That was enough. I went back inside and closed the door as quietly as I could. I remember that clearly, how slowly I pushed it shut, like making noise would make everything worse. Then I locked it. My hands were shaking. I stood in the kitchen for a while, just staring at ordinary things. The pot from dinner was still on the stove. There were dishes in the sink. Everything looked normal, and that made it worse somehow. I didn't want to look out the window. I wanted to pretend nothing had happened, because I knew if I looked and saw it there, then I couldn't pretend anymore. But eventually I looked. It was still outside. It kept doing that thing, appearing and disappearing. I would catch the orange eyes for a second, and the moment I tried to look directly at them, they would vanish. Then they'd come back somewhere else. After a while, it moved closer to the house, First, I saw it at the kitchen window, just the eyes, hovering there outside. When I turned my head properly, they shut and disappeared. Then it was near the living room window. Then the side of the house. It never knocked. It never scratched. It never touched the glass at all. It just looked in. At one point, I checked on my sister. I opened her door just enough to see she was still asleep. I didn't wake her. I kept thinking she was safe as long as it stayed outside. I tried calling my dad, but he didn't answer. The cat was still gone somewhere under the house. I felt completely alone, even though my sister was just down the hall. The strangest part was when I saw it in the hallway mirror. It wasn't inside the house. I need you to understand that. It wasn't standing there, but in the reflection, I saw those orange eyes, like they were right in front of the mirror. I blinked, and they were gone. Eventually, it stopped coming to the windows as much. I could see the darker patch moving near the edge of the yard again, close to the fence, like it was waiting for me to come back outside. The last time I saw it clearly, it was near the end of the driveway. The eyes opened for just a second. Then they shut. After that, I couldn't see it anywhere. I stayed awake for hours, checking the windows, listening to every tiny sound. I couldn't accept that something like that would simply leave. I kept thinking it had made itself invisible again and was waiting for me to open the door. When my dad finally came home, everything felt normal again, and that was almost worse. The house was quiet. The yard was empty. The cat came back later like nothing had happened. Nobody believed me when I told them. I was angry at myself for not taking a picture, but honestly, in the moment, that thought never even entered my head. I wasn't thinking about proof. I was thinking about staying inside. So that's what happened. Believe it or don't, I can't make anyone understand it. But I know what I saw. I've lived in this house in the north of England for most of my life. I'm 24 now, and we've been here around 20 years. And honestly, the number of strange things that have happened in this place is hard to explain without sounding like I'm making it up. Some of the earliest stories aren't even memories of mine. They're things my mom and family told me from when I was tiny, before I was really old enough to understand anything. Apparently, I had an imaginary friend called Robbie. I don't remember him at all. I only know what I've been told. My mom said she'd sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and find me out of my cot, sitting on the upstairs landing in complete darkness, just playing and talking like someone was there with me. She'd ask, "Who are you talking to?" And I'd say, "Robbie and Daddy." The unsettling part is that my dad passed away a few months before I was born, and my mom hadn't told me that when I was little. There were other moments too. My mom said I'd wake her up at 2 in the morning and say things like, "Mom, Robbie wants a bottle, or he's going to hurt you." I know how that sounds. I really do. But that's what I was told. That was actually in the house next door to the one I live in now. We only lived there for a couple of years, but looking back, it feels like that was just the beginning. The first thing I actually remember myself was the bathroom taps. I was a nervous kid, so I used to sleep in my mom's bed a lot. Probably for longer than I should have, but I was scared of being alone at night. And for months, almost every night when we were trying to sleep, the bathroom taps would start turning on by themselves. Not fully at first, just a little trickle. Then, slowly, they'd open more and more. One of us would have to get out of bed and go tighten them shut. My mom even called a plumber, and when she told him the taps were turning on by themselves, he looked at her like she'd lost her mind. Eventually, that stopped, and for a while, I sort of pushed it out of my head. Then, when I was around 13, something else happened. It was a dark winter evening, and I was getting ready to leave the house. I was the only one home. Just as I was about to go out, I heard my TV switch on upstairs in my bedroom. I don't know where the courage came from, but I ran up to check. The TV was on full volume, blasting some random channel. The weird thing was, I didn't even use that TV for channels. I used it with a DVD player, and whenever it turned on normally, it was always set to volume 20 and showed a blank screen. This time, it was at 100. The attic was another place I hated. It had been converted into a spare bedroom, and my former stepsister used to sleep up there. Sometimes I'd stay up there with her when I was younger. I remember one day a book just fell off a shelf for no reason. After she moved out, I'd still hear footsteps above me at night. Sometimes I'd hear what sounded like plug sockets being switched on and off up there. And then there were the dreams. I used to have ghost dreams constantly. I kept a dream journal on my phone for a while, and I swear most of the entries were about being chased, fighting spirits, or seeing figures in the house. One dream that stuck with me was about sleeping outside in the garden because there was a ghost watching me from the window. For a while, I also started waking up at 3 in the morning almost every night. Not exactly 3 every single time, but close enough. 3:07, 2:58, 3:12. It happened so often that I'd wake up with this awful feeling in my stomach and already know what time it was before I checked. But the worst experiences started when my mom moved in with her boyfriend, and I decided, being a teenager, that living in the house alone would be brilliant. And at first, it was. Until one night, I was lying in bed around 11, just about to fall asleep, and my bedroom door swung open. Not a little, it opened all the way and stopped at a perfect right angle. The door had been clicked shut. There weren't any windows open, and even if there had been, the carpet dragged under the door, so it took real pressure to open it. At first, I didn't even feel scared. I was just confused. I sat there staring at it, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. Then the fear hit me. I got up and went straight to my Nana's house. 2 weeks later, almost the exact same setup. I was in bed, about to fall asleep, and my TV remote suddenly flew off the bedside table and landed across the room. Again, I left and stayed at my Nana's. My stepdad used to get annoyed with me for being scared of my room. He thought I was being dramatic. But one night, after an argument with my mom, he decided to sleep in there himself. Later, he told my mom he was sorry for how he treated me about that room. He said he'd been scared too, and he ended up sleeping downstairs. This was not an easily frightened man either. The last major thing that happened in that bedroom was one night when I woke up around 3 in the morning. For some reason, I had this urge to look toward the bottom of the room, and I saw the outline of a woman. I could make out long hair and the shape of a person standing there. I put my head back down, and then it hit me what I'd just seen. So I lifted my head again. She was still there. Something in me snapped into fight mode. I jumped out of bed and swung at whatever was standing there. There was nothing there. I'd punched empty air. Strangely enough, after that, I got back into bed and went to sleep. By then, I'd started calling whatever it was Robbie. I'd kind of accepted, in a strange way, that I had this ghost attached to the house. Maybe the same one I'd apparently known as a child. When I was about 20, I went through a phase where, if I came home drunk, I'd start taunting him. I'd ask him to move things. Then, when nothing happened, I'd call him weak or say he couldn't do anything. Not my smartest habit. One night, I asked him to move a cigarette on the table, and I swear it started rolling back and forth right in front of me. Nobody believed me. Another night, things got much worse. I'd come home from the pub and started provoking him again. There was a houseplant in the front room, and suddenly the leaves started swaying. Not like a breeze had hit them. more like something was gently brushing its hand through them. My stomach dropped. I stood up and moved closer, half terrified and half curious. Then a moth flew in through the open hallway door and landed near the ceiling light. Right after that, every light in the house started going strange. They dimmed down, then brightened again, almost pulsing. Not just one light, all of them. The bathroom light upstairs, the hallway lights, everything. I ran out of the house with nothing but my phone and keys and went straight to my stepdad's. After that, it became a pattern. If I came home drunk and provoked whatever was there, the lights would start flickering. I'd shout at it to stop. It wouldn't. And most of the time, I'd leave. But the scariest thing happened when my mom and stepdad were staying at the house. I'd been drinking again, and they were upstairs asleep. I was downstairs listening to music on the TV, and I decided to test Robbie properly. I made a rough Ouija board out of paper and started asking questions. Nothing happened. Not at first. About an hour later, I got up to use the bathroom. I was halfway up the stairs when I heard this enormous crash from downstairs. It sounded like someone had thrown the heavy glass table across the room. I froze. I didn't want to go down there, so I opened my mom's bedroom door to see if they'd heard it. They were both fast asleep. Eventually, I forced myself to go back downstairs. Nothing was out of place. Not one thing. And that's probably the hardest part to explain. The fear was real. The sound was real. But there was nothing there to prove it. I've been scared in this house more times than I can count. And even now, after all these years, I still don't really know what to call it. I just know it never felt like we were completely alone. I think about this every so often, but lately it's been on my mind a lot more. For a little bit of backstory, when I was around 14, my dad started opening up about struggling with sex and porn addiction. He also admitted that he had cheated on my stepmom. My family was, and still is, very religious, so a lot of what happened after that got filtered through church. My dad started going to meetings for men dealing with the same things, and he would talk about possibly going away to some kind of faith-based rehab or retreat program, though he never actually ended up doing that. One of those meetings was a conference a few hours away, maybe in Ohio or West Virginia. I remember being there with him, sitting in this plain conference room, surrounded by grown men I didn't know. My dad was standing up front, talking openly about his addiction, and suddenly it hit me that most of the men in that room were probably there for the same reason. And I just remember thinking, I really should not be here. At that same time in my life, I was struggling badly with depression. I don't think anyone around me knew how bad it really was. Maybe they could tell I was sad or withdrawn, but mental health was not something my family really talked about. Home didn't feel like a place where I could safely say, I need help. The few times I hinted that I wanted to see a doctor or get real mental health treatment, it didn't go anywhere. The only counseling I was allowed to consider was religious counseling, and at that age, I was already feeling pretty distant from religion. By then, I had come very close to ending my life 3 separate times. I had gone into those moments with the intention of doing it, but either the method didn't work the way I thought it would, or I got scared right at the last second. For a long time, I didn't call them suicide attempts. I felt embarrassed. I hadn't been hospitalized. Nobody in my house even knew what had happened. So in my mind, I told myself it didn't count. After my dad's conference, he, my stepmom, and I drove to another church out in a rural area. It was small and simple, basically one room with pews, but that day it was packed. I'm guessing a lot of people from the conference had come over for the service. I was 14, maybe 15, and honestly, I was bored. I didn't want to be there. I just wanted to sit on my phone and wait for the whole thing to end. Then, sometime in the middle of the service, I think maybe during a song, a man sitting in the row behind us tapped me on the shoulder. I turned around, and I remember he was tall, white, and completely unfamiliar to me. I had never seen him before in my life. He leaned down and quietly said, "Hey, I feel like God is telling me that you've tried to kill yourself 3 times. Would it be okay if I prayed for you?" I froze. This was a total stranger in another state. I had not told my friends. I had not told my family. I definitely had not told anyone in that room. And he didn't say, "You've been sad," or "You've been struggling." He said 3 times. I was terrified my parents might hear him. I was awkward and scared and didn't know what else to do, so I just said something like, okay. So he prayed for me. I remember standing there feeling stunned, trying to act normal, and then afterward I probably said, "Thanks," because what else do you even say to that? When the service ended, I paid attention to see if my dad or stepmom knew him. They didn't. He really was just some stranger. That was almost 10 years ago now, and I still don't know what to make of it. I've tried to come up with reasonable explanations. I've turned it over in my mind so many times, looking for some detail I missed, some way he could have known. But I don't have one. What I do know is that he was real. He really said that to me. And even now, my parents still don't know that I struggled with being suicidal back then. I don't fully understand what happened, and I'm not even sure I'm supposed to. But in a strange way, it has given me something to hold on to, a reason to keep going, even when things feel heavy again. I want to tell you about something that happened when my friend Mara and I drove out to Point Pleasant, West Virginia to visit the Mothman Museum. The drive started out normal enough. We were excited, joking around, talking about the museum and all the weird little bits of folklore tied to the area. But as we were leaving town, the GPS suddenly told us to go in a direction that felt completely wrong. We both kind of looked at each other, but we followed it anyway. I mean, the GPS usually knows better than we do, right? About 20 minutes later, it told us to turn down a road that just was not there. There was no road, no driveway, nothing that looked even close to a turn. The only place we could pull into was this small, ungated cemetery tucked off the side of the road. It was quiet, really still, and we figured we would just circle around and get back on the main road. But as we were turning around, Mara noticed a pile of feathers near the edge of the cemetery. Not just a few feathers scattered around. It looked like someone had dumped them there, almost like the remains of a whole bird, except there was no blood, no body, no mess. Just feathers. She got out and picked some of them up. I remember thinking that was strange, but before I could really say anything, she started walking toward the tree line. While she was looking around, she kept making odd comments about the headstones. She said things like, "Look, they died today," even though some of the stones didn't have death dates. Then she said, "It's their birthday." But it wasn't. Not according to the stone anyway. At the time, I thought maybe she was just reading them wrong. But later, when we were back in the car, she told me she had felt disoriented, detached, like she could hear me talking but the words weren't landing. She said it felt like she wasn't fully in reality, like she was dreaming with her eyes open. While she was near the trees, I started getting this awful feeling in my stomach. Not fear exactly, but that deep, heavy warning feeling you can't really explain. So I walked toward her. She was only a few feet away from me, standing by a creek just beyond the edge of the cemetery. She said it looked pretty and mentioned wanting to take pictures to send to her dad. Then, as I got close enough to be near her, She suddenly turned pale and looked startled. She said, "It ran off." I asked her what she meant. She said there had been a person there, or at least something shaped enough like a person that her brain tried to call it one. She said she had heard movement first, like something shifting in the brush. Then she saw a leg. Just one leg. Barefoot, hairless, extremely pale. It looked clean, which bothered her. She kept saying that part later. The leg was too clean for someone who had supposedly been standing in the woods near a creek. She said whatever it was had on bright blue pants, not jeans, but something much brighter. The pants looked torn or cut short enough that she could see part of the calf. And the second I walked close enough that it would have been able to see me, it ran. I never saw it, but I saw her face, and I felt that knot in my stomach tighten. That was when I told her to throw the feathers out of the car. She didn't want to. At first, she really didn't want to. She said they were beautiful and she wanted to keep them. But it wasn't just that. She admitted later that she felt like she needed to keep them, like there was some pull telling her not to let them go. I made her put them back outside before we left the cemetery. The second the feathers were out of the car, we got out of there. As we drove away, Mara looked back toward the place where she had seen whatever it was. There were no houses there, no shed, no yard, nothing. Just an open field and the woods beyond it. If a normal person had run that way, we should have seen them. We kept following the GPS, avoiding the road that didn't exist. About a mile later, we saw a historical marker and turned around to read it because it mentioned Mark Twain. After that, we went back the direction we had originally thought we were supposed to go. And later, we confirmed that our original route had been right all along. The GPS had taken us out there for no clear reason. Even after we left, Mara kept saying she didn't feel normal. She said she felt wrong somehow, out of it. Exhausted all at once, like the energy had just been drained from her. She even said she felt a little sick. I had never seen her like that before. I know there are a lot of strange stories tied to the Appalachian Mountains, and I know Point Pleasant already carries its own heavy folklore. But this felt different, quieter, stranger, like something wanted us to stop there, just long enough for Mara to notice it. And I still don't know what she saw. Have you ever come across the stories about St. Stephen's College in Stanley, Hong Kong? It looks peaceful at first, almost postcard-like. Old European-style buildings, sea air drifting in from the coast, quiet paths, and that calm atmosphere you'd expect from a historic school. But once you learn what happened there, the place starts to feel different, heavier, as if the walls had been listening for a very long time. The college was originally founded in the early 1900s and later moved to Stanley, where it became known for its beautiful campus. But during the Pacific War, that peaceful school was taken over and used as an emergency hospital by British forces. Then came December 25th, 1941. People later called it Black Christmas. Japanese soldiers entered the campus, even though Red Cross markings were supposed to show that the buildings were being used for medical care. What followed was horrifying. Wounded soldiers, medical staff, and nurses were attacked inside the hospital. Survivors later spoke of blood-soaked mattresses, bodies being carried outside, and fires built from broken furniture to burn what remained. After the war, when the site became connected with Stanley Internment Camp, prisoners reportedly gathered bones and fragments that were still left behind and buried them at Stanley Cemetery. So even now, when visitors walk along the campus heritage trail and see the memorials, they are not just looking at history. They are walking through a place that absorbed grief. And maybe that's why the ghost stories never really left. People say that late at night, especially between 2 and 3 in the morning, the parade ground sometimes comes alive with sound. Not voices from students, not footsteps from guards. Something more ordered than that. Marching. A steady rhythm of boots crossing the ground. Some caretakers have said they heard rough commands carried through the darkness, as though invisible soldiers were still drilling under orders from another time. But whenever someone tries to follow the sound, the ground is empty. No one is there. Just the wind, the old buildings, and the feeling that something has only just slipped away. Of course, some people explain it as echoes. The wooden structures, the open space, the sea breeze, maybe they all twist ordinary sounds into something strange. And that may be true. But others believe the marching is a memory that got trapped there. The dormitories have their own stories too. Students have talked about hangers swaying when there is no wind, clothes shifting as if someone brushed past them, and taps turning on by themselves in the middle of the night. Then there are the cries. Not loud screaming, exactly. More like low, broken sounds coming from empty corridors. The kind of sound that wakes you before you even understand what you're hearing. Some students say the moment they get up to check, everything stops. The hallway goes quiet. Too quiet. And that silence can be worse than the sound. One of the most unsettling legends is about a short path on campus. On a map, it should take almost no time to walk. Just a little over 100 meters. But students say that at night, the path feels wrong. A few minutes stretch out strangely. The lights seem to repeat ahead of you, one after another, making the walkway feel much longer than it should. Some people say it feels as if the path is folding in on itself, keeping you there longer than it wants to admit. And then there is the woman in white. The story goes that she appears ahead on the path, walking slowly, head lowered, hair falling forward so her face is hidden. She doesn't call out. She doesn't run. She just comes closer. Some say they felt the air turn cold as she passed. Others claim they felt strands of hair brush against their cheek, even though no one was beside them. A few have said she followed behind them for several steps before fading into the mist. No one really knows who she is supposed to be. Some believe she was a victim of the violence that happened there. Others think she is less a single spirit and more a shape given to the sorrow of the place itself. And honestly, that might be the most haunting idea of all. Because whether these stories are truly supernatural or not, the fear people feel there is real. Maybe it's caused by echoes, shadows, old architecture, and imagination. Maybe it's the mind reacting to a place with a painful past. Or maybe history leaves behind something we don't fully understand. St. Stephen's College is still a school today, still beautiful, still quiet in daylight. But beneath that calm surface, its past remains close. A boarding school became a hospital. A hospital became a massacre site. Later, it became part of an internment camp. That is a lot for one piece of land to remember. So when people talk about ghostly footsteps, strange cries, and a white figure moving through the night, maybe they are not only telling ghost stories. Maybe they are describing the way history refuses to disappear. And in Stanley, on that old campus by the sea, the past doesn't feel buried. It feels like it's still walking. I'll give you a little background first, because I think the history of the house matters. My dad, Daniel, was born there in the 1940s, back when the place was still split into two separate flats. His mom lived downstairs, and an older religious couple rented the upstairs flat from her. Later on, sometime in the 1970s, after that couple had both passed away, the two flats were joined together and turned into one large house. My dad moved out when he got married, but he came back about 20 years later. Eventually, the house was left to him in a will. He's in his 80s now, and apart from those years away, he's basically lived there his entire life. He struggled badly with depression for as long as I can remember. He also hoards things, and the house has become very cluttered over the years. He doesn't really have the energy to clean or sort much out, and I'll be honest, we argue about it a lot. That's part of why I've started wondering whether something in that house has been weighing on him all this time. I don't know. I can't prove anything, but when I'm there, I find it very hard to stay calm around him, and the atmosphere just feels heavy. There's one story my dad told me that has always stayed with me. When he was a boy, the lady from the upstairs flat once asked him if he believed in life after death. He was young and skeptical, so he told her no. She said that when she died, she would prove it to him. Years later, she went into hospital for an operation and passed away. My dad didn't know she had died yet. That night, he came home, went into the backyard, and shut the gate behind him. He said the street light was shining on part of the shed door, and suddenly the light began to shift. Then it formed into a clear image of the woman from upstairs. He remembered what she'd told him when he was a child. He said the image stayed there for about a minute before the light seemed to scatter and fade away. He went straight inside and told his mom that the woman upstairs had died because he had just seen her. The next morning, her husband came downstairs and told my nan the news. The strange thing is, I don't actually think that woman is haunting the house. Most of what I've experienced there has felt male. I lived in that house for a while when I was in my teens, and there were moments I still can't explain. One time, I was in the house when it was empty, and I heard a man cough right beside me. Not outside, not through a wall, right next to me. It didn't feel terrifying exactly, just strange and very real. My grandfather died in that house from lung cancer, so I've wondered about that. My nan also died there. Another time, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw a woman standing on the landing outside my bedroom door. I've also had something turn my bedroom door handle and try to get in. It sounded exactly like someone wrestling with the handle because the door was locked. My dad was working nights at the time, and there was no one else home. Years later, my dad told me the same thing had happened to him, even though his short-term memory isn't great, and he didn't seem to remember me ever mentioning it. My dog is another thing. She follows me everywhere, but in certain rooms at my dad's house, she gets distracted in a really unusual way. Sometimes she'll suddenly jump and look behind her, almost like something has brushed or stroked her back. Then last week, we were watching YouTube on the TV. I went to change it, but the remote wouldn't work. I assumed the batteries had died, but when my dad opened the back, the batteries had been turned around the wrong way. Neither of us had touched them. A few weeks ago, I was decorating at his house. My brother stopped by for a while, and then later we both went home. I've never thought my own house was haunted, but that night, standing in my kitchen, I suddenly had the strongest feeling that I was being watched. The whole room felt gloomy, almost pressed down. It was really unsettling. The next day, I went back to my dad's to carry on decorating, and he told me odd things had been happening there too. He'd heard footsteps in the hall and tapping behind his head while he was sitting down. Later that same day, my brother called me. He said his wife had been woken in the night by doors slamming in their house. My dad's house has always felt cold and dark. Upstairs, especially in the bathroom and the room that leads into it, I always feel like there's something there. The rooms feel full, even when they're empty. I get this strong sense of being observed. From what I understand, those rooms would have once been the lounge and kitchen of the couple who lived upstairs, including the woman who appeared to my dad after she died. There's always tension when I visit. It's like the disharmony rises up almost as soon as I walk in. Back in the 90s, we had a priest come out and say a prayer, but he wasn't a deliverance minister, and honestly, he didn't seem very confident about it. Whatever he did, it didn't really change anything. I'm trying to clear the place now. I've been slowly cleaning it out for the past 6 months, and I'm hoping that removing the clutter will help shift some of the energy. I've thought about smudging, prayers, maybe using the Lord's Prayer because there does seem to be a religious thread running through some of this. Mostly, I just want the house to feel lighter. I want peace in there. I want harmony back, if it ever really had it. And I'd be grateful for any genuine advice on how to cleanse the place properly and finally help whatever is lingering there move on. Okay, so I know this is going to sound strange, and honestly, I still don't fully know what to make of it, but I'm going to tell it the way it happened. I called this a precognitive dream, even though in a way, it feels like the opposite. That was just the closest label I could find for it. I don't usually have vivid dreams. Most of mine happen in the same two places, either my childhood home or my old elementary school. But about a year ago, I had this dream that took place in the driveway of the house I grew up in. In the dream, there was a little plastic kiddie pool beside me, and a hose was running into it. I was just standing there, waiting for it to fill up. I remember feeling impatient, like I had somewhere else to be. Then I looked over to my right, into the field beside the house. Standing out there was my childhood friend, Jame. He lived nearby when we were kids, but in the dream, he looked exactly like I remembered him from back then. Small, serious, kind of intense. He was pointing toward the edge of the woods across the field, toward this place where we used to play all the time. I shrugged at him, like, "What? What are you trying to tell me?" And then, without warning, he picked up a baseball and threw it straight at my forehead. That's when I woke up. At first, I thought it was just a weird dream, but then I had it again, and again, and again. By the fifth or sixth time, it didn't feel funny anymore. Now, there's some family history you need to know. For 3 generations, my family lived on that same piece of land. The road was even named after us. My great-grandfather farmed there, then my grandfather, and my dad grew up on that land too. Later, my dad took a different path in life, but he raised us in the same house he and his father had grown up in. After COVID, a bad storm came through and damaged the house pretty badly. Eventually, my uncles and a few others decided to tear it down. There's also this old family story, almost like our own private legend. Ever since my dad was little, he claimed he would see vehicles outside the house. Trucks and cars, just sitting there near the edge of the property, close to the field. He called them visitors. He said they weren't solid. They were kind of transparent, like phantoms. He saw them most often when he was young. He's in his 70s now and says he doesn't see them anymore. But there was one vehicle he saw more than the others. A red truck. That detail became such a familiar story in our family that it actually influenced my brother later. He ended up getting a red truck partly because my dad had talked about that phantom truck for so many years. So, back to the dream. Because I'm religious, I do believe dreams can sometimes carry more meaning than we understand. And after having that same dream over and over, I started wondering whether something was trying to push me back toward those woods. I didn't want to go alone. The place is way out in the middle of nowhere, and I hadn't been there in years. So I asked my brother to come with me, since he had played in those woods as a kid too. We drove out there, down this long dirt road, and eventually we saw the old tree line come up in the distance. But when we got there, something was wrong. The big tree we used to call the bent tree was gone. That tree was unforgettable. It had grown sideways at almost a perfect right angle, so you could climb up it like a ladder. As kids, we treated it like a fort, a landmark, almost like it belonged to us. But now it was just gone. Not fallen over, not rotted away. It looked like someone had come through with heavy equipment and ripped it out. The ground was torn up. Roots were exposed, brush was scattered everywhere. We walked around for a while, looking for something, though I couldn't have told you what. Some clue, maybe, some sign. But all we found was dirt, trees, and that strange empty space where the bent tree used to be. Then it started raining, so we got back in my brother's truck and left to get lunch. Months later, my brother shaved his head. That's when we noticed a scar near the front of his scalp, just above his hairline. None of us had ever really seen it before. He asked our mom about it and she said, very casually, "That was from when Jame threw a baseball at you." Apparently when they were kids, Jame had thrown a baseball at my brother's head in the driveway. Same spot, same kind of injury. My brother didn't remember it at all. My mom said Jame had gotten really upset afterward. Not just sorry, but completely inconsolable. She had to take him home and talk to his dad. And that stopped me cold. Because in my dream, Jame had thrown a baseball at me. But the memory belonged to my brother. Jame was always a little unusual as a kid. I don't say that cruelly. He just seemed to experience the world differently. He used to say he saw shadows moving around his house in ways they shouldn't. He thought they were ghosts. Sometimes he would show up at our house in the middle of the day because he was too scared to stay in his own. I don't know much about what was happening in his home. I barely remember seeing his dad, and I don't remember his mom at all. His house is gone now, too. It was torn down years before ours was. Jame moved away a long time ago, and I haven't been able to find him online or get in touch with him. So after we found out about my brother's scar, I started putting all the pieces together. My dad saw phantom vehicles as a child. Jame saw strange shadows as a child. The red truck my dad saw most often matched the truck my brother would eventually own. I had a recurring dream about one of my brother's forgotten memories. And in that dream, Jame pointed toward a tree that no longer exists. And I know how this sounds. I really do. But part of me wonders if Jame and my dad weren't seeing ghosts at all. Maybe they were seeing the future. Maybe my dad, as a little boy, saw my brother's red truck decades before it existed, parked out there during the demolition of the old house. My brother was there constantly during that cleanup, using that big diesel truck to haul things away. Of course, there's a weird loop in that, because my brother may have gotten the truck because of my dad's old story in the first place. So maybe it's a paradox. Maybe it feeds itself. I don't know. And with Jame, I wonder if something even stranger happened. What if, when he was pointing toward the woods all those years ago, he was seeing my brother and me in the future, standing near the place where the bent tree used to be? What if he thought we were ghosts? What if that's why he panicked? What if that's why he threw the baseball? I can't prove any of this. I know that. But I also can't shake the feeling that all of these things are connected somehow. And then there's the tree. Where did it go? Why would anyone haul equipment all the way out there, down a dirt road, just to tear out one old bent tree in the middle of nowhere? Everything else around it looked mostly the same. The house was gone, yes, but that tree was deliberately ripped out. I've tried checking old map images, but they're too blurry to tell when it happened. So now I'm left with the dream, the scar, my dad's red truck, Jame's shadows, and that empty patch of torn-up ground where our childhood tree used to stand. And the question I keep coming back to is this. Did the dream send us there because something wanted us to see what was missing? Or did we go there because, somehow, we already had? Lately, I've been thinking a lot about the patterns in my life. I still live at home with my parents and my two older brothers. I'm 32, and they're 34 and 36. None of us are married, and in my culture, it's pretty normal to stay with family until marriage, or unless work or school takes you somewhere else. But for us, none of those things really happened. We all work from home, so over time, we just stayed. And because of that, the house has become very routine-based. Almost too routine-based. My brothers have these very fixed schedules. They wake up around the same time, eat around the same time, work around the same time, even use the bathroom around the same time. It's so consistent that I'll run into them at these strangely exact moments, even when I'm not following a strict schedule myself. And I know that might sound like nothing, just a normal family crossing paths in the same house. But sometimes it feels too precise to be random. For example, one day I was driving back into the neighborhood, and at that exact moment, one of my brothers, Darren, was jogging down the sidewalk. We both ended up turning onto our street at the same time. Another time, I randomly woke up early on a Sunday, around 7:40 in the morning, just to use the downstairs bathroom. And right then, my dad walked in and went straight into the kitchen beside it. I know those things can be explained away as coincidence. I used to explain them away too. But then I remembered that my mom used to notice the same thing years ago when I was a teenager. She would say that my dad somehow came home at the exact same time I did, or at the exact same time one of my brothers did. She brought it up more than once, maybe 10 or 15 years ago. Back then, I brushed it off. I thought she was reading too much into it. Now I'm not so sure. I've noticed similar things with my dad. There are so many little moments where we cross paths at strangely exact times, even when there's no obvious reason for it. And sometimes, especially when I'm in a good mood or really focused on something, it feels like he suddenly becomes more active around me. Like his presence shifts into the room right when I'm trying to settle into myself. And the more I've noticed it, the more unsettled I've felt. What's hard is that this same emotional pattern showed up in my last relationship too. I dated someone who reminded me a lot of my dad. He was very rigid in the way he thought. He rarely took accountability. He always needed to be right, even when the conversation wasn't about winning. He didn't have much of his own social life either, so it felt like he centered a lot of his world around me. And without meaning to, I found myself pushing him to be more ambitious, especially financially. That reminded me of the way my mom has pushed my dad over the years. It felt like I had somehow stepped into the same dynamic I grew up watching. That realization really bothered me. My ex, Adrian, would often wait around for me instead of building a fuller life of his own. And when we argued, it was exhausting. He would turn one specific issue into a broad generalization, almost like he was trying to dodge the part where he might have been wrong. Eventually, I realized I wasn't happy. I wasn't just unhappy with him. I was unhappy with the pattern. Because my dad can be like that too. He makes so much revolve around me, but then avoids taking real accountability. He'll playfully blame things on me in a way that's supposed to seem harmless, but after a while, it doesn't feel harmless. It feels familiar in a way I don't want. And that's what confuses me most. This doesn't feel like one isolated relationship. A lot of the men who've shown interest in me seem to carry some version of the same issues. Rigidity, emotional dependence, avoiding responsibility, wanting closeness but not really having their own foundation. So I've started wondering whether I'm part of the pattern too. Not in a blaming way, but in a serious way. Like maybe something in me recognizes this dynamic because it's familiar. And maybe familiarity keeps pulling me back toward people I don't actually want to build a life with. At the same time, I've seen examples of the kind of person I do want. Someone like Adrian's younger brother, for instance. He seemed more grounded, more independent, more capable of carrying himself. Seeing that made me feel like what I want does exist. It's not imaginary. But somehow, it still feels just out of reach. So overall, I feel stuck. I'm still living at home, surrounded by routines that feel repetitive and hard to breathe inside. I keep noticing these strange overlaps, these emotional echoes, these dynamics that seem to repeat themselves in my family and in my dating life. And I guess what I'm trying to figure out is how to step out of it. Not dramatically. Not all at once. Just enough to start feeling like my life is actually becoming mine. I need to talk about something that happened last week because, honestly, I still don't know what to make of it. I'm in my 40s and I've never dealt with hallucinations before. I'd say I'm a sensitive person, pretty open-minded, but also fairly grounded. My partner and I have been together for about 20 years, and last week we decided to do mushrooms again. It wasn't our first time, but it had been a long while. Where we live in the Midwest, they're kind of in that gray area legally, so he went to a shop and picked some up. The second night we took a little more, and everything was completely normal. Nothing strange at all. But the first night, we only took a small amount. He ate one mushroom, maybe 3 inches long, and I had 2 little caps, about the size of a dime and a nickel. We also each had a 25 milligram edible, which usually wouldn't do much to me since I normally take closer to 100 milligrams. He had a couple of beers too, and after a while he fell asleep on the couch. The couch is near the open doorway to the kitchen, so from where I was sitting at the kitchen table, I could only see his feet. I was coloring at the table, just completely in my own little world. I can do that for hours when I get focused. The TV was across from me in the living room, maybe 15 feet away. Big screen. I think something like The Boys was playing. And the thing is, I didn't really feel like I was tripping. I just felt very calm and focused. I remember sitting there thinking about microdosing more often, just kind of staring into the living room. Then I saw it. A black shadow came out of my partner. I know how that sounds, believe me, I do. But it was so clearly shaped, human-shaped. I could make out the head, shoulders, arms, torso, and even the legs, though the legs weren't as clear. It came out with this sudden force, almost like it had been thrown backward. Its arms were windmilling like it was trying not to fall, and then it moved toward the hallway and disappeared. The TV was backlighting the whole thing, which is probably why I saw it so clearly. It wasn't solid exactly. It looked kind of smoky or misty, but the outline was sharp. The edges were darker than the rest, almost like it had a darker shadow around its shadow. No hair, no face, just this man-shaped darkness. At first I thought, okay, the mushrooms are doing what mushrooms do. I'd never seen anything like that before, especially on such a small dose, so part of me was actually curious. But then, I felt this very strong urge to get up. It didn't feel like a normal thought. It felt like something inside me said, "Go. Do it now." So I went into the living room, stood over my sleeping partner, and told whatever it was that it needed to leave. I told it it wasn't welcome in our home. Then I made the sign of the cross over him. And that's when the whole feeling changed. I went back to the kitchen table. My dog was standing about 5 feet in front of me, right in the doorway, and we were both facing the living room. It honestly felt like we were waiting for something. Then that thing came around the corner. It moved toward my dog like it was going to hit him. It stomped, or at least made a motion like stomping, and raised both fists. It lowered itself right into my dog's face, and my dog reacted. He pulled his head back fast, exactly like he was seeing what I was seeing. That was the moment I stopped feeling curious. Before that, I could still tell myself it was just the mushrooms. But when my dog reacted, I got scared. I said again, louder this time, "You don't belong here. Leave." Then I grabbed a hammer, which I realized sounds ridiculous. I don't know what I thought I was going to do with a hammer against a shadow, but I was scared, and my brain just went for the nearest solid object. After that, it moved toward the fridge. I couldn't see it clearly anymore, but there was this loud bang, like something hit the refrigerator. Both dogs started barking like crazy. We have 2 dogs, but it had only gotten in the face of one of them. My partner slept through the whole thing. Didn't stir, didn't wake up, nothing. And the entire thing happened fast. From the moment I saw it come out of him to the bang near the fridge, I'd say it was maybe 3 minutes. I'm not deeply religious. I believe more in reincarnation than anything else. But after that, I found myself looking up prayers. I walked through the house saying an exorcism prayer I found online because I honestly didn't know what else to do. And I know how this sounds. It sounds absurd. It sounds like the kind of story people roll their eyes at. I thought maybe I was just going to end up with a strange mushroom story. But then my dog reacted, and that changed everything for me. Since I told it to leave, the house does feel quieter. More peaceful, maybe. The dogs had been barking at random things a lot lately, and that seems to have settled down some. Now I'm sitting here wondering what actually happened. Was it something connected to my partner? Was he having some kind of out-of-body experience and I interrupted it? Was it something darker? Should I bless the house? Should I put crosses above the doorways? I just don't know. And just to be clear, we're not reckless people. We don't do hard drugs. No meth, no crack, no coke. Just weed, mushrooms once in a while, and some alcohol. He works full-time doing windshield repair. I work in retail management. We have a 4-bedroom home, and 1 teenager still living with us. I'm saying that because I want it understood that I'm a responsible, clear-headed person. But this happened. And now I'm trying to figure out what I saw, what my dog saw, and what I'm supposed to do next. I was 12 when it happened, and even now, at 18, I still don't sleep with my window open. I had just come back from a holiday in Malta, and while I was there, I'd made friends with a boy named Luca. We'd been messaging after I got home, just normal holiday friend stuff, and that night, I was lying on my bed texting him on my old iPhone. My bedroom was small back then. The bed was quite high up and pushed right against the window, so when I was lying there, the window was basically beside me. There were 3 panels of glass, and the 2 side panels could open outward. That night, both of them were open as wide as they could go. My curtains were the kind that split in the middle and pulled out to each side, and they were partly drawn. I remember hearing the curtains move. At first, I just glanced up and thought it was the wind. But when I think back to it now, it didn't look like a normal gust moving fabric. It looked more like someone had gently pulled the curtain to one side without actually dragging the whole thing across the rail. Just this strange little shift, like fingers had touched it. I ignored it. I went back to texting. Then, a few seconds later, I heard this soft sound on the bed beside me. Not loud, not dramatic, just the kind of sound a mattress makes when weight is put onto it. I looked to my left, and I saw the mattress pressing down. There was no foot there, no person, nothing I could see. But the mattress was dipping exactly like someone had stepped onto it with their full weight. My teddy bear was beside me too, and its face was being pushed down into the bed at the same time. That was the moment my brain seemed to put everything together. The curtain, the sound, the mattress, the teddy bear. And I just knew something was there. This wave of pins and needles shot through my whole body, from the front of my face all the way through to my back. It wasn't like a normal shiver. It felt like my body had been plugged into fear. I screamed. I jumped up and ran straight into my parents' room. After that, my memory gets blurry. I don't remember exactly what everyone said that night, but I remember what it did to me afterward. I told my family what had happened. I was already a nervous kid, The kind who slept with the bedroom door open and a light on outside the room. But after that, I couldn't sleep in my own bed for a long time. I kept asking my mom to get someone to help, though I didn't really know what I meant by that. At one point, she asked if I wanted a priest to bless the room. I think she may have been half joking, but I begged her to do it. Nothing ever really came of it. Later, she told me she had spoken to someone from the church, and they said there was no ghost and nothing to cleanse. I remember feeling so disappointed because to me it had been real. It wasn't a bad dream. I wasn't half asleep. I wasn't imagining it. I even told Luca about it afterward. I remember sending him a video where I asked my sister to confirm that I had told everyone what happened, just because I wanted someone to believe me. I don't have that old account anymore, so I don't know if I could ever get the video back. Not long after, I switched rooms with one of my siblings. I don't think it was even that late when it happened. Maybe around 9 or 10 at night. That almost makes it feel stranger to me, because it wasn't some middle-of-the-night nightmare moment. I still don't have an explanation. All I know is that I saw my mattress sink under invisible weight, right beside me. And I have never been comfortable sleeping with an open window since. So, for my birthday in October 2024, my partner and I decided to go to New Orleans for a long weekend. She had been there once before, but for me, it was the first time, and I was excited in that wide-eyed, I'm about to eat too much and believe in ghosts for 3 days kind of way. We flew in on a Thursday morning and stayed until Sunday. Our Airbnb was in an old renovated building on Dumaine Street, right in the French Quarter. We were in room 6, and honestly, the place was beautiful. It had that old New Orleans charm, high ceilings, antique-feeling details, the kind of building that seems like it has heard 100 years of secrets and decided to keep most of them. That first day was completely normal. We landed late in the morning, dropped our bags off before check-in, went to Pat O'Brien's for lunch, wandered around Bourbon Street for a bit, and later that night, we did one of those haunted history tours where they walk you around the quarter and tell you all the stories attached to the old buildings. By the time the tour ended, we were exhausted. It was around 11 at night, so we went back to the Airbnb, got ready for bed, and fell asleep around 11:30. Now, before I get to the strange part, I need to say this clearly. I am not a sleepwalker. I never have been. And my partner, who I'll call Lena, is an incredibly light sleeper. If I get up in the middle of the night and the floor creaks once, she wakes up. So what happened next has never really made sense to either of us. Sometime around 2 in the morning, I woke up standing in a room I did not recognize. Not sitting up in bed, not half awake near the bathroom. Standing, fully upright, in a completely different room. I had no memory of getting out of bed, no memory of opening our door, no memory of walking up or downstairs, no memory of entering another room. Nothing. The first thought I had was strangely calm. I remember thinking, I could be in some random building across New Orleans right now, and I'd have no idea how to get back. And then, instead of panicking like a normal person probably would, I thought, I should figure out where I am before I freak out. It was like my brain refused to accept what my eyes were telling it. I was standing near the entrance of this room, angled enough that I could see most of it, but everything was wrong. Our room had 2 queen beds. This room had a couch where the beds should have been. Our room had tall windows and a balcony door overlooking Dumaine Street. This room had small rectangular windows along a shorter wall. Our room had a kitchenette near the entrance. This room didn't. The ceilings were different too. Lower, maybe even vaulted, though for some reason that didn't really register in the moment. I was too focused on the layout. I kept trying to make the room become familiar, like if I stared long enough, it would rearrange itself into the room I had fallen asleep in. I started walking around, still in this thick fog of confusion. I went toward where our bathroom should have been, but instead I found a little hallway. On one side there was a bathroom, and on the other side there was a small kitchen with counters, a sink, a dishwasher, a little stovetop, cabinets, the whole thing. There was also a window, and when I looked out, I could see the lights of downtown New Orleans. That gave me some sense of direction, but it didn't make me feel better. The whole time I had this awful sensation that I was a passenger in my own body. I could understand what I was seeing, but it felt distant, like my thoughts were in the back seat and my body was driving without asking permission. I'd think, I should walk over there, and then my legs would just do it. Eventually, I came back into what I realized was a living room. I was still looking for one thing, anything, that would prove I was actually in the right place. Then I saw a set of doors on the opposite side of the room. They looked enough like the bathroom doors in our room that my half-panicked brain latched onto them. I thought, okay, maybe that's the bathroom. Maybe if I open those doors, Lena will be in there, and everything will snap back into place. So I walked over and pushed the doors open. And it was not the bathroom. It was a bedroom. A long, narrow room, maybe 15 feet long and 8 feet wide. At the far end there was a bed, and on that bed was a man. He was lying there in the strangest position, like he had sat down on the edge of the bed and then fallen backward into sleep. His legs were hanging off from the knees down, and his arms were stretched out to the sides. He looked older, maybe mid-50s or 60s. Bald, larger build, maybe some stubble on his face. That part is a little blurry now, but the image of him on that bed is still burned into me. Then he sat up. I can't remember if he startled awake and jerked upright, or if his body slowly bent up at the waist in that unnatural horror movie way. I only remember the moment he was sitting there, looking at me. That was when reality finally broke through. I was in the wrong room. I started panic explaining. I told him I didn't know how I got there. I didn't know where I was. I told him I was supposed to be in room 6. And this man, who should have been screaming, threatening to call the police or throwing me out, just looked at me and said in the calmest, flattest voice, "You're in room 7. That was it. Not, "Who are you?" Not, "How did you get in here?" Nothing else. Just, "You're in room 7. I remember saying something like, "Room 7? How did I get here? I'm not supposed to be here." Then the next thing I knew, I was outside the door. I don't remember turning around. I don't remember grabbing the handle. I don't remember walking out. 1 second I was in that room with him, and the next I was standing in the hallway with the door closed behind me. There was no yelling, no footsteps rushing after me, no lock clicking, no threats, just silence. I looked toward the windows and finally understood where I was. I was 1 floor above our room, near the top of the staircase. I ran down those stairs as fast as I could. When I found room 6, I was so shaken that I traced the number on the door with my finger to make sure it was really ours. Then I started pounding on the door. Closed fist, knees, feet, whatever. I was desperate to get inside. For a second, I worried I was going to wake up the whole building and get us kicked out. But honestly, at that point, seeing another living person felt better than being alone in that hallway. After maybe 45 seconds, though it felt much longer, I heard Lena's voice from inside. "Hello?" And I was so freaked out that I didn't even say, "It's me." I just managed to breathe out, "Let me in." Thankfully, she recognized my voice and opened the door. She was standing there holding a fire extinguisher like it was the only weapon available in the room, which, to be fair, it was. She had woken up to me pounding on the door and realized I wasn't in bed. Her first thought was that someone had broken in, taken me, and come back for her. I told her I had woken up standing in the room above us, and that was when I realized I was soaked. My shirt, pajama pants, underwear, everything was drenched in cold sweat. The part of the bed where I had been sleeping was soaked too. We were both terrified. Lena wanted to leave immediately, pack up, change flights, go home right then. But it was around 3 in the morning in New Orleans, and I told her we shouldn't go outside in that state. There weren't any flights anyway, so we decided to stay in the room and wait until morning. I got back into the wet side of the bed, which was just as miserable as it sounds, and started searching for anything about the building. Hauntings, strange history, paranormal stories, anything. The only thing I found was some mention of a little girl ghost who supposedly moved things around. Nothing about possession. Nothing about an older man. Nothing about people waking up in the wrong room. I'm not especially religious. I was raised loosely Catholic, but I never really stayed connected to it. Still, I fell asleep repeating the one prayer I could remember, because at that point, I was ready to accept help from any department of the invisible. The next morning, we woke up and barely spoke. We made coffee and went for a walk. Eventually, we ended up sitting quietly in Jackson Square, trying to talk ourselves into a rational explanation. Maybe I sleepwalked for the first time in my life. Maybe I somehow guessed the code to another door. Maybe someone left a room open. Maybe my brain invented half of it. None of those explanations felt right, but we decided to push it aside and enjoy the trip. We also stopped at Marie Laveau's shop, which I know is touristy, but in that moment it felt like the only place we knew to go for some kind of protection. We bought this little blue stone with instructions to dissolve it in water and place the mug under the bed to ward off bad energy while sleeping. And honestly, nothing like that happened again. Later, we started trying to make light of it. We decided that if there was something in the room, we should probably get on its good side. We jokingly named it Gus because calling it the entity felt like giving it too much power. There was a little round table near the windows, so we made that the offering table. I figured if Gus was old, maybe he hadn't had a drink in a while, so I opened a canned seltzer and left it there. Then I added a nicotine pouch, because apparently my ghost diplomacy strategy was gas station charcuterie. It felt ridiculous, but also weirdly right. The next morning, we kept the bit going and left a cup of coffee on the table for Gus. That was when the second strange thing happened. I took a coffee cup from a drawer in the kitchenette, walked it over to the offering table, set it down, and started walking toward the bathroom. The moment my leg lined up with the drawer I had just opened, it slid out smoothly and gently bumped my left leg mid-stride. Not slammed, not jerked, just opened and tapped me. Lena didn't see it happen, but I told her right away. And somehow, instead of being terrified, we both got excited. It felt like a response, like a little thanks, or maybe even an apology for whatever had happened the first night. The strangest part came later, though. That same morning, we realized there was construction going on in the room above us. There wasn't supposed to be a guest staying there. We hadn't seen anyone coming or going the entire time. Eventually, I went upstairs to look at the room again. No one was there. And the door number was not 7. It was 9. Every room in the building had a digital lock that required a code. I still have no idea how I got inside that room. I don't know why the man said it was room 7. I don't know why I saw him there at all. After we got home, I looked up the Airbnb again. The updated pictures showed the room above us after renovation, and the layout matched what I remembered. The kitchen, the living room, the shape of the space, all of it. But some details had changed. The doors I pushed open to find that bedroom were gone. The furniture was different. There were rugs and tables that hadn't been there when I saw it. I still haven't found any other stories like mine about that building. The historic New Orleans Voodoo Museum is right next door, which may mean nothing, but after that weekend, it's hard not to let your mind wander. I know how strange it sounds. I know there are probably people who will say I sleepwalked, dreamed it, or filled in the blanks afterward. But I can still close my eyes and see that room. I can still feel the hallway outside the door. And I can still hear that man's voice, calm as anything, telling me, "You're in room 7. The wildest part is that I still love New Orleans. Lena and I have even talked about going back in October. And, believe it or not, part of us is curious enough to stay in that building again. So, about 2 weeks ago, I started this new job at one of those department stores that's still hanging on inside a mall. You know the kind. Big building, tons of floor space, kind of quiet in a way that feels normal during the day, but completely different once everyone leaves. At first, everything felt pretty regular. Honestly, I actually liked the job. The benefits were solid. Paid vacation, double pay on Christmas, and a few other holidays, plus a pretty good discount on clothes. I'm 23, Latino, living in Texas, so that kind of stuff matters. A decent job with benefits is not something I'm going to complain about. The work itself is simple enough. I help the sales associates when they need something, troubleshoot little issues, make sure the store stays clean, and handle opening or closing tasks. Most of the heavier stuff happens before people arrive or after everyone is gone. Usually, I have another person working with me, but the store is huge. Like, huge enough that you can both be on the same shift and still not see each other for almost the whole night unless you're doing something together or calling for help. I don't scare easily, but I'll admit, being alone in a big, empty store can feel strange. Especially when I have to go into the back stock rooms. There are these long hallways and connected rooms, and sometimes you have to walk through 3 or 4 areas just to grab one piece of equipment. I always told myself it was just that weird feeling people get in liminal spaces. I figured it was nothing, just my brain being dramatic. By the end of my first week, I was starting to get comfortable. I knew where things were, I had the routine down, and I felt like I was getting the hang of it. Then that Sunday happened. We close earlier on Sundays, and part of my job that night was polishing the floors with this big floor cleaning machine. It's basically this bulky mop machine that you push through the whole store. It takes forever. There were 3 of us closing that night, and somehow we decided to settle the chores with rock, paper, scissors. I lost, of course. One coworker got the restrooms, the other handled the doors, and I got stuck with the floor machine. They left around 6:10 or 6:15, but I couldn't start right away because there was still this older woman wandering around like she didn't realize the store was closed. Once she finally left, I got going. It was probably around 6:25 by then. I put my headphones on and started on the first floor. Everything was fine. Quiet, empty, normal. After I finished that level, I took the elevator up to the second floor. Now, the second floor is usually dead after closing. It's mostly home goods and some clothing sections, and those departments don't take as long to shut down. The sales associates up there are usually gone pretty quickly, unlike downstairs where they sometimes stay late counting cash. So I wasn't expecting to see anyone. I started running the machine near the middle of the store, close to the escalators, and that's when I saw it. Across the floor, several clothing racks moved. Not just a little shake either. They moved hard, fast, violently. The clothes swung, the hangers clattered, and it looked like something had rushed between the racks. The best way I can describe it is like an animal had darted through the aisles, low and quick, except I didn't see an animal. I froze. For a second, I just stood there with my hands on the machine, trying to understand what I had just seen. Then I pulled my headphones off, because whatever had moved through there had made enough noise that I could still hear the hangers rattling. I texted my coworkers right away and asked if they were messing with me. While I was waiting for them to respond, I looked over the railing toward the first floor. It looked empty. Then I saw one of the sales girls leaving, so I called down and asked her if anyone was still upstairs. She looked confused and said no. I asked if there were any customer service people still around, or anyone else closing besides me. She said the only person left was the closing manager. That's when I felt the goosebumps start. Real ones. The kind that make your skin feel too tight. I looked back toward the racks, but nothing came out. Nobody walked away. Nobody ran. No customer. No associate. Nothing. And listen, I was not about to go investigate like I was in some cartoon mystery. I know better. I'm Latino. We do not go chasing weird noises after closing in an empty store. That is how you become the warning story. I did walk around a little, just enough to see if maybe someone was hiding or trying to sneak out. I thought maybe it was a customer trying to steal, or an associate rushing through to grab something. But there was no one. The customer elevators had already been turned off, so the only way down would have been the escalator or the employee area in the back. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear footsteps. I didn't hear a door. Just the last little clinking of hangers settling back into place. After that, I cut the job short. I took the machine back, went straight down to the employee area, and stayed there until the closing manager was ready to leave. When we walked out, it was just the two of us. And I still have no idea what moved those racks. I need to tell you about something that happened with my cat, because I still don't really know how to explain it. She's white and gray, with this unusual pattern in her fur. I've only ever seen one other cat online that looked even close to her. She's usually my little shadow. She follows me from room to room, yells at me for attention, asks for pets constantly, and she's honestly one of the sweetest, silliest little creatures I've ever known. But a few nights ago, I was in the kitchen making food, and out of nowhere, this awful feeling came over me. It was dread. Pure dread. I suddenly felt like I was being watched, and not in a normal way. It felt like something terrible was about to happen, like I had 1 second before everything went wrong. I started looking around the kitchen, trying to figure out what had set me off. And then I saw her. My cat, or what looked exactly like my cat, was standing on top of the laundry basket. I can't explain this next part in a way that makes sense, but the second I saw her, my heart just dropped. I felt the most intense fear I have ever felt in my life. She didn't look injured. She didn't look distorted. She didn't look strange at all, at least not on the outside. But something about her felt wrong. And my cat has startled me before. She sneaks around, she pops up in weird places, she does all the normal cat things. But this was different. This wasn't a quick scare. This was my body telling me very clearly that something was not right. Still, I tried to act normal. I started talking to her the way I always do, telling her she was pretty and sweet, using that ridiculous voice people only use with their pets. Then I walked over to the drawer where I keep her food packets. Normally, she would have launched herself off whatever she was standing on and come running over, meowing like she hadn't eaten in 3 years. Even when she doesn't want food, she still comes over just to rub against my legs. But she didn't move. She just stood there on the laundry basket, staring at me. I poured some food into her bowl. Still nothing. At that point, I was still shaking, but I started worrying about her more than myself. I thought maybe she was sick, or maybe she'd hit her head somehow. So I went into the living room, sat down, and patted my lap, calling her over. Nothing. She didn't blink much. She didn't meow. She didn't shift her weight. She just kept watching me. So I got up and slowly walked toward her, asking, "Are you okay, baby?" I reached out to pet her head, and she hissed at me. She didn't swat. She didn't crouch. Her ears weren't flat. Her tail wasn't puffed up. Her back wasn't arched. She didn't look scared or defensive at all. She just hissed. That was when the fear came back in full force, because my cat has never hissed at me. Not once. She's too affectionate, too trusting, too goofy. She's not a graceful, mysterious creature. She's a soft little gremlin who sometimes forgets how furniture works. But this cat looked aware. That's the only word I can think of. Observant. Calm. Almost like it was studying me. And my gut was screaming, that is not her. But what was I supposed to do? It looked exactly like my cat. So I backed away, because I didn't want to frighten her if she really was hurt or confused. I went back to cooking, but the whole time I kept glancing over at the laundry basket. She never moved. After a while, I started feeling guilty. I thought, maybe I'm just tired. Maybe she's sick and I'm making it worse by acting afraid of her. So I started talking to her again, softly this time, calling her sweet names, telling her it was okay. She didn't make a single sound. I tried looking her over from a distance, but she seemed completely fine. No blood, no limp, no strange posture, nothing. Eventually, I gave up and took my plate into the living room. And then she meowed. My heart sank all over again. It sounded like my cat, but it was wrong. Not wildly different, not like some movie monster imitation. Just wrong enough that every part of me knew. That was not my cat. Whatever concern I had for her disappeared in that moment. I opened the front door and started shouting at it to get out. I grabbed the mop and waved it near the laundry basket, even smacking the basket a couple of times to scare it away. And it didn't react. No panic, no scrambling. No flattened ears, no puffed tail, nothing. It just watched me. I kept at it for maybe half a minute, and then finally, very calmly, the cat jumped down from the basket and walked out the front door like it had simply decided it was done being there. The second it left, I slammed the door, locked it, and sat down in the living room. The fear was gone almost instantly, and then I felt horrible. I thought I had just screamed at my own cat in some paranoid, irrational moment. I sat there staring at nothing, feeling sick with guilt. A few minutes later, I heard a soft little thump from the kitchen. I looked over, and there was my cat, standing on the counter. This time I felt nothing. No fear, no dread, just shock. She saw me looking at her, jumped down, ran straight to me, and started meowing and rubbing all over my legs like she always does. Loud, affectionate, needy, completely normal. That was my cat. I keep trying to explain it logically. Maybe it was a stray that somehow looked almost identical to her. Maybe I was tired and my brain filled in the rest. But I can't make it fit. No strange cat should have been that calm in my house. No stray should have stood there like that while I shouted and waved a mop near it. And I've been around cats my whole life. I've cared for strays, even feral ones. I adore cats. There is no reason I should have felt that kind of terror from one. But I did. And whatever that thing was, it looked exactly like her. I want to tell you about a story they still whisper around Sayward, especially when the fog comes in thick and the trees go quiet. Back in the early 1700s, that place wasn't the peaceful trail people know today. It was raw country, hard country, the kind of place where the rain seemed to live in your bones and the forest could make a person feel very, very small. There was a woman named Elizabeth who came there with her husband Simon. She hadn't been raised for that kind of life. She remembered open fields, softer weather, the sound of people nearby. But out there, on the edge of northern Vancouver Island, all she really had was their little cabin, the fire in the hearth, and her baby boy, Rowan. And she loved that child more than anything. But loneliness can do strange things to a person. So can silence. And when trust breaks, sometimes it doesn't shatter loudly. Sometimes it arrives in small, cruel pieces. For Elizabeth, it started with the smell of unfamiliar flowers on Simon's coat. Flowers that didn't grow anywhere near Sayward. Then came the distance in his voice, the way he turned his face from her, the way he seemed to be somewhere else even when he was standing right beside her. Then one day, she followed him. She found him with another woman beneath the cedars, and something inside her simply gave way. People say it wasn't just jealousy, it wasn't only heartbreak. It was the long winter, the isolation, the fear, the feeling that the whole world had closed its fist around her. In that broken moment, Elizabeth's mind turned against her. She looked at her life and saw no way out. And in one terrible act, lost in rage and despair, she took the life of the child she loved most. The cabin fell silent after that. No crying, no movement. Just the rain tapping on the roof, steady as a finger on a coffin lid. When Elizabeth understood what she had done, she ran. She didn't run toward help. She didn't run toward the settlement. She ran upward, through the wet brush and black roots, toward the cliffs above the Seymour Narrows. The water below was violent that day, twisting and roaring around the rocks, almost as if the sea itself knew what had happened. When she reached the overlook, she stood there, with the wind tearing at her dress, staring down into the churning water. Then she looked at her arms. Empty. That was when she screamed. They say the sound carried through the trees and over the water, so sharp and full of grief that even the wolves stopped howling. And then she stepped off the cliff. Now, the Ripple Rock Trail is beautiful. People hike it for the views, for the sea air, for that wild feeling you only get when the land drops away beneath you. But some hikers say there are places on that trail where the air changes. They hear a faint clinking sound, like old metal keys swinging from a woman's belt. They feel a sudden cold, even in summer, as if something has passed right through them. And on foggy evenings, some say they've seen her. A woman in a torn gray dress standing near the edge of the bluff. She doesn't look out at the water. She looks down at her arms, holding them as though a baby should still be there. The old people used to say you shouldn't go to the overlook after dark. Not because of the cliff, not because of the trail, because Elizabeth is still there, still searching the fog, still listening for the child she lost. So last night, something tried to follow me into my dreams. I know that sounds dramatic, but I don't really know how else to say it. There's been something in my house for about 5 months now. I've been calling it a mimic because that's the closest word I have for what it does. It copies people, their sounds, their routines, their voices. But until last night, it had never tried anything like this. For context, I'm 16. I live with my parents and my little sister, and sometimes my grandparents come stay with us for a few weeks at a time. I've had strange experiences for as long as I can remember, mostly hearing things other people don't seem to notice. I've kind of accepted that about myself. I've always felt more tuned in through sound, if that makes sense. At first, what was happening in the house didn't scare me too much. I'd be home alone and hear grocery bags crinkling in the kitchen, like someone was unpacking food. I'd hear the sunroom door open and close, the way it does when my grandmother steps outside. Sometimes I'd hear footsteps or little movements in rooms I knew were empty. I tried to explain it away. We have neighbors downstairs, so maybe sound was traveling weirdly. Maybe the house was settling. Maybe I was just tired. And honestly, I wasn't home much anyway. I was staying late after school almost every day for a theater production, sometimes not getting back until close to 11 at night. My dad was helping with the same show, and my stepmom would usually be out in the garage working on her writing, so the house already had this strange, half-empty feeling most nights. But then, it started using voices. That was different. One day, I was completely alone, and I heard my stepmom call me from another room. Clear as anything. Not muffled, not distant, not something I could mistake for the neighbors. It was her voice, calling for me. Except she wasn't home. That was the moment I realized this wasn't just random noises. Something was imitating my family. So I decided not to feed into it. I ignored it as much as I could, and I cleansed the house because that felt like the obvious thing to do. After that, I was barely home for about 3 weeks because rehearsals got intense, and part of me thought maybe starving it of attention would make it weaken. It didn't. When I finally had a quiet evening at home, my boyfriend, Theo, came over and we were cooking together. We were just talking like normal when he suddenly froze and stared toward the sunroom. His face went pale. He said he saw what looked like my grandmother standing there, but not really her. The posture was wrong. Too stiff, too straight, and the face looked warped somehow, like it was trying to arrange itself into someone familiar, but didn't fully understand how. A few seconds later, my real grandmother came back inside from her smoke break. So whatever he saw, it wasn't her. After that, I couldn't pretend it was nothing anymore. For about a week, things stayed quiet. Then one night, I was home alone again, and I heard scratching at my bedroom door. Slow, deliberate scratching. I knew nobody was there. I tried ignoring it, but it kept going. Eventually, I got up and hit the door hard with my palm just to make it stop. And it did. After that, I didn't hear much from it for nearly a month. Then last night happened. I went to bed early, and at first everything seemed fine. I had a dream that was strange, but not exactly scary. I was in the back kitchen of this little diner, cleaning with a teacher and a few friends from school. It felt long, like I was in there for ages, wiping counters and stacking dishes under bright fluorescent lights. But near the end, the mood changed. My teacher started acting cruel. Not just annoyed, but genuinely furious, like something had slipped behind her face and was using her anger as a mask. Then suddenly I was running home with my friends, completely out of breath. And then I woke up. The dream itself wasn't the worst thing. What scared me was how I felt when I opened my eyes. I had this awful, heavy feeling in my body. I recognized it, but it took me a while to place it. It was the exact feeling I've had after the worst nightmares of my life. Not normal bad dreams, but the kind that stay in your head for years and make your stomach turn when you remember them. I've only had a couple like that. But this time, I hadn't actually had the nightmare yet. It felt like one was waiting for me, like if I closed my eyes for even a second, I would drop straight into it. And then, I felt the mimic behind me. I didn't hear it. I didn't see it. But I knew it was there. Somehow that was worse. I stayed completely still and tried to ignore it. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw flashes of faces. Distorted ones. Too close. Too stretched out. I saw animals that looked almost real, except their proportions were wrong in this cartoonish, human way that made my skin crawl. At one point, I swear I felt something in my lap. When I looked down, or thought I did, there was this dog there with bare skin instead of fur, and a nose that was way too large for its face. I've never hallucinated before, not once. That's what scared me most. Last night made me realize ignoring this thing isn't making it leave. Cleansing the house didn't seem to remove it either. Every time I act like it isn't there, it feels like it gets bolder, stronger, more comfortable. And now it feels like it's not just trying to copy voices anymore. It feels like it's trying to get inside my head. I live just outside Nashville, in a quiet suburb near a man-made lake. It's not the kind of place where you expect anything strange to happen. Everything feels pretty ordinary out here. Peaceful even. So when this started, I honestly didn't know what to make of it. My apartment complex is small, but we have a decent-sized backyard behind the building. Past that, there's a storage facility, and my balcony overlooks most of it. I've lived in my second-floor apartment for almost 3 years, and for the longest time, nothing unusual ever happened. Then, about 6 months ago, things changed. It was right around the time my old dog passed away. I can't remember if it was a few days before or a few days after, but it was close enough that the timing still bothers me. One night, I was sitting out on my balcony when I heard someone calling a name from far off, somewhere toward the back of the storage facility near the neighborhood. At first, I thought somebody was looking for a lost pet. The voice had that kind of drawn-out, searching sound to it. But then it got closer, and once it was close enough for me to really hear it, I realized it was calling my dog's name. I'm not someone who panics easily. Even when something feels spooky, I try to stay grounded. I try not to give fear too much room. But in that moment, I got chills all over my body. I stood up, went inside as calmly as I could, and closed the balcony door behind me. Later that night, I was in the living room watching TV, trying to settle down for bed, when I heard it again. My bedroom window was open, and from where I was sitting, the voice sounded like it was coming from the backyard. At first, I thought it was calling my dog's name again, and I just froze on the couch. Then, suddenly, it sounded like the voice was right at my bedroom window. And this time, it called my child's name. I'm on the second floor. That's what made my stomach drop. There was no reason for anyone to sound that close to my window. I got up, walked to my room, shut the window, closed the blinds, turned off the light, and slept on the couch that night. A couple of months later, I was back out on the balcony during the day. I was talking to a guy I had been seeing at the time, sending voice notes back and forth. My neighbor was outside at the far end of the yard with her dog, Daisy. The conversation somehow turned to the paranormal, and he asked me if I'd ever experienced anything strange. I said, "Actually, yes, something happened pretty recently." And as I started telling him the story, I heard a voice from somewhere in the middle of the storage facility. At first, I ignored it, but then it sounded closer, like it had moved toward the property line near my side of the yard. And clear as day, I heard it call, "Daisy." That was my neighbor's dog's name. It was on the voice note. The microphone didn't catch it perfectly, but you can hear enough. You can hear the voice, and then you can hear me react and say something like, "There it is. It's calling my neighbor's dog. Can you hear that?" In the next recording, I stayed quiet for a bit, waiting to see if it would happen again. Nothing happened while I was silent, but the second I started talking again, you could faintly hear it in the background. Daisy. So that was my proof. At least I knew I wasn't imagining it. Still, I tried not to feed into it. I felt protected. I prayed. I set boundaries. I told myself that whatever was on that land, it didn't have permission to bother me or come near my home. And for a while, I just went on with my life. But last night was different. I was sitting on my balcony, relaxing, just about ready to go inside, when I heard a beagle barking somewhere in the neighborhood. Then I heard a woman's voice call out. I figured someone was calling their dog, because the barking stopped right after that. Then the voice called again. and again. By the third time, I realized it was getting closer. It was coming from the direction of the storage facility. As soon as I understood that, my heart sank. Then the voice called again, louder this time. It was calling my name. I froze. For a second, I tried to convince myself I had misheard it. I thought, no, surely that wasn't my name. Then it called again. It was definitely my name. The voice sounded like a normal woman's voice, but the feeling behind it was wrong. The tone was cold, almost mocking. There was something underneath it that felt cruel. Every hair on my arms stood up, my whole body filled with dread. And in that moment, I knew this wasn't just strange anymore. It felt real, and it did not feel good. I couldn't even pretend to stay calm. I got up, rushed inside, slammed the balcony door, turned off the lights, and called my best friend. I stayed on the phone with her for nearly 2 hours. We prayed. I sprinkled salt near the doors and windows. I said out loud that nothing was welcome in my home, nothing had permission to enter, and nothing was allowed to attach itself to me or my family. For a while, I could still feel it, that heavy presence, that awful pressure. But eventually, it faded. I did manage to sleep, but even now, every time I think about that voice saying my name, I get goosebumps. I'm just grateful I'm moving in a month. When I was 7 years old, my family used to take long walks across the moors almost every weekend. I grew up near Saddleworth Moor, so even as a child, I knew that place had a dark history. I was born in 1993, so this would have been around the year 2000. Back then, I hadn't really had anything paranormal happen to me, but I was always drawn to spooky things. Horror, gothic stories, ghosts, anything strange or eerie. I also used to have dreams that felt like they came true later. Little moments, conversations, actions. Then when they happened in real life, I'd get this awful déjà vu. Around that same time, I was also having sleep paralysis almost every night, though thankfully that stopped when I got older. That day on the moors, we were out walking with our dogs like usual. No real plan, just wandering as a family. My Great Dane, Maverick, suddenly ran off, and I chased after him. When I went around this grassy mound, everything changed. There was a house there, or maybe it was more like an old stone barn. It looked ancient, rough, and weather-worn, with a big, twisted tree standing beside it. Maverick immediately started panicking. He was pulling at me, whining, trying to drag me away, but I couldn't move back. I felt like I was being pulled toward the building. I could hear voices. Some sounded like they were inside. Others sounded like they were outside, drifting through the air. When I reached the barn door, everything stopped. The wind, the birds, all of it. Maverick was crying beside me, and at one point he bit my hand hard enough to draw blood. He had never bitten me before. He was a gentle dog, the kind that worried if I tripped while playing. But I didn't even feel it when it happened. I opened the door. Inside, it looked empty, but I could hear this slow, rhythmic creaking. Maverick refused to come in. He paced outside like something was blocking him. Then I heard a whisper from the darkness. It said my name. My whole body froze. I couldn't breathe. It felt like I was being squeezed from every direction. The voice told me to turn around, and even though I didn't want to, I did. At first, there was nothing there, just darkness and that creaking sound. Then something gently lifted my chin, like a hand under my jaw, and I saw them. Women hanging from the beams. There must have been 20 of them, all different ages, young and old, all wearing white nightgowns. They were swaying, even though there was no wind. Then the voices started again, but this time, they were inside my head. Some were screaming for help. Some said, "Join us." Others said, "You did this to us." Then whatever was holding me let go. I fell backward and hit the floor. I could breathe again. I ran for the door, but just as I reached it, a deeper voice spoke behind me. It said, "I'll see you soon, child." I ran as fast as I could, with Maverick right beside me. When I came around the mound again, I ran straight into my parents. Only now there were other people there too. Walkers, dogs, police officers. My dad grabbed me and just held on to me. He kept asking where I'd been, why I hadn't answered, why I hadn't come back. I was so confused because to me, only a few minutes had passed. But the sky was darker. It was almost evening. My dad told me I'd been missing for hours. I said I'd been at the house with the big tree. Everyone looked confused because there was no house there. There never had been. I've checked records since then, old maps, even library archives. Nothing. No house, no barn, no plans to build one. A few police officers went to look, but they came back saying there was nothing there. Then my dad noticed my hand was bleeding, and we went to the hospital. After that, nothing dramatic happened for a while. No hauntings, no voices. But I kept dreaming about the house, and I always had this feeling that I wasn't alone. Not exactly in danger, but not safe either. 2 years later, something happened at home. At the time, it was me, my mom, my dad, and my older sister. My sister and I had a terrible relationship. She hated me from when I was little, and as we got older, it became more than name-calling. She could be cruel and sometimes violent. My parents worked long hours, so they didn't always know how bad it was. One day, my sister told me she could hear a hurt cat in the attic. I loved animals, especially cats, and she knew I'd go looking. The attic could only be opened from the outside with pull-down stairs. I went up, and she promised she'd hold the stairs in place. There was a light cord near the entrance, but when I pulled it, nothing happened. I could still see a little from the hallway light, so I crawled forward, calling for the cat. Then the attic door slammed shut. My sister laughed from below and told me to have fun with the spiders. I screamed. I cried. I begged her to let me out. She didn't. After a while, I felt it again. The thing from the barn. It felt like it was sitting behind me, close, but not touching. I curled up on the floor, terrified, and then I felt a hand stroking my hair. It was warm, not cold, not ghostly. It felt real. It didn't speak. It just stayed there with me, gently stroking my hair until my mom came home hours later and got me out. Nobody believed me about what had happened. I was grounded instead. But that whole week, my sister started having nightmares. Every night, she screamed that something was pulling her out of bed. No one knew why it was only happening to her. But I knew. I felt like it was protecting me. After that, the presence stayed. I never saw a face. It was more like a shadow or a feeling. I started talking to it. I didn't have many friends, and in a strange way, it became comforting. It listened. It was just there. Years later, when I was in high school, my mom and I moved to the Netherlands. My home life was still difficult, but by then it was just the two of us. One day, there was a school charity event with stalls, crafts, raffles, and little spiritual booths. One of them offered aura photography. I was very into witchy, gothic, afterlife things, so of course I wanted to try it. The woman running the booth was older, Chinese, and very kind. She took my picture, but as soon as she saw it, her expression changed. She brought me to a quieter area and showed me the photo. One side of the image was full of red, purple, and a little yellow. The other side was black, completely black. And in that blackness, there was the shape of a person with a hand on my right shoulder. She asked if I knew what it was. I told her everything. She said it wasn't trying to hurt me, but it was using me. She said it wanted to hurt others through me, like I was a doorway or a battery. It was helping me bottle up everything I felt, every hurt, every fear, every bit of anger. And one day, when I couldn't hold it anymore, it would release itself and move on. I was numb. I thanked her and left. As I was walking away, a younger woman came over and asked if I wanted a reading. I told her the older woman had already given me one. She looked shocked and asked if I spoke Cantonese. I said no. She told me her mother didn't speak Dutch or English, only Cantonese. I burned the photo when I got home. The last encounter happened in a dream when I was in my late 20s. My sleep paralysis had started coming back, not every night, but a few times a month. One night, after an episode, I dreamed I was in an old chicken barn. It wasn't being used anymore. I was with 3 other children, and we were sitting around a Ouija board, laughing and asking silly questions. We asked, "Is anyone here?" The planchette moved to yes. We asked, "What's your name?" It spelled Sarah. Then we asked, "Why are you here?" It spelled danger. We asked, "Who's in danger?" It answered, "You." Then it started spelling one word over and over. Run, run, run. Even when we let go, it kept moving. We all ran. Behind us, the light bulbs exploded one by one. We got to the house, and my mom came outside furious, yelling because she had told us never to mess with a Ouija board. There was banging coming from inside the barn, like something was tearing it apart. Then my mom grabbed a petrol can, poured fuel around the barn, especially by the door, and set it on fire with matches and oily rags. When I woke up, my heart was racing. It felt real, too real. I told my mom about it, and at first she said I had never played with a Ouija board. But the more I described, the quieter she got. I told her there had been another boy and girl there. I told her about the lights exploding. I described what the adult had been wearing when they came out of the house: old jeans, suspenders, and green boots. My mom went pale. Then she said, "That wasn't you. That didn't happen to you. It happened to me." She told me that when she was a child, she and her siblings had played with a Ouija board in an old barn. Every detail matched, even things I hadn't told her yet. Then she said the person who came out of the house wasn't her. It was her father. I never met my grandfather. He died before I was born, and my mom never kept pictures of him or talked about him. But suddenly I could see his face in my mind. I described him to her, and all the color drained from her face. She left the room and never spoke to me about it again. I'm 32 now, and since that day, she still changes the subject whenever I bring it up. And that night, the presence left. I felt it go. It stroked my hair one last time, the way it had when I was a child trapped in the attic. Then it was gone. Something brought this memory back recently, and honestly, it still sits strangely with me. For a bit of context, I've always had a really strong memory. I can remember little flashes from when I was around 2 or 3 years old, and there are childhood events I can describe in more detail than my parents can. I grew up in Syria, and we moved to England when I was 7. When I was little, I apparently had this childhood friend named Kekamari. My parents used to bring him up all the time. It became this running joke in the family. They'd say things like, "Ask Kekamari," or "Where's Kekamari?" or "Is he coming with us?" Sometimes they'd even tease me and say, "She's going to grow up and marry him." And because they mentioned him so often, I didn't really question it as a child. It just became part of the background noise of my life. But the strange thing is, I never actually knew who Kekamari was. I understood, eventually, that he was supposed to be my imaginary friend, but I don't remember him. I don't remember talking to him. I don't remember playing with him. I don't remember telling anyone about him. And that's what bothers me. According to my parents and my grandmother, up until the time we left Syria, I talked about him constantly. They say I played with him, told stories about the things we did together, and mentioned him almost every day. But in my own memory, there's just this empty space where he should be. And I know how that sounds. Kids forget things. Childhood memories are strange and patchy. But I really do remember so much from that time. I remember rooms, conversations, smells, routines, small incidents nobody else even thinks about anymore. So if Kekamari was truly such a huge part of my childhood, I feel like I should remember at least one moment with him. My parents always assumed he must have been some character from a cartoon I liked, but that never made much sense to me. I remember the cartoons I watched, SpongeBob, Tom and Jerry, and a few Arabic children's shows, mostly with animals. I don't remember any cartoon with a grown man named anything like Kekamari. I've tried searching the name before, but nothing comes up. My family has no idea where I could have gotten it from either. The reason I wonder if there was something more to it is because there were other strange things I remember from that part of my childhood. Sometimes, I felt almost compelled to do things. One memory that still makes me uncomfortable is from when I wrapped a piece of string tightly around a cushion. I put my finger between the string and the cushion, then pulled and cut it, slicing part of my finger in the process. The strange part is that I knew exactly what was going to happen while I was doing it. I wasn't confused. I wasn't too young to understand. I knew it would hurt me, but I kept going anyway. It felt less like I was choosing to do it, and more like I was watching through someone else's eyes. There were other moments like that too. I would do something careless or harmful while fully understanding the outcome, but I wouldn't stop. I'd hide things from my parents or my grandmother for no clear reason. If I spilled something or hurt myself, instead of asking for help, I'd try to cover it up in ways that made everything worse. I knew I wouldn't be in serious trouble if I just told someone, but it felt like I was supposed to hide it. I also apparently had dreams about Kekamari. Back then, I slept beside my grandmother, and she told me I would talk in my sleep whenever I dreamed about him. She would wake me up sometimes, laughing gently because of whatever I had said, but I never remembered the dreams. What's odd is that I didn't sleep talk about anything else, only him. I know I was an unusual child in some ways. I could be difficult, moody, even mean sometimes. And growing up in Syria during war probably shaped a lot of things I still don't fully understand. For a long time, I blamed many of my childhood oddities on stress, fear, and the environment around me. But this part still feels different. I can't explain why I have no memory of someone I supposedly talked about every single day. My parents and grandmother wouldn't invent something like that. They had similar family jokes with my younger sister too, like teasing her about a character she was obsessed with from a children's show. So I don't think they made Kekamari up. What unsettles me most is that they say I never mentioned him again after we left Syria. And that feels backwards to me. You would think that moving to a completely different country, where I didn't know the language and didn't have friends yet, would make me cling to an imaginary friend even more. But according to my family, the moment we left that apartment, Kekamari disappeared from my life completely. No more stories, no more games, no more sleep talking, nothing. It wasn't like he was from a show I stopped watching. It wasn't like a toy I lost. He just vanished. And I don't remember losing him. I don't remember having him at all. That's the part I can't let go of. I don't even need a dramatic answer. I just want to understand why something that was apparently such a big part of my childhood is completely missing from my own memory. When I was little, maybe 6 or 7 years old, around that age, I was living in London with my mom and my sister. We had this 2-floor house. Downstairs was the kitchen and living room, and upstairs there were 3 bedrooms and a balcony. It was just a normal family home, nothing strange about it most of the time. One day, my mom said she was going upstairs to hang the laundry out on the balcony. She asked me if I wanted to come up as well, because the PlayStation was in my brother's room. I said yes straight away, because at that age, that was all I needed to hear. So we went upstairs. My mom went out to the balcony with the laundry, and I went straight into my brother's room. His room faced the hallway, and I remember sitting on the bed, turning on the old box TV, and loading up GTA San Andreas like it was any other day. After a little while, my mom finished hanging the clothes and told me she was going back downstairs. I said I'd stay up there and keep playing. I must have played for maybe 5 or 10 minutes, not long at all. But then I got this feeling. You know when the whole room suddenly feels different, even though nothing has changed? It felt like I was being watched. Just this heavy, horrible feeling came over me. I couldn't explain it, but it scared me enough that I turned off the TV and decided to go downstairs. The stairway was dark, and when I was young, I used to go down slowly, one step at a time. I was halfway down when, out of nowhere, something behind me screamed. Not a normal scream. It sounded deep and horrible, almost like a monster. I screamed too. I spun around, and at the top of the stairs, I saw this dark figure. It was tall, wide, and just standing there. The only way I can describe it is that it reminded me of the Grim Reaper, but bigger and darker. I completely panicked. I rushed down the stairs as fast as I could, screaming for my mom. My mom and sister came running over, asking what happened and looking around like they thought someone had broken into the house. But I didn't tell them what I really saw. At the top of the stairs, there was this little storage door, and I was terrified that whatever I saw had gone in there. I couldn't even bring myself to say it out loud. After that day, I changed. I didn't like being alone. I needed someone to walk with me to the toilet and wait for me. I started sleeping with my mom because I was too scared to sleep by myself. I'm 26 now, and honestly, even all these years later, I still get scared sometimes when I'm alone. When I leave my room, I still find myself rushing down the stairs, trying not to look around too much. I never saw that thing again, but that one moment stayed with me. And there was another strange thing that happened when I was younger. One time, my mom's friend came to stay over. I'll call her Amina. She was sleeping in my bed in the same room as my mom because my dad was out working. I was probably even younger at the time because I still remember drinking milk from a bottle at night. One night, I woke up and saw a man standing in the doorway. He looked human, but I knew I didn't recognize him. I got scared and pulled the covers over my head. I stayed like that for a few minutes, hoping he would just disappear. Then I slowly pulled the covers down and asked him who he was. He answered calmly and said, "I'm here for her." He meant Amina. I asked him his name and he told me, but I can't remember what it was now. A few minutes later, I somehow fell back asleep. The next morning, I asked Amina if she knew anyone who looked like the man I saw. She said no. She had no idea who I was talking about. The strange part is, I saw him for 2 nights in a row. Then after that, he was gone. I've read a lot of stories since then, and honestly, I do believe children can see things adults can't. Maybe it's because they're innocent, or maybe they're just more open to things we learn to block out as we get older. Either way, this world is a lot stranger than people think. I've had nightmares ever since I was little. Not all the time, but often enough that some of them stayed with me for years. They were so vivid that I could still remember the rooms, the faces, even the feeling I had when I woke up. As I got older, though, dreaming became something I was almost fascinated by. I started writing my dreams down in a journal whenever I could. I'd record every little detail I remembered, places changing in strange ways, people I knew, people I didn't know, and sometimes loved ones who had already passed on. Then, in 2023, I went through about a month of experiences that felt completely different from anything I had ever dealt with before. I know this might sound hard to believe, and honestly, that's one of the reasons I don't talk about it much. But it still sits with me. I've wondered so many times whether the figures I saw in my dreams were really gone, or if something was still lingering around me somehow. I think part of that comes from how my parents and grandparents viewed spiritual things. There's something personal I need to mention because it connects to what happened. I don't love talking about it, but I think it matters. I'm a woman, and at times I've struggled with lust, mostly by myself. I've always cared about protecting my peace and my body, so I usually chose to focus on myself instead of getting involved with someone and risking more than I was ready for. One night, I went to sleep like usual. Around 3 a.m., I woke up because my hand was burning. It was the same hand I had used earlier. When I looked down, there were a few small scratches near my wrist. They weren't deep or dramatic, but they were there, and I couldn't explain them. A few days later, something else happened. I had a dream that I was inside a small corner store. There were people arguing, pushing, and shouting over something I didn't understand. I remember standing there feeling completely confused, like I had walked into the middle of something I wasn't supposed to see. There was blood on the floor, and one by one, people started leaving. The last one to leave was this dark figure. It looked like a person, but not fully. It was completely black, almost like a shadow wearing clothes. It had on a dark hoodie, tight black pants, and black shoes, but there was no face, no features, nothing, just darkness. My grandparents would have called something like that a demon. As that figure walked out, these angelic-looking babies appeared near my feet. They kept asking me, over and over, "Are you okay?" Their voices sounded gentle, but I couldn't answer them. I couldn't speak. I couldn't really move or communicate. Then, all at once, they changed. Those sweet-looking babies turned into something demonic. Right after that, I slipped into sleep paralysis. I had experienced sleep paralysis before, but never like this. This time, it felt like someone was on top of me, pinning both of my arms down. The only thing I could move was my pinky finger, and I remember feeling that tiny movement so clearly because everything else was frozen. I was struggling to breathe. Something about it felt wrong in a way I still don't like describing. Then suddenly, I woke up, and it felt like a heavy weight had just been lifted off my body. That morning, there was a black moth on my wall. Later that day, hundreds of crows gathered in my yard. Maybe someone else would call it coincidence, but after everything I had felt and seen, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't just a dream. After that, I started having more dreams where the shadow figure would appear. It wouldn't always do anything. Sometimes it would just stand there and stare at me while the rest of the dream continued around it, like it wasn't part of the dream, but had stepped into it anyway. Another thing happened around that time that I still remember clearly. A relative of mine, Talia, had brought home a flannel jacket from a thrift store. She left it out for most of the day, and eventually it ended up staying at my house. Not long after that, I fell back into the same personal habit again, and that night I had sleep paralysis. This time, when I looked to my right, I saw the shadow man standing there. But he was wearing that flannel jacket. He wasn't moving. He wasn't speaking. He was just standing there, watching me. A few days later, I took a quick nap in my room. Out of nowhere, I felt like my body was lifting, almost as if something was trying to pull me out of myself. It felt like my soul was being tugged upward. I snapped awake right away, sat up, and had to catch my breath. Even now, I still think about all of it. The memories come and go. These days, my dreams are mostly normal again, and I still write them down whenever I can before getting on with my day. But those two experiences have never fully left me. I've always wanted to understand what they meant, or why they happened the way they did. I'm 7 months pregnant, and my husband and I recently moved back in with my mom while we save up for a place of our own. And honestly, I hate being back in this house. It has always had this strange feeling to it. Even when I was younger, I never felt completely comfortable here. The people who lived here before my family had a bunch of cats over the years, and they buried every single one of them in the backyard. When they finally moved out, they even asked my parents if they could bury their last cat there too, so it could be with the others. My parents said yes. Since then, we've added our own pets back there too. A couple of my birds, a few family cats, and, more recently, my mom's 2 big old dogs. So at this point, the backyard doesn't really feel like a yard anymore. It feels like a tiny, private pet cemetery sitting just behind the house. And that's not the only thing. The house has had 2 fires in the last couple of decades. During the first one, some of the previous owner's cats didn't make it, which just makes the whole history of the place feel heavier. My mom also used to buy abandoned storage units, and once she accidentally brought home an urn without realizing it. That always stuck with me, because who accidentally brings home something like that? When I was younger, I used to spend time walking around an old cemetery near us too. I know that sounds strange, but I did. And every now and then, after I came home, things in the house would seem more active. I used to scare myself thinking something had followed me back. Now I'm grown, married, and pregnant, and I keep trying to tell myself I'm being rational, that this is temporary, that I'm just stressed, that my body is tired, my hormones are everywhere, and maybe I'm dehydrated or anxious. But the basement is where it gets bad. Most of my husband Evan's and my things are stored down there, so I have to go down sometimes. Every time I do, I feel this awful pressure in my chest, like I'm not alone. Lately, I've started seeing things out of the corner of my eye. Dark shapes, people-shaped shadows. And the part that really gets me is that when I turn to look, it almost seems like they duck down behind furniture or boxes. A few days ago, I thought I saw something pale crouched behind the rocking chair we got for the baby. It looked like a person in a white robe, folded low to the ground, just watching. I keep trying to brush it off, but I've seen things before that behaved like this. Years ago, I had an experience somewhere else that I can only describe as demonic. I wish I could say I was imagining it, but other people saw and felt things too. It got bad enough that several pastors came out to bless the property. So now, when I see something crouching behind my baby's rocking chair, I don't exactly feel comforted by the idea that it might just be my eyes playing tricks on me. The worst part is that I don't even like talking about it, because whenever I talk about these things, it feels like it gives them attention, like it makes everything louder. But I'm not the only one who has noticed things in this house. One time, I heard what sounded exactly like my younger brother coming home. I heard the door open and close, heard him call out like he always did. But he was still at school. When I first moved back in, my mom told me she kept hearing my brother moving around in his room late at night, making noise like he was awake and messing with things. But when she'd go check, the room would be empty. He wouldn't even be home. She's also heard the dog gates opening and closing by themselves. She's heard footsteps moving through the house. She's heard what sounds like someone using the back door when nobody is there. She actually had the house blessed before I moved back in, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like it helped. And now I'm scared that being pregnant is making me more aware of whatever this is. Or maybe I'm more vulnerable somehow. I keep thinking about what it's going to be like after the baby is born, when I'm exhausted and alone at odd hours, feeding the baby in the dark. I don't want to live in fear. I don't want to give whatever this is more power in my mind. But I also don't want to ignore something that feels wrong, especially when it feels like it's getting closer to me and my baby. I don't know if I should sage the house every week, pray, cleanse the basement, have someone come bless it again, or just refuse to go down there. All I know is that something about this house feels deeply off. And whatever is here, I want it away from me. I want it away from my baby. I've carried this for years, and saying it out loud still feels strange. It feels like once I share it, something becomes permanent. It means the name I write under, Tom Callan, has to stay separate from the person I really am. It means my real face can never be tied to this, or to the writing I care about most. And I know that probably sounds dramatic. Maybe it is. But I've spent so long trying to put this 1 week away somewhere quiet, somewhere sealed. I was 8 years old when it happened, and even now, at 25, there are days when it still finds me. I've thought about telling this story for a couple of years, not because I wanted attention, not because I wanted to reopen anyone else's wounds. There is a family attached to this, a real family, and I know they've suffered in ways I can't fully understand. But I was there too. Not at the center of it, no, I know that, but close enough that it left fingerprints on me. So I'm going to tell it as clearly as I can. This didn't start with the bird. It didn't even start in my garage. It started with 2 brothers I knew when I was little. I'll call the younger one Aiden, and the older one Jonah. Jonah was about 10. I was 8. Aiden was 6, maybe 6.5. I was technically friends with both of them, but mostly I spent time with Jonah. At that age, being accepted by an older kid felt like being handed a secret key. I wanted to keep that friendship. But I cared about Aiden too. Aiden had special needs. I don't remember the exact diagnosis, and honestly, it doesn't matter here. What I remember is that he made sounds, sudden little bursts and whistles, and sometimes people lost patience with him. I did too, sometimes. That part still hurts, because if I met him now, I would be kinder. I would sit with him. I would let him make every sound he needed to make. I wouldn't rush him. I wouldn't get annoyed. Jonah and I used to play Xbox together all the time. I haven't touched one since. A lot of afternoons at their house went the same way. Jonah and I would play games, or mess around with his dad's old typewriter, pretending we were writing important stories. Aiden would come over and stand right in front of the TV, bumping his fists together, making one of his little sounds. That usually meant he wanted us to stop and play hide and seek. Jonah hated playing with him. He didn't have the patience for it. But I usually played. And Aiden loved it. He always wanted to hide. He always wanted me to seek. He wasn't very good at staying quiet, but hide and seek was the closest I ever saw him come to controlling those sounds. He would try so hard. Every now and then, from behind a curtain or inside a closet, I'd hear that small little whistle. Almost like tweet tweet. That sound is the part that stayed. One month, Jonah and Aiden were grounded. I was told they'd been getting into trouble, so they couldn't have friends over. Then, not long after that, Aiden went missing. I wish I remembered who told me. I wish I remembered the exact words, or whether someone sat me down gently. But I don't. I only remember understanding that the world had changed. Aiden was gone. The next thing I learned was that he had disappeared while playing hide and seek with Jonah. I don't think I knew what to do with that information. I was 8. My mind didn't know how to hold something that heavy, so it just didn't. I remember feeling sad, but also still doing normal kid things because kids do that. They make little projects. They ask strange questions. They wait for grown-ups to fix the world. During that week, I spent a lot of time in our garage. It was big, with several doors and shelves packed with tools, boxes, toys, and old things nobody used anymore. I liked building useless little inventions in there. Plastic bottles taped together, cardboard pieces glued into shapes, things that felt important to me for an afternoon and then became trash. One evening, I was out there when one of my stepsisters told me to shut the garage and get ready for bed. She said if I didn't, she'd tell my dad when he got home. I reached up for the garage door button. It was high enough that I had to stretch, and while my arm was raised, I heard something crash behind me. It sounded like plastic hitting something hard. Not the concrete floor, though. I knew what that sounded like. This was different. Hollow, but heavy. Sharp, but muffled. I spun around, terrified. Then I heard a bird chirp. At least, that's what I thought it was. I couldn't see anything. The garage was too cluttered, and I was too short to see over half of it anyway. For all I knew, a toy had fallen behind a shelf. But I ran inside and didn't go back out that night. Later that week, I overheard my dad talking. He said Aiden and Jonah's parents wouldn't let the police search the house. Even as a kid, that felt wrong. Everyone was searching the hills and the roads and the open areas nearby. Neighbors were out looking. Adults were whispering. People were scared. But the one place the police hadn't searched was the house. Their parents said they'd already checked it themselves. My dad didn't like that. I remember that clearly. By the third day, the excitement and confusion had worn off, and I was just scared. I remember lying in bed crying. My dad came in and asked what was wrong. I tried to look at him, but everything was blurry from crying. All I could say was, Aiden isn't good at hide and seek. And then I broke. Because I think some part of me was starting to understand that Aiden might not be hiding. Maybe he never had been. The next day, I went back into the garage. It was daytime. 2 of the doors were open and light was coming in. I was gluing soda bottles onto an old backpack, pretending I was making some kind of flamethrower. For a little while, I almost felt normal. Then I heard it again. That little sound. Tweet, tweet. Only this time, I didn't think it was a bird. I knew that sound. It was Aiden's sound. The one he made when he wanted us to play. The one he made when he was hiding and trying so hard to stay quiet. I ran inside. I didn't want to be alone anymore, so I asked my older stepsisters if they thought Aiden would still let me hang out with Jonah when he came back. I know now how awful that question must have sounded. But I was 8. I didn't understand timing. I didn't understand grief. I just wanted my friends back. My stepsisters understood enough to be cruel about it. They yelled at me. One of them called me selfish. The younger one slapped me across the face and told me to go clean my room, or she'd tell my dad, and he'd get the belt. So I ran upstairs crying, and they told me not to make noise. That night, I fell asleep fast, the way kids do after crying too hard. But I woke up terrified. I don't know if I saw a shadow, or dreamed something, or just felt afraid. All I remember is standing there in my room with panic buzzing through my whole body. And then I had this thought. Maybe the bird in the garage wasn't a bird. Maybe it was Aiden. Maybe he was making those little sounds because he wanted me to find him. Maybe he had been giving me hints the whole time, and I had been too scared to look. It sounds impossible now, I know that. But at 8 years old, it made sense to me. The garage wasn't far from my room, but nighttime made everything feel huge. Back then, I was so afraid of leaving my room in the dark that sometimes I wet the bed instead of walking to the bathroom. So going to the garage was not easy. But I put on a sweater over my pajamas and went. The door shut behind me. I turned on the light and started walking around, whispering Aiden's name. Then I heard it. Tweet. Not like a bird, not anymore. It sounded exactly like him. It came from between two shelves. I remember feeling this horrible little spark of hope, like maybe I was about to find him. Maybe I would be the one. Maybe everything would be fixed. I stepped closer, and then came that same crash. Plastic against something hard. Loud enough to make my whole body jump, but still not loud enough to be the concrete floor. I panicked and ran to open the garage door for more light. That was a mistake. My father burst in with a revolver in his hand, screaming at me, asking what the hell I was doing. I was too scared to tell the truth, so I said, I don't know. That made him furious. He made me get his belt, and he beat me until he was tired. I cried so hard I could barely breathe. I remember thinking, through all of it, that I had only been trying to find Aiden. Aiden was found later that week. Not by me. He was found buried under a pear tree in his own backyard. What people said afterward was that Jonah and Aiden had fought. Something about the Xbox, though that never made sense to me. Aiden didn't care about the Xbox. But Jonah had hit him with it. Hit him hard enough, and more than once. The tree hid the smell from the search dogs for a while. I don't know if that was luck or if someone older knew what they were doing. I don't know. I've wondered for years, but wondering doesn't give answers. It just digs little holes in your chest. Jonah served time. He got out not long after I finished high school. I think about him sometimes. I think about Aiden more. I've never reached out, and I never will. I know my memories of that week aren't the main tragedy. I know the real horror is what happened to Aiden. But what I lived through was real too. The fear was real. The sounds were real to me. The guilt was real. And I think I've been carrying this because some small part of me is still 8 years old, standing in that garage, listening for a little boy who used to hide badly on purpose. I thought there was a bird trapped in there. But really, I think I was the one trapped. And I'm hoping that by finally saying this out loud, I can open the door. A few years ago, I moved into the place I live in now, and while I was still getting everything sorted before the house was fully ready, I started noticing strange things around the property. At first, I thought maybe it was some kind of animal. Something heavy had damaged part of the fencing. A few things outside had been shifted around. Nothing huge, nothing dramatic enough to make me panic, but definitely enough to make me stop and think. Okay, what did that? The strange part is, where I live, we don't really have large wild animals wandering around. No bears, no big predators, nothing that would reasonably explain it. Then, around the time my house was finally ready to move into properly, the empty plot next to mine was bought. The new owner put up a metal fence along the border, and after that, everything just stopped. No more broken fencing, no more odd noises, no more things being moved. So I let it go. Now, fast forward about 3 years. I live alone and I've got a full-time office job. My evenings are pretty simple. I come home, make dinner, work out, and maybe once or twice a week, I go outside to unwind. I'll sit at the very back of my yard, have a drink, maybe smoke a cigar, and watch a downloaded YouTube video on my phone. It sounds boring, but honestly, I like it. It's quiet back there, peaceful, just me, the dark, and the trees. For a few weeks, everything was normal. Then one night, as I was getting ready to head back inside, I pointed my flashlight toward the far end of the yard and saw eyes staring back at me. They were low to the ground, reflecting the light. At first, I froze. Then I tried to make sense of it. Cats are common around here, so are stone martens, but the eyes were too far apart for either of those, so I told myself it was probably a fox. I couldn't see the body clearly, but that explanation felt reasonable enough. The next time I sat outside, I saw it again. Same place, same reflective eyes. This time I stood up and tried to move a little closer, but the thing bolted through the bushes before I could properly see it. It was fast. Too fast for me to get a good look. The third time, I was ready. Or at least I thought I was. I took a picture with my phone, but it was from too far away, and the image came out blurry. You can kind of see something there, but not enough to say what it is. Those 3 encounters happened over about 2 weeks. Then came the 4th one. This was just last week. The weather had finally warmed up, so I was sitting outside again, cooling off after work. I had a drink with me, a thin jacket on, and I was watching some random gaming video. It was one of those bright nights where the sky is clear enough that you can almost walk around without a flashlight. And then I noticed something. Not directly, more like my brain suddenly grabbed me by the collar and said, "Look over there." There was a dark shape on the grass near the back of the yard. At first, it looked like a big dog lying down. I just sat there, staring at it. My whole body went cold. Slowly, I reached for my flashlight and turned it toward the shape. When I switched it on, I saw those same eyes, glowing, reflecting right back at me. And then it stood up, on 2 legs. I don't know how else to explain it. It was like a person lying flat on their stomach suddenly pushed themselves up and stood there, wearing something completely black. A bodysuit almost. And the whole time, it was looking straight into my flashlight. It was tall too. I'm around 175 centimeters, and whatever this was, it seemed nearly eye level with me. That was enough. I ran. I didn't think. I didn't yell. I just got up and sprinted back into the house, locked the door, and called the police. I told them there might be some strange man in my backyard, maybe a homeless guy, maybe someone trying to mess with me. I didn't know what else to say. Thankfully, it didn't chase me. Whatever it was, it just let me go. The police told me to stay inside and said they would check it out. As far as I know, they never actually did. I barely slept that night. All I could think about was every other time I had seen those eyes. Every time I stood there calmly, convincing myself it was a fox or some harmless animal in the bushes. The next morning, I checked the yard. Nothing. No footprints that I could see. No damage to the fence. No sign that anyone had tried to get into the house. Everything looked completely normal, which somehow made it feel worse. For a few days, I tried to just move on. Then I was telling the story to a couple of friends, and while I was explaining it out loud, a thought hit me. Do human eyes even reflect light like animal eyes do? I looked it up. They don't. Not like that. And that honestly made my stomach drop. So now I don't sit outside at night anymore. My quiet little routine has moved indoors, where the walls feel a lot friendlier than the trees. Sometimes I look out the window after dark, but I haven't seen anything since. I did finally set up a wildlife camera near the back of the yard, but so far, it hasn't caught anything useful. My mind keeps trying to turn it into something normal. A prank, a person in a costume, some animal I misread in the dark. But I know what I saw when that flashlight hit it, and I still don't know what was standing in my backyard that night. I know this is going to sound strange, and honestly, part of me still feels odd saying it out loud. But there's been something around us for years now, and every time we think it's gone quiet, it seems to make itself known again. It started back when my partner was living with a friend of his. Years before I knew him, this friend had apparently tried to summon something to impress a girl he was dating. He never properly closed whatever he thought he opened, which, yes, was wildly foolish. I told him that myself. At first, it was almost easy to laugh off. Whenever my partner and I would sit in the lounge watching TV, we'd both catch something out of the corner of our eyes. It would peek out from the hallway near his friend's study, just for a second. But the moment either of us turned to look straight at it, it was gone. It looked tall, maybe 6 feet. Just this dark, narrow figure leaning out slightly, watching us. It happened enough that we stopped pretending it was nothing, but because it never actually came closer or did anything, we gave it a stupid little nickname. We called it the peekaboo. It felt curious more than dangerous back then. Then my partner moved in with me and my parents. He was dealing with chronic pain and illness, and with the cost of everything going up, it just made sense for him to stay with us. For a while, everything was peaceful. Then one night, we were looking after our old senior dog, who has since passed. He was a gentle old boy. He barely ever barked unless he truly thought something was wrong or he was playing. He didn't bark at people walking past, or cats, or other dogs. But that night, he stood facing the backyard, staring toward the clothesline. The fur along his back raised, and he started growling, then barking. My partner and I both felt this awful drop in our stomachs. We looked at each other, and without really needing to say it, we both had the same thought. Had it followed us? The next thing happened while my dad was home alone in the living room. He was sitting on the couch, watching TV and eating lunch. He noticed something out of the corner of his eye, but he ignored it at first. Then he realized it was still there. When he finally looked properly, he saw one of our heavy wooden dining chairs tipped up on its back legs. There was a full pack of bottled water sitting on it, and somehow, the chair was leaning backward toward the window. No one was touching it. As soon as he understood what he was seeing, the chair slammed backward, hard. It hit the windowsill and broke a couple of my mom's plant pots. My partner and I heard the crash from my room and ran out. My dad was standing there, completely pale, wide-eyed, pointing at the chair and the broken pots. When he told us what happened, my partner and I looked at each other and said, almost at the same time, "The peekaboo." Another time, my brother and his wife stayed over for a weekend. My brother is not spiritual at all. He's very logical, very science-minded, and normally he'd be the first person to search for a practical explanation. But on their last night here, he had what seemed like sleep paralysis. He'd never experienced it before, and he hasn't had it happen since. He said he woke up and saw a tall, shadowy figure standing in the doorway. Around 6 feet, shaped like a man, and strangely enough, he said it looked like it was wearing old-fashioned Victorian clothing. He couldn't move. He could only stare and blink. By the fourth blink, it was gone. The next morning, he came straight to me, shaken in a way I'd never seen before. He told me everything and asked me to cleanse both him and his wife before they left. I do practice witchcraft, so of course I did it for him. But what unsettled me most was how sincerely frightened he was. He truly believed what he saw was spiritual. Then, earlier this year, my partner had something similar happen, except he could move and speak. He woke up because he felt like someone was staring at him. When he opened his eyes, he saw a tall black figure standing at the end of our bed. He screamed, and that woke me up. I didn't see it myself because I had been dead asleep, but he was terrified. And now, over the last 3 nights, something else has started happening. We have a puppy now, about 6 months old. He's sweet, playful, and usually quiet, very much like our old senior dog. He doesn't bark unless he thinks something is wrong, or sometimes when he's excited and playing. But for the past 3 nights, when we've taken him outside to go to the toilet, the hair on the back of his neck stands up. He freezes, growls, and starts barking toward the exact same spot our old dog used to bark at. The clothesline. Tonight, I turned on my phone torch and shone it over there. There was nothing. No person, no animal, nothing moving at all. After a little while, the puppy calmed down and ran back over to me, and we went inside. The strange thing is, these events aren't happening back to back. They're spread out across years and months. Long enough that I almost convince myself it's over, and then something happens again. I don't know what this is, but whatever it is, it feels like it has stayed curious about us for a very long time. I work with quantum clarity hypnosis, where people enter a deep trance and begin remembering other lives, speaking with their higher selves, guides, and the quieter wisdom beneath the noise of everyday life. And every now and then, something comes through that makes me pause. Something that gently turns the whole room inside out. This is one of those stories. Let me tell you about Marina. In another life, Marina remembered being a woman named Sella. Sella grew up in a home that never really felt peaceful. Her parents argued constantly. The walls seemed to hold tension, and even as a child, she learned to stay quiet, to disappear into herself, to listen for danger before she listened for love. When she was 16, she left. She packed a few clothes, a notebook, and the little cash she had saved, then boarded a bus heading west. She did not have much of a plan. She just knew she could not stay where she was. Eventually, she ended up in a small desert town, somewhere with red earth, wide skies, and evenings that felt almost holy. It reminded me of places like Sedona, where the land itself seems to breathe slowly. There, she met an older man who became almost like a father to her. He did not rescue her exactly, but he gave her steadiness. He helped her find work, find shelter, and, little by little, find herself. Sella became part of a spiritual community. At first, she attended classes. Then she began helping. Then she started teaching. She became a yoga teacher. Later, she trained in energy healing. Then she began working with sound, using bowls, voice, and vibration to help people soften the grief they were carrying in their bodies. She led circles. She guided meditations. She held space for people who were grieving, lost, afraid, or simply tired from pretending they were fine. She married someone from that same community, and together they had a son named Zane. Sella was a healer. She truly helped people. And still, she died of cancer in her 40s. When I asked her higher self why, I expected something complicated. Maybe something about karma, energy, family patterns, or unfinished grief. But the answer came through so simply. To learn how to let go, and to love without needing to hold on. I asked, did she learn it? The answer was quiet, but certain. Yes. That stayed with me. Because what came through was that this was not punishment. It was not failure. It was not proof that her healing work had somehow fallen short. Before she was born, as the soul she truly is, Marina had chosen to experience that life as Salah. She had chosen the leaving, the seeking, the healing, the motherhood, the illness, and the surrender. Not because suffering is beautiful, but because the soul sometimes chooses lessons that the human self would never choose from here. And I know that can be difficult to sit with. We want illness to be only something that happens to us. We want pain to be random or unfair or something to defeat. And from the human view, it often feels exactly that way. But from the soul's view, the shape is wider. You begin to see the whole life as one long teaching. The childhood tension, the running away, the desert, the community, the healing work, the people she helped, the love for her son, the cancer, the final breath, the release. All of it carried meaning. One of her guides, a presence named Rael, explained it gently. She came to heal, to rise through what hurt her, to tend the child within, to discover the strength that had always been there. And when Salah left her body, she did not feel trapped or afraid. She floated. She was wrapped in a peace so warm it felt almost like being held by light itself. From the other side, she could see her lives spread out before her, almost like scenes playing across a wall. Not with judgment, not with shame, just understanding. And the word that came through was this: resilience. Marina's higher self said the session had been arranged for one reason: to show her how powerful she really is. And that, to me, is the heart of this story. We often measure a life by how it ended, by the diagnosis, by the loss, by the thing that seemed to go wrong. But the soul does not measure the way we do. The soul asks, what was learned? Sela's cancer was not the failure of a healer. It was the final doorway in a life built around release. She came to learn how to love without gripping, how to heal without controlling, how to surrender without disappearing, how to let go and still remain full of love. And on the other side, she found the kind of peace that made the whole journey clear. So if this story touches something tender in you, try this before sleep. Sit quietly. Close your eyes. Bring to mind someone you lost to illness, or even a fear you carry about your own body. Do not try to fix it right away. Do not argue with it. Just ask softly, what is this teaching me about letting go? Then listen. Not for a sentence. Not for a perfect answer. Listen for a feeling, a warmth, a loosening, a small breath of relief somewhere inside you. Even the smallest release matters, because that may be the deeper part of you, the part beneath fear, beginning to show you the lesson hidden under the pain. Stay with it for 5 quiet minutes, and take care. Honestly, I've started to believe that my home health client's late husband is still in the house with her. I'll call her Mrs. Hale. She's never really brought it up to me directly before, but she has told my supervisor that she feels like her husband is still around. And the thing is, I don't think he's a bad presence at all. If anything, he feels calm, protective, like he's watching over her and keeping an eye on how people treat her. One caregiver before me said she saw a dark figure standing near the top of the stairs a few times. I've never seen him myself, but I've heard things. Movement upstairs when no one should be up there. Quiet whispers. Little sounds that don't really make sense. And every time I use the bathroom under the staircase, I get this strange buzzing, static feeling, like the air is charged. This week, I was back at the house for my shifts, and a few more things happened that made me think about it even more. I found out that one of the caregivers had recently been let go because she was accused of stealing from Mrs. Hale's home. She had worked there just the week before. And that same week, I remember hearing something heavy drop upstairs. I also heard a lot of other noises, even a toilet flushing when nobody was up there. What's strange is, the activity seems to get louder whenever something shady is happening. There have already been a couple of caregivers who took advantage of Mrs. Hale, and every time people like that are around, The house feels restless. Then, once they're gone, everything settles back down. So when I heard that this caregiver may have been stealing, those loud sounds suddenly made a lot more sense to me. Then, Monday night, I was taking a quick little nap during my shift, and I woke up to the sound of a chair scraping across the floor. Not a soft sound either. It was that loud wooden screech, like someone had pushed it back from the table. About 40 minutes later, I heard it again. Both times, I woke up instantly. The next morning, after Mrs. Hale woke up, I was sitting with her at the kitchen table. She mentioned her husband, so I gently asked how he had passed. She told me he died in a hospice facility. Then she looked around the room and said, "He's still here." "I know he is." And I told her, "I think so too. I think I hear him upstairs sometimes, moving around." Then she pointed to the middle chair at the kitchen table and said, "That was his chair. He always sat right there." I almost gasped, because that was exactly where I had heard the chair move the night before. But I didn't want to frighten her, so I stayed calm and just said, "Really?" "The other night I heard a chair scoot back." And she said so matter-of-factly, "He probably came down here because he didn't want you sitting alone. He was a very kind man." That stayed with me. I'm not afraid of him. I really don't feel anything threatening from him. He seems upset when people are doing something wrong, but honestly, I understand that. If someone were mistreating or taking advantage of the person he loved, why wouldn't he try to get someone's attention? At this point, I've mostly let go of the idea that someone could be hiding upstairs or secretly living in the house. I really do believe it's her husband. That said, the house has had break-ins before, and that part still scares me. I do worry sometimes that someone might try to come in while I'm there on shift. I found a spot where I could hide if I ever needed to, and I keep my taser with me, so I feel a little more prepared. But as far as the spirit in the house goes, I don't think he's there to hurt anyone. I think he's there because he never really stopped looking after her. I want to tell you about something that happened to me that I still don't fully know how to explain. Years ago, I was in a relationship with a woman named Mira. We were together for a little over a year, starting when I was still very young. I was 18, and at that age, I thought love meant staying no matter how much it hurt. I thought if I loved her hard enough, patiently enough, I could somehow pull her out of the darkness she was living in. Mira struggled badly with alcohol. I didn't understand how serious it was at first, but within a couple of months, it became impossible to ignore. She drank every day. I stayed through failed attempts at getting sober, through arguments, cruelty, betrayal, and all the strange roles she seemed to need me to play. Sometimes I was her partner. Sometimes I was her caretaker. Sometimes I felt more like a frightened little sister, and sometimes more like a parent trying to keep a self-destructive child alive. But I don't want to pretend she was only the pain she caused. She wasn't. She was brilliant, educated, beautiful, and deeply wounded. There were moments when I loved her in the ordinary way someone loves a girlfriend. But most of the time, my love for her felt tangled with fear and responsibility. I could see everything she could have been, and that made it so much harder to let go. There was one incident that stayed with me, and it matters because of what happened later. We lived in a small Eastern European country where people can often guess where your family is from just by hearing your last name. Mira used to laugh because people always assumed her family came from this small town in the south, even though she was actually from a larger city up north. One afternoon, she picked me up in her car. I didn't drive back then. Not long after we pulled away, the police tried to stop her. She had been drinking, so instead of pulling over, she sped past them and turned sharply down another road. Of course, they followed us. Eventually, she stopped. When the officer looked at her license, he recognized her surname and asked if she was from that southern town everyone always guessed. From his accent, Mira realized he was from there himself. So she smiled and said yes, she was born there. She knew enough about the place to make it believable. She had visited as a child. She knew about the little school by the road, and she told him her family house was nearby. The two of them ended up chatting about the town, about missing home, about how strange it feels to be away from where people think you belong. When he asked if she had tried to avoid them, she said she hadn't seen them at all. And he let us go. In early 2018, I ended the relationship. I couldn't survive it anymore, not without losing myself completely. I started therapy, built a life with someone kinder and steadier, and eventually got engaged. For a long time, I kept strict distance from Mira because I needed quiet around that wound. About a year later, we spoke again. I saw her twice for what was supposed to be coffee, but both times she ordered beer instead. That was when I realized she was using those meetings as a chance to drink without her girlfriend knowing. She also knew I wouldn't confront her in public. After that, I stepped back again. Then, in 2021, a mutual friend told me Mira was in the hospital. She was in a coma. The doctor said she had severe encephalitis, and her body was already very weak. Because of the pandemic and the hospital rules, no one could visit her. At first, there were small signs of hope. Someone played her favorite music in the room, and her heart rate changed. The doctors thought maybe she was responding. For a little while, it seemed like she might come back. But she didn't. She died a couple of weeks later. I couldn't go to the funeral because I was out of the country. So that night, I made my own little goodbye. I bought her favorite beer and a red scarf because red was her favorite color. I placed them on the windowsill, lit candles, and played the song she loved most. After that, life kept moving because life has a way of doing that even when it feels rude. I grieved. I talked about her in therapy. I made peace with as much of it as I could. And then, the following summer, something happened. I was on vacation with my family. Usually we went north to visit relatives, but that year we went south instead. On the drive home, we passed through that same small town people always thought Mira was from. The town she had once pretended was hers to talk her way out of trouble. And just as we passed the elementary school by the road, my phone lit up. It was a notification from Viber, the messaging app many people use where I live. The notification said, "Mira is online after a long time." I froze. I tapped it immediately, and it opened our old chat. But when I looked at the activity under her name, it didn't say she was online. It said, "Last active, long time ago." I thought maybe someone else had gotten her number. After I calmed down a little, I called it. All I heard was the strange ringing tone you get when a number is no longer active. I sent a single question mark in the chat, just to see what would happen. It never delivered. It only stayed on sent. After that, I deleted the chat. I still have her contact saved, and I've checked it a few times since then. The photo hasn't changed. The activity hasn't changed. No one seems to have taken over the number, and I never got another notification like that again. So I don't know what it was. Maybe it was just a glitch. Maybe it was one of those bizarre coincidences that feels too perfectly timed. But part of me likes to think it was Mira, passing through one last time as we drove by that little school in the town she once borrowed for a lie. I'm not especially religious, but I do think there may be things beyond what we can prove. Quiet little things. Strange little nudges. Moments that seem to tap on the glass between this world and whatever comes after it. And maybe that notification was nothing. But I still wonder if it was her way of saying hello. was 21 when this happened, back in December of 2024. At that time, I was in my final year of college, almost done with my undergrad. I had just landed a job at a big tech company, the kind of job people spend years dreaming about. For the first time in my life, I honestly felt like things were falling into place. My career felt sorted. My future felt safe. I was staying in the final year boys' hostel on campus. Now, my college was on the far edge of the city, spread across this huge stretch of land. The campus was beautiful during the day, but at night, parts of it felt strangely empty. The hostels were spaced far apart, and mine was right at the outer corner of the campus. My room was also at the very end of the building, tucked into a corner. From my balcony, you could see a patch of open ground, a few scattered trees, and beyond that, an old abandoned staff quarter. Years earlier, some college employees used to live there, but by then the building had become weak and unsafe. Everyone said it was going to be demolished soon. There was also a story about that place. People said that a woman named Mira had once lived there with her husband's family, and after years of abuse from her in-laws, she set herself on fire inside that building. I had only heard the story once, casually, but I guess it stayed somewhere in the back of my mind. During winter break that year, almost everyone left campus. Some went home, some went on trips. I decided to stay back. I was introverted, and honestly, the idea of having the whole floor to myself sounded peaceful. My plan was not exactly healthy, but at the time, it felt like freedom. I wanted to drink, smoke weed, watch movies, and just disappear from the world for a while. My entire floor was empty except for me. One evening, I smoked weed, drank way too much, and put on a movie. I don't even remember when I fell asleep. The next thing I knew, I woke up around 4 in the morning with my head feeling heavy and strange, like my thoughts were moving through mud. I got up, used the bathroom, and then stepped out onto the balcony to smoke a cigarette. The air was freezing. It must have been around 5 or 6 degrees outside. Everything was quiet in that deep, dead way that only an empty campus can be quiet. I was sitting there, half awake, looking out across the open ground. And then my eyes landed on the abandoned building. I saw something in one of the balconies. It looked like the outline of a woman standing there. I know it was dark, and I know I was not sober, but I can still remember how certain I felt in that moment. There was a figure there, still, upright, facing me, staring back at me. The second I saw it, that old story about Mira came rushing into my head. And after that, I don't know how to explain what happened. I couldn't look away. It was like my whole mind narrowed down to that one shape. I couldn't hear anything, couldn't think properly, couldn't even feel the cold anymore. I just stared. It felt like fear had locked my body from the inside. At some point, without realizing it, I fell asleep right there in the balcony. When I woke up the next morning, my body was burning with fever, but I was drenched in sweat. I was shaking so badly I could barely move. I ended up calling an ambulance, and they took me to the college hospital. The doctors treated me for hypothermia, but that was only the beginning. After that night, something inside me changed. I started waking up with panic attacks. Every night, I would jolt awake covered in sweat, shivering, heart racing like something was chasing me. It got so bad that I became afraid of sleeping. I had to keep the lights on all night. I would sleep during the day and stay awake after sunset. I kept telling myself it was the weed. It was the alcohol. It was the cold. It was my brain making shapes out of darkness. But telling myself that did not help. The dreams kept coming back. I would see that balcony again, that figure, that feeling of being unable to move or look away. I even quit drinking and smoking completely, hoping my mind would settle down, but it didn't. The anxiety only grew heavier. Eventually, I had to leave campus and go back home. I took a temporary break from college. I started getting professional help for the panic attacks. And the job I had been so proud of getting, I had to let that go too. It has been around a year and a half since that night. I am doing better now, at least better than I was. But there are still nights when I cannot sleep. There are still nights when I wake up, terrified for no clear reason. I still hope I can go back and finish my degree someday. But one night changed the entire direction of my life. And the worst part is, I still don't know what I saw. Maybe it really was something paranormal. Maybe it was just my stoned, exhausted brain glitching in the dark. I honestly don't know. All I know is that when I looked at that abandoned balcony, something looked back. I've been dealing with something strange for as long as I can remember. When I was little, I used to hear noises in the house that I couldn't explain. Not normal old house noises either. These felt different. Sometimes I would see shapes too, dark figures slipping through rooms or standing where they shouldn't be. I was maybe 5 or 6 the first time I really noticed them, and I remember being so frightened that I didn't want to walk around the house alone. I would ask my grandmother to stay close to me, especially near the staircase. For a while, everyone treated it like I was just an anxious child with a big imagination. And honestly, I probably would have believed that too. Except one afternoon, my grandmother was walking upstairs with me, and suddenly, she stopped. She had heard it. More than that, she felt it too. After that, the whole feeling changed. It wasn't just, she's scared. It became this quiet, uncomfortable thing neither of us wanted to name. We never really talked about it again. My grandmother has always hated anything paranormal. She doesn't like ghost stories, doesn't like speculation, doesn't even like the atmosphere that comes with those conversations. I think she wanted to shut the door on it and pretend it had never opened. But the figures didn't stop for me. As I grew up, I kept seeing them. They were usually dark, vague shapes. Not people exactly, but not just shadows either. Sometimes they seemed to drift around as if they had their own business. Other times, I had the awful feeling they were following me. The strange thing is that when I became a teenager, the noises mostly stopped. I didn't hear them anymore. I only saw them. For context, the house itself is not exactly ordinary. It's an extremely old house in northern Italy, older than the 1600s, and there's a small church attached to it. Beneath that church is an underground crypt, and the crypt is full of bones. There's even the preserved body of a young girl down there, and she still has long braided hair. The house used to be a convent a very long time ago. My family bought it after the friars were gone, and it has stayed in the family for generations. There are stories about one of my ancestors too. Apparently the village thought he was unwell, or maybe touched, as older people used to say. He claimed he could see things, and people said he would go into the crypt and play with the bones. I know how that sounds. Believe me, I do. The thing is, even now, as an adult, I still sometimes see the figures. Or at least I used to. Everything changed when my boyfriend Marco moved in with me. I had already noticed before that when I was around him, nothing really happened. No shadows, no strange movement, no feeling of being watched. But I thought maybe I was just calmer with him nearby. Maybe I was distracted. Maybe my mind felt safer. But since he moved into the house, the shadows have almost completely vanished. And it isn't just me. My mother used to see them too. She saw them as often as I did, sometimes even in the same parts of the house. But now, with Marco living here, she hasn't seen anything either. That's the part I can't make sense of. I've never really believed in ghosts. I still don't know if I do. Even after all these years, the idea feels too strange, too impossible. like trying to hold smoke in your hands. But I also can't pretend nothing happened when both my mother and I experienced it, and when my grandmother reacted that day on the stairs. I don't know what changed when my boyfriend came here. I don't know why his presence would make anything stop. Part of me feels relieved, of course. Another part of me feels even more confused, because the silence almost proves there was something to go quiet in the first place. I should also say that I know almost nothing about the supernatural. I've avoided learning about it for most of my life. I think, deep down, I believed that if I ignored it, if I refused to look too closely, maybe it would leave me alone. But ignoring it never made it stop. Only him being here did. So I'm left wondering what this means. Is there some explanation for why these shadowy figures would disappear when one specific person moves into the house? Has anyone heard of anything like that before? I'm open to almost any explanation, honestly. I just don't want to be called crazy, because I know I'm not. I've lived with this quietly for years, and now that it's changed, I'm trying to understand why. I've never really shared this story publicly before, mostly because I've always considered myself a pretty skeptical person when it comes to paranormal stuff, which is funny because I love paranormal videos. I'll watch ghost clips, haunted hotel stories, strange footage, all of it. But I usually walk away thinking, that was interesting, but it's not exactly proof. At least, that's how I felt until one road trip with my family. We were driving from Tennessee up toward New York, and instead of doing the whole trip in one stretch, we stopped at different places along the way. One night, we ended up staying at this huge old inn in North Carolina called the Grove Park Inn. It had this massive golf course out front, and the whole place had that grand, historic feeling to it. Honestly, though, I wasn't thinking much about the building. I was exhausted. After hours of being in the car, all I really cared about was getting into bed. My brother and I had one room, and my parents had another. We got to our room, dropped our stuff, and pretty much passed out. The next morning, we woke up early because we still had a long drive ahead of us. My brother and I decided to grab a quick breakfast from the little restaurant downstairs. It was nothing fancy, just bagels, pastries, coffee, that sort of thing. The restaurant was almost empty. It felt like they had just opened. The sun was still coming up, and everything had that quiet, early morning stillness to it. I picked a table near this big window that looked out over the golf course. It was a little tucked away from the rest of the room, next to one of those waiter stations with a tablet on it. There was also a TV hanging behind me, but it was turned off. We sat there for a bit, still half asleep, and then my brother said he had forgotten something back in the room, so he left me there at the table while he went to get it. I was just sitting alone, staring out the window, not really thinking about anything. I could see the golf course below, and from what I remember, there weren't really any guests out there. Maybe a few maintenance workers, but that was it. Then I noticed something. There was a figure walking down across the golf course. It looked like a man, maybe middle-aged. He was dressed in white, or at least mostly white. I remember thinking it looked like he was wearing a white button-up shirt that was open, and the fabric seemed to be moving a little, almost like it was catching the wind. But the strange part was that he didn't look solid. He looked transparent. At first, I told myself it had to be a reflection in the window. That made the most sense. So I started moving my head from side to side, trying to figure out where the reflection was coming from. I looked around near me. There was no one sitting close by. The TV was off. Nothing in the restaurant looked like it could have made that shape, and the figure stayed exactly where he was, out on the course, walking away from me. I don't remember seeing his legs clearly either. That part is a little hazy, but I remember feeling like something about the way he moved was wrong. Not dramatic or terrifying, just wrong enough that my brain couldn't file it away neatly. I kept thinking, this is some weird trick of the light. It has to be. But it didn't behave like a normal reflection. It looked almost like a hologram, like something projected into the morning air. Then this pale, rod-shaped blur passed over him, almost like a windshield wiper sweeping across glass. And he was gone. Not faded slowly, not walked behind a tree, just gone, almost like he had turned a corner around some invisible wall. I sat there for a second, still tired and confused, and basically decided there had to be an explanation. Maybe it was the angle of the window. Maybe it was the sunrise. Maybe it was something I just wasn't understanding. So I didn't say anything. When we left the hotel, I still didn't mention it to my parents or my brother. I just got into the back seat, put my headphones on, and figured, okay, that was weird, but whatever. A little while later, I heard my mom talking on the phone with a friend we had visited during the trip. She was telling her where we had stayed, where we were headed next, just normal travel stuff. Then suddenly, both my mom and dad reacted at the same time. They were like, no way. I took off my headphones and asked, what? And they said, she says the inn we stayed at is supposed to be haunted. The second they said that, I thought about what I had seen that very morning. I just kind of sat there and said, actually, I think I might have had an experience. My mom immediately started laughing, not in a mocking way, but in that shocked, delighted way people laugh when something lines up a little too perfectly. She was still on the phone, saying something like, are you hearing this? And that was it. That's probably the closest thing I've ever had to what I'd call a real paranormal experience. I'm not saying I know for sure what I saw. I still don't. But I also can't honestly explain it away. It wasn't scary when it happened. I didn't feel threatened. I wasn't even thinking ghost in the moment. I was just sitting there, looking out at this quiet golf course at sunrise, watching something I couldn't make sense of. And then, after I left, I found out the place was known for being haunted. Picture my backyard for a second. It's shaped kind of like a backward L, or maybe an upside-down L if you turn your head the right way. There's the stretch by the house, then it bends around toward the back, with a couple of palm trees tucked near that inside corner. So, this happened late one night. My cat Luna was outside, and before anyone starts sharpening their pitchforks, she's only supposed to be out during the day, and only in the backyard. She doesn't really roam. She's not some tiny neighborhood menace wiping out the bird population. At worst, she'll go after a lizard and then act like she personally saved the kingdom. Also, she's safe now. She's actually sleeping right behind me as I tell this, taking up only a reasonable amount of the bed for once, which is suspiciously generous of her. Anyway, that night I was trying to bring her in. Usually, all I have to do is shake the treat container, and she comes barreling over like a furry little tax collector. But this time, nothing. No bell, no pause, no smug little face emerging from the dark. So I went inside, put my shoes on, grabbed this huge floodlight I keep around, and went back out. This thing is bright. When I point it somewhere, it lights up that whole part of the yard. I mean, there really isn't much hiding from it. I checked near the house first. Nothing. Then I swept the edges of the yard, still shaking the treats and calling her name. Still nothing. At that point, I started getting scared. Not mildly worried. Scared. I went into that awful mental place where every rustle sounds like teeth and every shadow has intentions. I checked the front yard too, thinking maybe she'd somehow slipped under the fence or gotten past the gate. I was out there for a couple of minutes, looking everywhere. no Luna. So I went back around to the far end of the yard, behind the little storage shed and near the workshop area. I checked every corner. I shined the floodlight across the whole back section again. Nothing. And that's what bothers me, because I had been standing right around the area she would have had to come from. I had the floodlight on it. I was making noise. I was shaking treats. And Luna does not ignore treats. She would sell me to pirates for half a chicken-flavored crunchy. But then, when I started heading back toward the house, I saw her eyes catch the light. She was suddenly running toward me from between those two palm trees, right in the inside bend of the yard. Just there. Like she'd stepped out from behind a curtain I couldn't see. I brought her inside, gave her the treats, checked her over, and everything was fine. She wasn't scratched up. She wasn't scared. She acted completely normal, which somehow made it feel even stranger. I know what you're thinking. Maybe she was hiding in the trees. But no, they're palms, and she's not a climber. She's a solid, dramatic little loaf of a cat, not some elegant jungle acrobat. I've even tried to see if she'd climb before, and she has absolutely no interest in that lifestyle. And she couldn't have been in the front yard because I checked there. She didn't come from the gate. She didn't come running from the side. She came from a part of the yard I had already searched more than once. The only way it makes sense is if she was somewhere she couldn't hear me, or somewhere I couldn't see. She has disappeared before, but only inside the house. She'll vanish into some impossible pocket of furniture or shadow, then reappear when treats are involved, because greed always wins. But that night felt different. I've always had this quiet little belief that cats are tuned into things we aren't. Not necessarily ghosts or demons or anything dramatic like that, but something. Some hidden frequency humming under the world. And after watching Luna come trotting out of a place I know I had already searched, calm as anything, I'm not saying she slipped through a crack in reality. I'm just saying she came back with the confidence of someone who knows where the cracks are. I was lying in bed with my partner when, out of nowhere, I felt this sudden, sharp, excruciating pain on the right side of my chest, and instantly, I knew I had been bitten. That's the only way I can describe it. It felt like my skin was being crushed between something hard, something that felt exactly like teeth. I shouted, "What the hell?" and shoved my partner away from me because I was in shock and in so much pain. We both panicked. Neither of us understood what had just happened. At first, I blamed them. I mean, in that moment, it felt like the only explanation. There was nobody else in the room. No pets, no people, nothing. Just the two of us. But after a few minutes, once I had calmed down enough to actually think, I told them I knew it wasn't them. It couldn't have been. They would never do something like that to me and then lie straight to my face. And the strangest part is, I was looking right at them when it happened. Their mouth never touched my chest. I was awake. I was paying attention. I saw enough to know it just didn't line up. The pain was unbelievable. It felt like something had tried to take a piece out of me. When I looked at the spot, my skin looked wrong. It was bunched up and wrinkled, almost like it had been pinched or crushed between something really strong. It wasn't smooth like normal skin should be. The area had gone pale, almost completely white, and then purple started showing up where the marks were. I pressed my hand over it because I could clearly see what looked like bite marks. When I moved my hand away a little later, it had already started bruising, and some of the skin was broken. I had to hold back tears while I went into the bathroom to clean it with rubbing alcohol. Then I went back to the bedroom, and we just kept talking about it, trying to make it make sense. But it still doesn't. The placement of the mark doesn't match where my partner's mouth would have been. The size doesn't seem right either. And there was no saliva, which is strange because it happened directly on my bare skin. Honestly, it almost looks like a small child came up beside me and bit me from the side. I know how that sounds, but I don't know how else to explain it. I'm still shocked, and honestly, I'm scared it might happen again. It's been more than 10 hours now. The throbbing and burning have finally eased up, but it still hurts when I touch it, and the area feels sore. At least it's not so painful anymore that I can't focus on anything else. I'm just really hoping it starts to feel better tomorrow. I was about 12 when this happened. Back then, I lived on a small farm in rural Argentina, and I was already going through a lot mentally because I'd had a serious head injury not long before that. Our main house was still being built, and the place we were staying didn't have internet yet. The Wi-Fi had already been set up at the unfinished house, which was about a 10-minute walk away. So one evening, my friend Lena and I walked over there just to sit around, use our phones, and download a few things. After a while, it started getting dark. I remember looking at her and saying, "We should probably head back soon. My dad's going to be mad if I stay out too late." Right before we left, we were both standing there facing the unfinished house. I was waiting for one last song to finish downloading. The place was all exposed brick, dusty cement, tools, and random construction materials scattered everywhere. And then, out of nowhere, I saw a face between two of the bricks. It looked like my dad's face, but wrong. Really wrong. It was dirty and twisted somehow, with this wide, awful grin showing its teeth. I don't even know how to explain what made it so terrifying, but the moment I saw it, my whole body reacted. My stomach dropped. I felt cold and sick. Before I could even say anything, Lena turned to me and asked, "Did you see that?" Then she described exactly what I had just seen. That was it. We both panicked and ran all the way back home. The whole time, I had this horrible feeling that something was right behind us, following us through the dark. When we got back, my dad was already standing in the doorway waiting for me. I broke down crying and hugged him immediately. Later that night, he took me to my grandmother's house so she could pray over me. The part I still can't explain is that it couldn't have been him. My dad was already home before we even got there. There was no way he could have been hiding in the wall of that unfinished house. Years later, when I was 22, something completely different started happening. At that point in my life, I wasn't in a good place emotionally. I was angry all the time, bitter, snapping at people, carrying this heavy, awful energy that felt like it followed me from room to room. I had moved into my ex's family home and was staying in a guest bedroom downstairs. I'd had sleep paralysis before, and I'd sometimes heard things while I was falling asleep, but this was nothing like that. Every time I started drifting off, I would suddenly feel like I had woken up, and I'd see my ex come into the room. He would sit beside me, touch my hands, and calmly tell me not to worry. He'd say I was safe. But then I would fully wake up, and no one would be there. As soon as I started falling asleep again, it would happen again, over and over. I could hear his voice clearly. I could hear breathing. I could feel hands touching mine. It felt completely real every single time. After a couple of nights, it stopped sounding like him. The voice changed into a woman's voice. She would tell me not to move, that I was safe, and I could feel her touching my arms and hands while I lay there absolutely terrified. This went on for almost 2 weeks. I honestly thought I was losing my mind. Eventually, I went to the ER because I couldn't handle it anymore, and they gave me medication to help calm everything down. I still get sleep paralysis sometimes now, and some of it can be really disturbing, but it feels more dreamlike than what happened back then. Back then, it felt like I was genuinely awake. I wasn't just seeing things. I could hear breathing. I could hear voices clearly. I could physically feel someone touching me. I still don't really know what to think about it. Part of me believes it was trauma, stress, or something mental health related. But another part of me still wonders if some of it was something I'll never be able to explain. And honestly, that's the part that scares me the most. My father had 2 elder brothers. The oldest brother had already sold his land to the middle brother, but my father, being the youngest, never made any decisions about his share of the land. At that time, we were living in South India in a defense colony. My father's plan was simple. He wanted to retire, move back to North India with my mother, and spend the rest of their life peacefully in the retirement home they had dreamed about. But that never happened. We had already stopped speaking to his middle brother and his wife. There were many reasons, but the biggest one was that we believed they were involved in black magic. We felt they had tried, again and again, to damage the lives of people around them. At one point, we even asked someone whether it would be safe for us to build a home in North India. That person warned us not to do it. They said building there would destroy our family and that we would lose a lot in the future. My father's oldest brother worked for the central government. After retirement, he had nowhere proper to settle, so he asked my father if he could build a house on my father's land. My father told him gently that it was not a good place to live and that he should look for another area instead. Then, one day, that elder uncle came to visit us in South India. He saw how we were living. We were happy. We were 4 children, 1 elder brother and 3 sisters, and we listened to our parents. We were obedient, focused on our studies, and our home had peace in it. When he went back to North India, he praised us in front of everyone. That is when things changed. His wife, who was also my mother's cousin's sister, had always been jealous of my mother. After hearing so much about our family, she insisted on visiting us during the summer holidays with her youngest son. We could not refuse her. But after she came, our family started falling apart within days. She had brought some water with her from her place. At night, when we were sleeping, she would sprinkle it around the house, especially in the corners. After that, we started fighting constantly. The peace in our home disappeared. We all became anxious all the time. If my father was late coming home, we would panic and wonder whether he was safe. Earlier, it was her husband who used to fall often and meet with small accidents. But after her visit, my father started having accidents again and again. Then we began seeing something around him. It was a black figure. I still do not know how to explain it properly. It felt like it was always near him, always watching. It would say things like, "Nothing can save him. I will take him with me." We were just children. All 4 of us were still studying. We had no financial freedom, no power, and no way to take him somewhere or ask someone to help us properly. My father never drank alcohol, not even casually, but suddenly his eyes were always red. By the time he came home, he looked exhausted, almost like a drunk person. He would say, "They are going to kill me. I cannot sleep peacefully." Then one morning, after coming back from the temple, he fell from his 2-wheeler at a very low speed. It should not have been a serious accident, but he suffered a brain hemorrhage. He died within 3 days. When he was admitted to the hospital, the doctors told us there was almost no chance of survival. We called all the relatives. But when we called the middle brother, he said something I can never forget. He asked, "Is it really necessary for us to come there? You people should be able to manage." That sentence stayed with me. When we were bringing my father's body back, we saw the black figure again. This time, it looked happy. It was dancing around him as if it had won. That moment broke something inside us. It felt like we had lost a battle between good people and evil people. After the cremation, my father's middle brother came and started fighting with us. He said he wanted to take my father's body back to North India, but by then, people in my father's village had started questioning him. They were saying that if he could not maintain good relationships within his own family, how could he ever become sarpanch in the future? People had started seeing his true nature. He also insisted that all of us should come and live with his family. But I am grateful that my mother was strong enough to refuse. She chose to stay in the city and raise us there. Because of her strength, all of us eventually became independent. Still, there is one thing I have never been able to fully accept. Someone destroyed our family. Over time, we have learned to live with the trauma. We have also come to believe that some things happen because they are meant to happen, no matter how hard we try to stop them. But I still remember that black figure. I cannot say whether it was male or female. I do not know what it was. It only had the upper half of a body. It was completely black, with frightening eyes and a bald head. It always seemed to be smiling, almost pleased that it was going to hurt us. Even now, I do not fully understand what happened to my family, and if anyone can help me make sense of it, I would truly like to know. I want to tell you about something that happened near the end of 2019, when I was still in high school. At the time, I was living with my aunt in an apartment building. One of our neighbors was this very old woman who had been there for as long as anyone could remember. People used to say she had lived in that same place before I was even born, and somehow she always seemed to look the exact same age. A lot of people in the building were scared of her. They whispered that she was a machawi, basically an evil witch. But I never believed any of that. I thought people were just being cruel, spreading rumors because she was old and strange and kept to herself. Our school system was really strict, so I had to wake up around 5 in the morning to catch the bus by 6. But back then, I was one of those people who wanted to act like I had my whole life together, so I would set my alarm for 4 in the morning just so I could watch anime before school. One morning, I woke up a few minutes before my alarm went off. The room was still dark. I opened my eyes and looked toward the chair where I usually kept my school uniform, books, and homework. And there was something sitting there. At first, I thought my clothes were just folded in a weird way. But the longer I stared, the more it looked like a shadow. It had the shape of a small monkey sitting down, except it had these long ears that almost looked like horns. And I had this awful feeling that it was staring right back at me. I kept trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. I blinked a few times and leaned forward a little, trying to understand what I was seeing. Then it moved. I swear, it looked like it ran off the chair, slipped under my bedroom door, and vanished. That was when I panicked. I scrambled out of bed and switched on the light, but there was nothing there. My clothes were still on the chair. My books were still there. Everything looked normal. I got ready for school anyway because what else was I supposed to do? Later, I tried telling a few people what I saw, but everyone said I was probably hallucinating because I woke up too early or didn't sleep enough. And honestly, I started believing them. About a week later, I was running late for school. The bus was already outside waiting for me, and my aunt wasn't home. The problem was that our gate was locked with a padlock, and she had taken the keys with her. So I had to go ask a neighbor for the spare keys. I ended up going to that old woman's apartment, but only because her granddaughter, Anita, was someone I knew from around the building. I thought maybe she would answer the door. I knocked and waited. No answer. I knocked again. Then the door opened, and what stood there did not look human. It was short and wrinkled, with pale pinkish skin, almost raw-looking. Its nails were long and sharp, more like talons than fingers, and the smell coming from inside that doorway was so bad I almost gagged. But the worst part was the ears. They were long and strange, sticking up in a way that reminded me instantly of the thing I had seen sitting on my school uniform a week before. I froze. I'm not the kind of person who screams in situations like that. I don't run first. I just freeze completely, like my body forgets it belongs to me. The only thing that snapped me out of it was the bus honking outside the gate. I don't even know how I managed to speak, but I asked for the keys. The thing gave them to me, and when I reached out to take them, it grabbed my hand. Not hard, not violently, but it held on in this slow, deliberate way, almost like it wanted to pull me into the apartment. I yanked my hand away and ran. I unlocked the gate, and just as I was about to rush to the bus, I remembered I had to return the keys. I couldn't just leave them outside, so I forced myself to go back. I knocked again. This time, the old woman answered. She looked like herself. Creepy, yes, but human. I thanked her and handed back the keys, but when she took them, she did the same thing. She grabbed my hand, gently but firmly, like she was trying to draw me inside. I pulled away again and ran straight to the bus. After that, I tried telling people what happened. Most of them laughed it off, but a few actually believed me. One guy told me it sounded like a djinn. He said things like that were more common in crowded, poorer areas, especially in old buildings where people had lived for years. Then he told me something that scared me even more. He said, "You saw it twice. You need to leave that place or you might lose your mind." I tried convincing my aunt. I even told my mom, but they didn't take it seriously. They thought I was being dramatic or scaring myself. So I went back to the guy and asked him what I should do. He told me, "Pretend you never saw anything. Don't talk about it. Don't react. Just act like it doesn't exist." And honestly, I didn't have any better plan. So that's what I did. I tried to ignore it. I tried to forget the shape on the chair, the thing at the door, the way its hand felt on mine. I stopped sleeping with the lights off. I also started reading more about spirituality because at the time, I felt like that was the only thing that might protect me. For a while, nothing happened. Then, maybe a month later, I was sitting in my room meditating. The lights were on. I was calm, or at least I thought I was. Then I felt a hand squeeze my leg. Not a breeze, not a muscle twitch. A hand. I don't remember much after that. I think I passed out because the next thing I knew, it was morning. I woke up in bed, but I didn't feel like myself at all. I felt hollow, like something had shaken me loose inside my own body. Since then, I haven't seen anything like that again. But every single day, I wake up extremely early. Always around 4 in the morning, sometimes 3, and I still don't know why. I was about 14 when this happened, and honestly, I was in one of the worst places I've ever been in my life. I'm 30 now, so I've had a lot of years to look back on it, question it, pick it apart, and wonder what was real and what my mind might have been doing to survive. Back then, my home life was awful. My mom was abusive, my dad wasn't really around, and there was just a lot of chaos I didn't know how to carry. I was using weed constantly, messing around with pills, barely sleeping, and I was deeply depressed. I had already tried to end my life more than once. I don't say that lightly. I only mention it because I've always wondered if what I saw came from that darkness I was living in, or if something was actually in that house with me. One night, I woke up because my Jack Russell, Milo, was growling at the foot of my bed. He wasn't doing that playful little warning bark dogs sometimes do. He was stiff, frozen almost, sitting right at the edge of the mattress, staring into the room like he was locked onto something. And then I saw it. A figure walked across the middle of my bedroom. The only way I can explain it is that it looked like a shadow, but not flat against the wall. It was three-dimensional, shaped like an ordinary man, average height, average build, but completely black. Not transparent exactly, but not fully solid either. I had a small nightlight on, so I could see the outline clearly. It didn't turn toward me. It didn't pause. It didn't seem to notice me at all. It just walked with purpose, arms moving naturally at its sides, crossing my room quickly, and then it went straight through the wall. The strange part is that from where I was lying, I could see through the doorway into the next part of the house. If it had kept walking, I should have seen it continue on the other side. But it didn't. It just disappeared. The second it was gone, Milo stopped growling. Just like that. The room went silent. What scares me now is that I don't remember feeling terrified in the moment. I think I was too stunned. My brain just sort of accepted what had happened, folded it away somewhere, and somehow I went back to sleep. But the next morning, the fear hit me hard. And even now, talking about it gives me chills. Something else happened around that same time, maybe a week or two later. I was in my room playing guitar softly through my amp. At some point, I fell asleep on my bed with the guitar still resting on my chest. Then I woke up suddenly to this awful sound coming through the amplifier. It was low, harsh, almost like chanting mixed with growling. I know how that sounds. I know it sounds ridiculous. And part of me still wonders if I was half asleep and my brain twisted some random feedback noise into something worse. But in that moment, I was completely convinced I was hearing something terrible. I panicked. I ran downstairs and hid in the bathtub for hours, just sitting there, too scared to move. The reason I still struggle to dismiss the shadow figure completely is because of Milo. My nanny Mara was the only other person living in the house with me then. She was older, very religious, and not the type to make things up for attention. She told me she used to hear Milo growling and barking late at night, even before the night I actually woke up and saw something. There was another time when she told me she heard what sounded exactly like me walking down the stairs. She even heard the downstairs doorknob jiggling, like someone was trying to open it. But when she went to check on me, I was asleep in my room. I've replayed all of this in my head so many times over the years. Was it sleep paralysis? Was I hallucinating because of trauma, drugs, depression, and lack of sleep? Was my mind breaking under everything I was going through? Or was there really something in that house? I don't know. I've never felt comfortable calling it a shadow man because I don't know what it was. I just know what I saw. And I know my dog saw something too. I grew up in a house that never really felt empty. And I know how that sounds. I know people hear haunted house and they imagine creaky floors or a weird draft or something you can explain away if you try hard enough. But that's not what I mean. I mean, there were moments in that house that felt so wrong, so direct, that even now, years later, I still don't know where to put them in my mind. When I was around 12, I saw something run across the basement in front of me. It was like a shadow, but not just a shadow. It moved with purpose. I heard the footsteps. I watched it cut across the room and disappear into the dark. And there was no part of me that thought, maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. It was too solid, too fast, too real. There was a girl named Mira who stayed down in that basement for a while, and one morning she woke up with scratches across her back. Nobody could explain it. And the strangest part is, that wasn't the only house where things happened. I grew up in New Jersey, and somehow I ended up living in more than one place that felt haunted. I've joked before that maybe something followed me, but honestly, I don't know if I believe that. I've gotten rid of anything I thought could even possibly carry bad energy. I've thrown things away, given things away, cleared out anything that made me uneasy. But even as an adult, things still happen sometimes. Shadowy figures, objects falling or flying off shelves, light bulbs loosening on their own. Small things, I guess, compared to what I saw as a kid. And after a while, you almost train yourself not to react too much. You just breathe, tell yourself to keep going, and try to live your life. But there's one thing I still can't get past. Whenever I have nightmares, it's almost always the same one. It's about an evil doll. And last night, the nightmare was so intense that it brought everything back. Not just the fear, but the feeling of being near something truly cruel. Something that didn't just want to scare me. Something that felt like it hated me. I practice Isha yoga, and I've listened to Sadhguru talk about ghosts and demons as human karma, as something left over from people. And I've tried to make sense of my experiences through that lens. I've wondered if dolls aren't really vessels for demons, but maybe idols for something created with a negative purpose. Or maybe a human spirit trapped through some ritual. I don't know. I've tried to find a framework that makes it all feel less impossible. But the dolls I encountered as a child did not feel human. That's the part I can't shake. Whatever was attached to them, whatever moved through them or around them, it didn't feel like a person who had died. It didn't feel confused or wounded or unfinished. It felt ancient in a way I can't explain. Cold, intelligent, deliberately evil. And I know some people will just say, they were demons. But even that doesn't feel like enough of an answer for me. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying the word doesn't hold the weight of what I experienced. I've tried to do everything right. I keep crucifixes around. I listen to Christian music when I feel watched at night, and honestly, it helps. I go to church. I stay away from things that feel dark or spiritually unhealthy. I try to live carefully. But the memories from childhood still don't feel settled. I think that's why I'm talking about this now, because I want to know if anyone else has been through something like this. Not just being scared as a kid, not just hearing noises or seeing shadows. I mean being terrorized by something connected to a doll, and then growing up with that fear still living somewhere inside you. I've tried researching it so many times over the years, but I usually have to stop. I'll start reading other people's stories, and then this fear rises up in me so strongly that I just can't keep going. So I guess what I'm really asking is this. How do you make peace with something you still can't explain? How do you move on when the thing that frightened you as a child still feels unfinished? And how do you find comfort when none of the answers you've been given feel big enough for what happened? You know, if I had come across a story like this online, I probably would have brushed it off as just another strange creepypasta. And no, I haven't seen flying drones or monsters in real life. I live in Russia, and my daily life is mostly ordinary. But there's something from my childhood that has stayed with me in a way I still can't fully explain. When I was in first grade, I had this dream about my school. Except it wasn't really my school anymore. In the dream, I went behind the basement door, and instead of finding pipes, dust, or storage rooms, there was this endless white space. Everything was made of glossy tiles and pale porcelain, almost painfully clean. The air felt cold and artificial, and strange beams of light moved through the hall like lasers. Then a voice came from somewhere above us. It was robotic, calm, and strangely persuasive. It told us children that we were going to take part in some kind of test. Not exactly a game, but it spoke in a way that made it sound exciting, important, almost worth obeying. And honestly, in the dream, I believed it. The test took place over a huge abyss. We had to jump across narrow platforms, columns, and ledges while freezing air moved around us. Everything felt precise, cruel, and completely indifferent. At one point, around the 11th stage, a boy fell. We begged the voice to help him, but it only said, very coldly, "Negative, the subject is not certified." After that, a floating sphere appeared. It had a red eye in the center, and it began firing at the children. I remember the panic, the heat, the snow, and then falling into the abyss myself. When I woke up, I had actually fallen out of bed onto the floor of my apartment. A couple of years later, a new boy joined my class. His name was Vitya. We were talking casually one day, and somehow the subject of strange dreams came up. That's when he told me something that made me go quiet. He had seen the same place. The white hall, the tests, the columns, the voice. But his dream didn't end like mine. He didn't fall. He reached the end. He passed every level, dodged every danger, and made it to the finish. But there was no celebration, no rescue, no explanation. The voice simply told him, "Certification complete. Result, excellent." And then he was alone, just completely alone in that endless white place, with cold silence around him and a storm moving closer in the distance. He wasn't saved. He was just left there, as if passing the test only meant being abandoned in the finished version of the nightmare. Years later, when I was in 7th grade, my school was renovated. I walked in after the work was done, and I froze. The walls, the tiles, the lighting, the layout, all of it felt wrong in the most familiar way. It looked painfully close to the place from that dream, not vaguely similar, not just white walls and tiles. It had the same sterile geometry, the same cold feeling. It was like someone had taken a piece of that dream and built it in concrete. Now, I want to be clear about something. I'm not the kind of person who believes every strange experience means there's a conspiracy behind it. I'm pretty pragmatic. I don't believe in secret world plots or mystical explanations by default. In a previous version of this story, I changed some details because I didn't want people from my real school recognizing it. I also made certain parts more dramatic because, well, I wanted it to be readable. But the core of it stayed true. The dream happened. The conversation with Vitya happened. The renovation happened. And then, recently, I had another dream. This one wasn't exactly the same, but it felt connected somehow. I was inside some kind of complex. It looked unfinished, almost like a facility still under construction. Robots were moving through the place, carrying things from one area to another. I remember hiding from them, because in the dream I knew that if they found me, something bad would happen. I don't know what exactly. I just knew it wouldn't be good. There were strange markings on the walls in a language I couldn't understand. But one thing stood out clearly. The number 2031. My mind read it as a year, though I suppose it could have been a code, a model number, or something else entirely. The strangest part was that I knew I was dreaming. I used to be interested in lucid dreaming when I was younger, and I got fairly good at recognizing dreams while I was inside them. Usually, if a dream turns unpleasant, I can force myself awake. But not this time. I tried. I wanted to wake up. I wanted to scream myself out of it. But I couldn't. And while I was still inside the dream, I remember thinking, what if this is some kind of warning? What if this is about the future? Eventually, the dream shifted into something calmer. The fear faded a little, but the memory of the facility stayed inside the next dream too. In that second layer of the dream, I found myself writing a post online, asking whether anyone else had dreamed about sterile white corridors, strange machines, scientific progress that felt inhuman, or the year 2031. That's the part that still bothers me, because even after waking up, the question remained. Maybe this is nothing more than the brain arranging old fears into new shapes. Maybe white halls, tests, machines, and cold architecture are just common symbols. Maybe certification is only a childhood fear of school, judgment, and failure dressed up in futuristic clothing. But I still wonder, has anyone else experienced this kind of imagery? The white, sterile facility, the voice, the testing, the feeling of being evaluated by something that doesn't care whether you survive, and especially the number 2031. I'm not looking for a simple yes or no answer. I'm trying to understand whether these symbols have any deeper context, whether psychological, scholarly, esoteric, or something else entirely. Because for me, the most unsettling part isn't that the dream was frightening. It's that parts of it felt shared. And years later, some of it seemed to step quietly into the real world. I want to tell you about something that's been bothering me, because I honestly don't know how to explain it anymore. A couple of weeks ago, my mom asked if she could borrow my Red Bull Formula One cap. I went straight to the drawer where I always keep it, because that hat basically has a little home of its own. But when I opened the drawer, it wasn't there. So I started looking properly. Then I started looking too properly. I searched that drawer again, checked the room, checked around the house, went back to the drawer, moved things around, lifted things up, the whole routine. Nothing. The last time I remembered having it was the day before, when I'd worn it on my walk to the gym. So eventually I told my mom, "I'm sorry, I can't find it. I must have put it down somewhere while I was out." I was actually pretty gutted because I really liked that cap. I even started looking online for a replacement that same day. Then, about 5 days later, I opened the exact same drawer to put something away, and there it was. Just sitting there, right where it should have been all along. I told my mom, and she just said, "That's strange. Maybe you missed it." But I know I didn't. I really, really know I didn't. Still, I tried to let it go. I told myself maybe I was rushing, maybe I was stressed, maybe my eyes somehow slid right over it. Even though, honestly, the cap is not exactly a tiny button hiding in a carpet. It sits on top of things in that drawer. It should have been obvious. Then, about a week later, something else happened. I had my hairbrush on my desk in the studio room. It's a small room converted from the old garage, and there's barely anything in there except my desk, my chair, and my work things. Later that day, I went to brush my hair and thought, where has my brush gone? So the search began again. I checked the desk, under the desk, behind books, around the chair, across the floor, in every corner of that room. It isn't a big room, so it didn't take long to search it thoroughly, but I kept going anyway because it made no sense. Then I checked all my pockets, patted myself down, and eventually went through the main house too. Living room, kitchen, bathroom, dining room, even outside in the garden. Everywhere. Nothing. After a while, I gave up and told myself, fine, it's just a brush. I'll buy another one. But here's the part that really got to me. For the next several days, I worked in that studio room every single day. I saw that floor every day. I moved around that chair every day. Nothing was there. Then, about 6 days later, I went in to pack up my laptop and charger for the night. And there it was. My brush was on the floor, right beside my chair. Not tucked under anything, not hidden, not in some weird shadowy corner. Just lying there in plain sight. And I got this cold feeling down my back because I knew there was no way I had missed it. I had been on my hands and knees looking in that exact area days earlier. The room is too small, and the spot was too obvious. Nothing could have fallen out of a bag or a pile of clothes either, because the only things that really go in and out of that room are my laptop and charger. That was the moment I stopped feeling silly about it and started thinking, is something actually messing with me? Because now that I think about it, this has happened before. Other things have disappeared in ways I forced myself to explain. I've even convinced myself something must have accidentally gone down the toilet, even though deep down I knew it probably would have gotten stuck. But now I'm not so sure these are just normal lost items anymore, because they don't just vanish. They come back. Days later, sometimes weeks later, right in the exact places I already searched, right where they were supposed to be. And I don't know what that means, but it's starting to feel like something in this house enjoys watching me look. Honestly, I know people warned me. I know they told me not to mess with the board again after everything that happened before. A few months back, I'd shared what happened when I used a Ouija board with 2 friends. After that, things in my house started getting strange. My electronics would glitch for no reason. I'd hear tapping on the walls when I was alone. And after the 3rd time I used it, I found scratches on my skin, right near where my cross necklace rested. Everyone said, don't do it again, and I wish I'd listened. But I didn't. This time, it started out almost normal. The board claimed it was the same little girl we'd spoken to before, except this time, her name came through as Merrily. I asked how she was doing, and the planchette moved to mad. Still mad. So I asked, are you still mad because of me? It said yes. That was when something in the room shifted. I don't know how else to explain it. The air felt heavier, like the walls had leaned in to listen. I asked if it was really a little girl. It said no. So I asked, what's your real name? And it spelled out, Zoza. I felt my stomach drop. I tried to stay calm on the outside, but inside, I was panicking. We should have ended it right there. I know that now. But I had questions, and curiosity is such a dangerous little door when you're already scared. I asked if he was the top hat man, the figure I've felt around me since I was a kid. He said yes. Then I asked, when I told you to leave me alone, did you actually leave, or were you just hiding in the dark? He answered with 2, meaning the second option. That chilled me. I wanted proof, something my friend couldn't possibly know. So I asked, who was the only other person you followed before me? And it spelled out my stepdad's name. My friend didn't know that name. I'd never told her. There was no easy explanation for it, and that made everything feel too real, too fast. Then I asked something I probably shouldn't have asked. I asked if my suicide attempt when I was 14 had anything to do with him. He said yes. I had overdosed on Tylenol back then, and I swear, it never felt like I was the one doing it. It felt like I was trapped inside my own body, watching my hands move, watching myself take those pills, unable to stop it. I've never known how to explain that without sounding impossible. I should have ended the session right there. But I didn't. I asked why he was so angry with me. The planchette started spelling things in Latin. My friend took one hand off to look up the words while keeping the other on the planchette. One of the words translated to rain, so I nervously asked, did I rain on your parade? It said yes. I asked if there was a real reason he hated me. It said yes. But when I asked what the reason was, he wouldn't tell me. He kept circling around it, answering everything except the thing I needed to know. After more questions, the answer finally came through. he hated me because I was born. That's what it said. And according to him, that was why he had pushed me toward trying to end my life. He also said he was angry because I could see spirits. I asked if my very first paranormal experience, the one I had as a child, was because of him. He said no. So I asked if it was one of the other spirits in that old house. Again, no. I asked if I had ever seen him. No. I asked if anyone else in that house had seen him. No again. By then, I just wanted out. I tried to say goodbye several times, but the planchette kept moving to no. It wouldn't let me close the session. But when my friend asked if she could say goodbye, the planchette moved straight to goodbye. And that hurt in a way I can't explain. It felt personal. Like whatever this thing is, it has decided I'm the one it wants. I keep asking myself, why does it hate me so much? Why does my existence bother it? What could I have possibly done just by being born? I've decided I'm never using the board again. I mean it this time. But I don't have sage anymore, or anything to cleanse myself with, so part of me feels like I'm stuck with this thing for now. Since we started using the board again, I've also been falling into a really dark, depressive episode. I don't know if that's because of Zoza, or because I scared myself so badly, or both. But something feels wrong, and I don't want to keep inviting it in. I've been thinking about this a lot lately, and the more I look into it, the more I realize that a surprising number of new moms seem to go through something like this. Some people would probably say it's sleep deprivation. Some might call it postpartum anxiety, or the mind playing tricks when you're exhausted. And maybe that's all it was. But honestly, after what happened to me, I'm not so sure. My husband and I live in the house I grew up in. When I was a kid, the place always felt a little busy, I guess. I'd hear footsteps in the hallway at night, or low voices when everyone was supposed to be asleep. But nothing ever really felt directed at me. Nothing too frightening. My mom and my sister had a different experience, though. My sister used to see dark figures in her room. Things would shift around when nobody touched them. One afternoon, she and I were sitting on her bed, just talking, when everything on the shelves in her closet suddenly came crashing down at once. No warning, no reason. We also used to notice strange faces in photos of her. Not every picture, but enough that it stopped feeling funny after a while. My mom saw shadowy figures too. She heard voices, and once, when we were little, she woke up feeling like someone had both hands around her throat. She said there was a dark shape standing at the foot of her bed, and then, just like that, it was gone, and she could breathe again. Later, she found out an elderly neighbor had passed away in her sleep that same night. My mom jokes about it now and says maybe death knocked on the wrong door, but I don't think it was very funny to her back then. Even my dad, who is very religious and absolutely does not believe in ghosts, heard things. One time, he and my mom were in the kitchen and both of them heard my voice calling for her. But I wasn't home. I was at a friend's house. Another night, after I'd heard voices murmuring in the dark, I asked my dad the next morning how he slept. He said, "Terrible." He told me he'd heard people talking outside and someone banging on the house, and he actually got up to check. The strange thing is, after my sister moved out, most of it calmed down. She always said whatever it was had followed her. She used to jokingly call the shadow figure Albert, and later we found out we had a great-great-grandfather named Albert. My mom believes something followed her too, because she still sees and hears things in her new place. I believed them, but when my husband and I moved into the house a few years ago, it was quiet. Completely quiet. No footsteps, no voices, Nothing. Until we brought our baby home last autumn. At first, my husband started hearing me call his name when I hadn't said anything. We blamed it on being tired, because newborn life turns your brain into soup. But by the time our daughter was around 2 months old, she was sleeping much better. She'd usually only wake once during the night, and I handled that so my husband could rest for work. But he still kept hearing my voice calling him. Then I started hearing things again too, voices in the middle of the night, footsteps moving through the house when everyone was asleep. The 2 moments that really scared me happened with the baby. One night, she was crying hard, and I was walking back and forth with her, bouncing her, shushing her, doing everything I could think of. Nothing helped. Then suddenly, she stopped. Her little eyes locked onto something just behind me. Right before she did that, I got chills all the way up my back. Not a normal shiver. It felt like my whole body had noticed something before my brain did. I sat down in the rocking chair and stayed there, barely moving, completely on edge for the rest of the night. A few weeks later, something similar happened in the early morning. She wouldn't go back to sleep, so I took her into the living room and fed her. After a while, she started getting drowsy, but she was still fussing a little. Then she suddenly went quiet again and stared past my shoulder. The rocking chair in the living room is near our bedroom door. I was holding her, and she was looking right behind me. Then the bedroom door opened. It had been fully shut. I heard the knob turn. I watched the door slowly open. I said my husband's name, thinking he must have heard the baby and gotten up. But when I looked, there was no one there. I called for him louder, and he came running out, half asleep and confused, because he had been snoring in bed the whole time. I still hear footsteps sometimes. I still hear voices now and then. But nothing quite like that has happened again in a while. I keep wondering whether becoming a mother somehow made me more aware of the house again, or whether whatever is here noticed the baby. I don't know. I really don't. But I'd love to know if anyone else experienced something strange like this after having a baby. I've lived in the same house since I was about 5 years old, and over the years, I've had a lot of strange experiences there. I've talked about some of them before, but there's one place in the house I've avoided really explaining. The bathroom upstairs. It's on the 2nd floor, kind of tucked away from the rest of the house. Up there, there's the bathroom and a bedroom that I've used a lot over the past few years, mostly because another room became more of a storage space. That whole floor feels separate from everything else, almost like it belongs to the house, but not really to us. I'm 18 now, so I've spent around 13 years living with this feeling, and for as long as I can remember, that part of the house has made me uncomfortable. Not everything that happened there was terrifying. Some things were just strange. One time, I went upstairs to grab something from my room. My family usually spends most of our time downstairs in the living room, so nobody had any real reason to be up there. But when I got to the bathroom, the light was on. I did the exact thing people in horror movies do when you're sitting there thinking, please don't do that. I walked into the bathroom and turned the light off. Nothing happened. Nothing moved. There was no sound. So I went back downstairs and tried not to think too much about it. But I've always felt like there's something in that bathroom. A presence. I don't know how else to explain it. And the part that scares me most is that I can't tell whether it's harmful or just there. Nobody in my family really believes me, which makes the whole thing feel even worse. After a while, you start wondering if you're imagining things. But then something else happens, and that doubt goes cold. At night, I often hear footsteps in the bathroom when I know no one is up there. The floor is made of old wooden planks, so when someone walks across it, you can hear it clearly. I've heard those steps from the bedroom downstairs, and I've heard them from the bedroom right beside the bathroom. It sounds exactly like someone pacing. The shower is probably the worst part. When I'm inside, I can see most of the bathroom through the glass, but not the door. The door is hidden behind the shower curtain. So if someone were standing there, I'd only be able to see part of them, maybe just a shape. The sink mirror is nearby too, but from the angle I'm standing at, I can only catch pieces of the room in it. Every time I shower, I feel like I'm not alone. Not exactly watched, but like I'm in someone else's space and they're waiting for me to leave. Music doesn't help. I've tried. It doesn't make the feeling any lighter. Most days, I can get in and out quickly, but I have thick hair, and for most of my life it was long, so washing it takes forever. Regular showers take maybe 5 or 10 minutes, but hair washing days can take an hour or more. And those are the days when things happen. The bathroom door will open on its own. Not all the way, just enough for the air to change, enough for the room to get colder. It feels like someone is telling me, "You've been here too long." Then I'll see shadows behind the curtain. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I'll catch something moving in the mirror, like a figure rushing from one side of the room toward the door. At first, it terrified me. Over time, weirdly enough, I almost got used to it. Sometimes I'm more surprised when nothing happens. But I never feel comfortable in there. Never. The bathroom is connected to my bedroom by a small hallway. When I started college, I began studying in my room more often. Before that, my mom preferred us to study downstairs, where she could keep an eye on us. A lot of doors in our house don't have doorknobs, including my bedroom door and the bathroom door, so we usually leave them open when nobody is inside. When I sit at my desk, my back faces the door. At first, I used to leave my bedroom door slightly open in case my family called me for dinner or needed something. But whenever my door and the bathroom door were both open, I felt like someone was watching me from the hallway. Closing the bathroom door helped a little, but not completely. The feeling only went away when I closed my bedroom door too. Even then, sometimes my door would slowly open by itself, just a little, like a breeze had pushed it. Except there was no breeze. It was late December, freezing outside, and the house was still. Whenever I have to go downstairs from that floor, I usually run. I hate having my back turned to the bathroom. It feels like there are eyes fixed on me with this heavy, angry kind of attention. For some reason, I've always had this fear that one day, someone is going to push me down the stairs. The only times I don't feel that way are when the bathroom door is closed. There was one night when I was going downstairs and forgot to close the bathroom door behind me. Usually I try to close it, even though it never seems to stay closed. Either someone opens it later or it opens on its own. But that night, I left it open. As I passed by, I saw something in the corner of my eye. A woman. I know it sounds almost too cliché, but that's what I saw. She was tall, with black hair, pale skin, and dark eyes. She was just standing there in the bathroom. I never saw her again. But there's one story that bothers me more than the others, and it didn't happen to me directly. It happened to my brother Luca when he was little. This was maybe 10 years ago. We had family over to celebrate the arrival of our baby brother. We didn't often have other kids visiting because, compared to their houses, ours was probably less fun. Less space, more rules, fewer toys. But that day, there were cousins around, so we played hide and seek. I was the seeker, and Luca went to hide. In the bathroom, there was a place where we kept dirty clothes, and for a 7-year-old, it was easy to hide between the piles. So that's where he went. I was finding the others pretty quickly, but I couldn't find him. When I got to the bathroom, I barely stepped past the doorway before deciding he wasn't there. I closed the door and left to keep looking before everyone had to go home. But later, Luca told me what happened after I left. He said the bathroom door opened again, and it was me. Or it looked like me. He said I walked straight to where he was hiding, found him immediately, and just stared into his eyes without saying a word. He didn't speak either. He was scared and confused. He didn't understand why I was looking at him like that, or why I wasn't saying anything. Then I left the bathroom, still silent, leaving the door open. And right after that, from downstairs, he heard the real me screaming for him at the top of my lungs because the other kids were leaving. That was when he understood it couldn't have been me. There was no way I could have just left the bathroom and already been downstairs yelling. He ran down immediately, but he didn't tell anyone. Not then. He only told me years later. He never saw that version of me again, and nobody else in the house has ever had an experience quite like that. But I still think about it, because whatever is in that bathroom, whatever has been there all these years, it doesn't just make sounds. It doesn't just open doors. Once, it looked like me. I was alone in my hostel room last Saturday night. My roommates, Arjun and Neil, had both gone home for a family event, so for the first time in a long while, I had the entire 3-bedroom to myself for the weekend. Our hostel is old, probably built sometime in the late 80s or early 90s, and people have always said strange things about it, especially about how it feels after midnight. I never really believed any of that. That night, I had dinner at the mess, came back to the room, scrolled on my phone for a while, watched a few random videos, and eventually went to sleep sometime around 1:15 in the morning. I switched off the lights, got under my blanket, and honestly, I don't remember thinking about anything unusual. Then, sometime much later, I woke up suddenly. At first, I didn't know why. I just opened my eyes in the dark and lay there, completely still. And then I heard it. A slow, scratching sound. It was this steady, dragging noise, like long nails scraping across metal. Not loud, but very clear. Clear enough that I knew I wasn't imagining it. I held my breath and listened. The sound would continue for a few seconds, then stop, then start again. The strange part was that it felt close. Not from outside the room, not from the corridor, but somewhere inside. I kept trying to figure out where it was coming from, but I couldn't. One second it felt like it was near the cupboard, the next second near the window, then almost right beside me. After a minute or two, I reached under my pillow for my phone. I turned on the flashlight and slowly moved the light around the room. The scratching was still happening. That scared me more than anything. Finally, I forced myself to get up and switch on the tube light. The room filled with that harsh white light, and for 2 or 3 seconds, the scratching continued. Then it stopped. Just like that. I checked everything. I looked under all 3 beds, behind the door, near the windows, inside the steel cupboard, even around my roommate's bags and shelves. I expected to find a rat, or maybe a lizard, or at least some insect stuck somewhere. But there was nothing. The room was completely still. I stood there for a while, feeling embarrassed and frightened at the same time. You know that feeling when you're trying to act logical, but your body already knows it's scared? That was me. Eventually, I told myself it was probably just my imagination. Maybe because I was alone. Maybe because the hostel was old and made weird noises at night. So I switched the light off again and went back to bed. Somehow, I fell asleep. But later that same night, the sound came back. The same slow scratching. This time, instead of getting up, I felt annoyed. I thought, fine, maybe it really is a rat inside the wall or behind the cupboard. I pulled the blanket over my head and tried to ignore it. And then I heard something else. Whispering. 2 women. Their voices were low, but they were very close. One sounded young and soft. The other sounded older, a little rough, almost tired. They were speaking quickly, almost over each other. The strangest thing is, in that moment, I felt like I understood what they were saying. Not just the tone, the meaning. They were upset. They didn't want us there. They didn't like that students were living in that room, or maybe in the hostel at all. But now, when I try to remember the exact words, I can't. Not even one sentence. All I remember is the feeling that we were not welcome. I stayed frozen under the blanket. I didn't move. I didn't open my eyes. I tried to breathe as quietly as possible because it felt like those voices were right next to my bed. Then, suddenly, everything stopped. No scratching. No whispering. Nothing. Just silence. The next morning, I tried to behave normally. I went for breakfast. I attended class. When my roommates came back, I didn't tell them everything right away because saying it out loud felt ridiculous. It has been nearly 2 weeks now. During the day, the room feels ordinary. Messy beds, books on the table, clothes hanging from chairs, the usual hostile chaos. But at night, when the lights are off and everything becomes quiet, that feeling comes back sometimes. Heavy. Cold. Like someone is standing in the dark corners, watching us. And every night, I keep asking myself the same thing. Was it only a dream? Or did something really happen in that room while I was alone? I still don't know. I've had strange experiences for as long as I can remember. And according to my family, even before I was old enough to remember anything. My first encounter happened when I was a baby. At least, that's what my parents told me. They were driving late at night on this empty back road with my older brother and me in the back seat. Out of nowhere, they kept hearing this tapping on the window beside my car seat. At first, my dad thought my brother was doing it, and he got annoyed and told him to stop. But my brother insisted it wasn't him. He still swears, even now, that he never touched the window. One of the first things I actually remember happened in the first house we lived in. Almost every night, I would hear footsteps coming down the stairs. Not creaking, not the house settling, but actual steps. My brother heard them too, and he brought it up to my dad more than once. Of course, my dad didn't believe us. Then later, when my mom was pregnant with my little sister, my dad got sick and slept in the guest room, which was close to the stairs. That night, he heard the footsteps for himself. After that, he didn't dismiss us so quickly. That house always felt wrong to me. Heavy. Unfriendly. Later on, we found out there had supposedly been some kind of illegal drug setup in the basement before we moved in, which honestly explained the awful energy of the place. We moved out when I was still pretty young, but the experiences didn't stop. In the house I mostly grew up in, I would hear someone walking past my bedroom late at night. I'd get up and check, but no one was ever there. Sometimes there would be soft tapping on my door. Again, no one. I'd ask everyone in the house if they had knocked or walked by, and the answer was always no. It happened in the bathroom too. I'd be taking a shower, especially when I was home alone, and I'd hear knocking or little taps on the door. Every once in a while, I'd hear my name being called very softly. Not often, but enough times that I couldn't ignore it. I'd go ask my family if someone had called me, and they always said they hadn't. Then I moved out for college. In my last apartment where I lived with roommates, things got even more active. My roommate's dog would randomly start shaking, barking, or growling at absolutely nothing. And one night we were all sitting on the couch when my roommate's bedroom door started acting strange. The door was partly stuck, so it never really closed all the way, and it usually took some effort to move it. But that night, it opened completely on its own, then closed, then started swinging back and forth several times before finally stopping. We all just sat there, frozen. There was also one weird little incident with a shot glass. We poured a shot one night and noticed it had shifted slightly, but we left it alone. By the next day, it was completely empty. Nobody admitted to touching it, and honestly, with everything else going on, we joked that the ghost had helped itself. Now I live in a new apartment with a different roommate, and the weirdness has followed me here too. I have a projector I use for my painting work, and sometimes I leave it plugged in. It randomly turns itself on, especially when I'm watching videos about ghosts on the TV. It seems to happen right after the video ends, or when I switch away from it, almost like something is reacting. When I'm home alone, I'll hear footsteps upstairs or downstairs. I'll hear the door open or close. And the thing is, we live in a small townhouse, so noises are easy to place. The door also has bells on it for my dog, so when it moves, you can definitely hear it. My dog doesn't seem too bothered by any of it though. He's sweet, but honestly, he's a little oblivious. The strange thing is, whatever this is, it doesn't feel evil to me. It doesn't feel threatening. It feels more playful than anything, like something that wants my attention. So I keep wondering, am I attracting spirits everywhere I go? Or is there one particular presence that has stayed with me all this time? I grew up around a piece of land in Maryland that always felt like it had too much history pressed into the soil. It belonged to my grandmother, and before her family ever lived there, the property had been a plantation. Long before that, people said Native Americans had camped there. Then, sometime around the early 1900s, it was used for logging. So by the time my grandparents built their house there in the late 1960s, that land had already carried a lot. It was 20-something acres of thick woods, but it didn't feel small because it connected on every side to hundreds and hundreds of acres of forest. My dad grew up there. I grew up there too, walking those trails, hunting, camping every now and then. I knew those woods better than most people know their own neighborhoods. And still, there were parts of them that never felt fully safe. One of my earliest memories happened when I was about 5. I was at my great-grandmother's house, which was right next door, and I saw a man standing there. He had a big hat, a dark mustache, and this thin, serious face. I remember staring at him just long enough to really see him. Then he was gone. When I told my grandmother, she got quiet and asked me to describe him. I told her he was tall, with dark hair, kind of hollow-looking in the face. She said, very softly, "That sounds like your great-grandfather." The thing is, he had died years before I was born. When I was 17, my father took his own life out in those woods. I won't pretend that didn't change the place for me, because it did. But even after that, I still had good memories there. A lot of them, actually. That's what makes it complicated. I loved that land. But there were things that happened out there that I still can't explain. My dad had this one tree stand he always used. He told me more than once, "Don't hunt that stand unless I'm with you." Less than a week after he died, a tree fell across the ladder. Not the whole stand, not even the whole ladder. Just the rungs were taken out, clean enough that you couldn't climb it anymore. The stand itself is still there. My dad used to tell me stories from when he was young, hunting those woods alone. He said he would hear footsteps coming through the leaves, but when he turned his light toward them, nothing was there. He heard voices calling his name, sometimes close, sometimes far off, always clear enough that he knew he wasn't imagining it. I had my own experiences too. A few times right after dusk, I was tracking deer through the wetter part of the property, and I saw these lights moving in a line about chest high, maybe 100 yards ahead of me. At first, I told myself they were will-o'-the-wisps because that area could get swampy. But every time I shined my flashlight toward them, they vanished. And it happened more than once. It wasn't reflectors on trees. These lights moved. They drifted together, almost like people walking in a row, carrying lanterns you couldn't quite see. That part of the land has its own history, too. People in the family always said Harriet Tubman had passed through that general area while helping enslaved people escape from a nearby plantation. There are old graves still on the property, marked only by large stones. No names, no dates, just boulders sitting quietly in the woods. The old manor house on the neighboring land supposedly still had shackles in the basement well into the 1990s. So when you see lights moving through those trees, your mind goes places. Another time, when I was around 16, I was walking alone through the woods. Nothing unusual was happening. It was quiet, ordinary, familiar. Then someone shouted my name, clear as anything. I spun around right as a rock, about the size of a baseball, flew past my head. It missed me by inches. What still bothers me is that there aren't rocks in that part of the woods. Not loose ones. Not anything like that. And I was alone. When I was 18, I was hunting in November, sitting near a stand of loblolly pines. Big, healthy trees. There was no wind at all. Everything was still. Then one of the pines fell. Just suddenly cracked and dropped. I sat there frozen, trying to make sense of it. 5 minutes later, another one fell. Then another. That was enough for me. I got down and left as fast as I could. Even before my dad died, I had nightmares about those woods. In the dreams, I'd be trapped back there, unable to find my way out, while something I couldn't see chased me through the trees. Sometimes I'd stumble onto an abandoned house that I knew didn't exist, full of rot and death, and that awful feeling that I had found something I was never supposed to see. And the strange thing is, I still love that place. But love doesn't make it harmless. There's something back there in those woods. I don't know what it is, and I don't know if I want to. But something isn't right. I want to tell you about something that happened almost 2 years ago, though a recent incident brought it all back to me. There's a house in my neighborhood, maybe 30 or 40 steps from where I live. It's a small bungalow, painted a dull yellow now, the kind of yellow that must have looked bright years ago, but is faded with time. The front gate is black and low, honestly low enough that someone could climb over it without much effort. I know that because I did. The strange thing about this house is that nobody lives there, but it doesn't feel completely abandoned either. The house itself is beautiful. I used to admire it whenever I passed by, and the garden still grows like someone is quietly caring for it. There are jasmine flowers, roses, hibiscus, marigolds, lilies, and a few fruit trees too. Mango, guava, custard apple, even a small lemon tree. But at the same time, the ground is always covered with dry leaves, snapped branches, and dust. So the whole place feels caught between being loved and being forgotten. People in the neighborhood say the family who owned it left many years ago. Some also whisper about a locked shed behind the house. They say something stays there, something like a spirit, or maybe a djinn, guarding the place. They always say it isn't evil, but still, nobody goes in. I never really believed those stories. One afternoon, during Ganesh Puja at our house, we suddenly needed more flowers. There weren't enough around, and for some reason, I thought of that bungalow. It was around 4 in the evening. The sun was still out, the street was active, and I didn't feel scared at all. So I climbed over the little gate and jumped inside. At first, everything felt normal. I could hear birds in the trees. I heard tiny movements in the dry leaves, probably rats or squirrels. Nothing felt wrong. I began picking flowers, and then, without warning, something pulled my hair, not gently. It was a sharp, sudden tug, strong enough to hurt a little, like someone had grabbed my bun and tried to loosen it. My hair is very long, almost down to my knees, so when it came loose, I felt it immediately. I turned around. There was no one there, but the feeling didn't stop. I could still feel something touching my hair, almost like fingers slowly moving through it. Not pulling anymore, just brushing through it. That was the first moment I felt afraid. I told myself not to panic. I tried to act normal and started picking the flowers faster. Then a warm rush of air passed beside me. It didn't make sense. The weather wasn't hot like that, and the air had been still just a second before. Right after that, something touched my hand. This time, when I turned, a boy was standing there. He looked maybe 23 or 24. He had fair skin, dark brown hair, and he was tall. I don't remember everything he was wearing, but I clearly remember his white shirt. He didn't look scary. That's the hardest part to explain. He looked beautiful, almost too beautiful, like he didn't belong in a normal place. His face was calm, but his eyes weren't. He looked sad, or worried, maybe even scared. He looked straight at me and said, very softly, "Don't leave." It didn't sound like a threat. It sounded more like he was begging me, or warning me. I still don't know which. Before I could answer, I heard my brother calling from outside the gate. He was searching for me. I turned my head for just a second, and when I looked back, the boy was gone. Not walking away, not hiding behind a tree, just gone. I didn't wait to understand it. I ran to the gate, climbed over as fast as I could, and jumped back onto the street. My brother asked if I had found the flowers. He didn't notice anything strange about me or about the house. Later, he even looked inside the bungalow himself, but he didn't find anyone. I never told him what I saw. He doesn't believe in these things, and I knew he would laugh it off or say I imagined it. After that day, I never went inside that house again. The strange part is, that night, I wasn't even as terrified as I thought I should have been. I kept thinking about his face, the sadness in it, the way he said those words. But recently, something started happening again. I've seen that same boy standing outside the yellow bungalow. Not every day, but every 2 or 3 days. And each time he just stands there, looking toward our house. I know this is already a touchy subject, because a lot of people say it was fake, or that it's already been debunked. And I get why people are skeptical, I really do. But for me, I just haven't seen anything that fully proves it was false. Most of the arguments I've come across are things like, look at that little line, it could be a wire, or that movement could have been done with a dummy. And maybe that's true. But none of it has ever felt strong enough to explain what I actually saw. The footage from that YouTube channel, Ghosts of Pine Harbor, honestly shook me. If it was fake, then the effects were unbelievably good. I mean, some of those clips looked like something a major studio would struggle to pull off convincingly. But then, at the same time, the way the videos were filmed and edited felt so rough and homemade. The guy behind the channel, Kyle, clearly didn't seem like some polished filmmaker. His camera work was shaky, The editing was simple, and the whole thing had this amateur, lived-in feeling to it. I guess someone could argue that was intentional, like maybe he made the videos look rough on purpose to hide how advanced the effects were. I don't really buy that. And another thing that stayed with me was that I remember seeing posts from his family trying to raise money so one relative could travel back home for a funeral. That made me think, if Kyle really had the skill to create these wild, studio-level paranormal effects, wouldn't he have found a way to turn that attention into real money? From what I remember, the videos weren't even monetized. And the one video I keep thinking about, called Night Terrors, was unlisted for a while before it disappeared completely. When I first watched it, I remember thinking, I should save this. I really should back this up. Because I had this feeling that one day I'd want to show it to people who were interested in ghosts or paranormal footage. But I didn't do it. I assumed someone else would. I figured something that strange, something that talked about, would definitely be archived somewhere. And now it's gone. The entire Night Terrors video has been removed, and I cannot find a copy anywhere. I've emailed Kyle more than once. I even offered to send a donation just to get access to the footage again, but I never heard back. I'm not angry about that. Life happens. People go through things. The channel hasn't uploaded in years, so maybe he just moved on. Or maybe things got too overwhelming. But it's frustrating, because that video had some of the most compelling clips I've ever seen. A few people on TikTok have posted little edits with screenshots or tiny pieces of footage, but it feels like almost nobody actually watched the whole thing. They only caught small glimpses, when the full video had the real meat of it. From what I remember, Night Terrors was maybe 10 or 15 minutes long, possibly a little longer. It was basically a compilation of the strangest footage Kyle had captured inside his house. There was one clip of a figure, very visible, darting out of a second-story window. It looked almost human, but not quite. The speed of it was wrong in a way that made my stomach drop. There was another clip of a shadowy face on the wall, moving its mouth and making expressions, almost like it was trying to talk to him. Kyle called it the Wall Man, and whether you believe it or not, it was deeply unsettling to watch. Then there was a face near the top of the stairs, just barely peeking out. It had this blurred, warped expression, and then the camera got knocked over. There were other sightings too. Figures in corners. Shapes moving through rooms. Things that looked seamless, even though the footage wasn't crystal clear. And yes, I know lower quality footage can make things easier to fake. I understand that completely. But still, when you watched it with an open mind, it was hard not to feel stunned. I keep thinking about doing a real investigation into it myself, maybe even making a small documentary, even if it's only for me and a few people I know. I'd want to go through the footage frame by frame, enhance it with newer tools, slow it down, compare shadows, look for cuts, artifacts, anything. Because to me, this is too interesting to just disappear into the void. Somewhere, someone must have saved it. And if they did, I really hope they're willing to share it. I'm sharing this as a warning, and I mean that sincerely. Please don't go to Corpsewood Manor. I know places like that become rumors. People hear stories. Teenagers dare each other, and it starts to feel like some spooky little adventure. But after what happened to me, I don't see it that way anymore. I see it as a place people should leave alone. This happened back in 2016. My friends and I were younger then, out at a party, doing what teenagers do. The night was loud, messy, fun, and then, suddenly the cops showed up and the whole thing got shut down. Everybody scattered. While we were leaving, a bunch of us got on a group call, trying to figure out where to go next. Nobody had another party lined up, and then this guy named Aiden suggested Corpsewood Manor. Most of us had heard the name before. It was one of those places people talked about in low voices, like they wanted to scare you, but also wanted you to ask more questions. So for some reason, we agreed. We drove out there in a little convoy, about 4 cars full of people, heading down dark roads around 2 in the morning. The driveway into the place felt endless. It stretched deep into the woods, gravel crunching under the tires, trees pressing in close on both sides. When we finally got there, nothing happened at first. No strange sounds, no creepy figures, nothing like that. But as we started walking away from the cars, Aiden stopped us and said, "Whatever you do, don't take anything from the house. Leave everything where you find it." Everybody kind of laughed, nervously, and agreed. Then we walked toward the remains. We wandered through what was left of the place, stepping over broken pieces and shining our phone lights around. At first, it honestly felt like we had scared ourselves for nothing. Then, as we started heading back, the air changed. I don't know how else to explain it. It felt like we weren't alone anymore. Not just watched, but noticed. Like something had turned its attention toward us. So I asked, "Did anybody take anything?" There was this awful pause. Then one of the guys pulled a brick out of his jacket pocket. Everybody started yelling at him to throw it back. He panicked and tossed it into the darkness, toward the ruins. And I swear, that brick came flying back. It didn't sound like it hit the ground. It didn't bounce or roll. It came back at us like someone had caught it in the dark and thrown it straight back. It landed right at our feet. That was when everyone lost it. We started screaming and running back toward the cars. While we were running, I looked off to my right and saw a massive fire burning in the woods. It was huge, maybe 40 feet high and 20 feet wide. I don't know how something that large could have been there without us noticing it before. When we reached the cars, things got even worse. There were dogs everywhere. Not a few dogs, not a pack. Hundreds of them. They surrounded the cars, standing in the road and around the tires, and they weren't starving or wild-looking. They looked healthy, clean, cared for, like they belonged to somebody. We got in and started driving out slowly, maybe 5 miles an hour. There were so many dogs that the bumper had to nudge them aside. Nobody wanted to hit them, but they wouldn't move on their own. As we were leaving, I looked back toward the fire. More dogs were circling it. They were moving counterclockwise around the flames, all together, slow and steady. The strange part was that they didn't look natural. They moved like they weren't thinking, like something else was guiding them. I told myself I would never go back. But a year later, in 2017, I let myself get talked into it again. This time, there weren't 4 cars. It was just 1 car, a few of us packed inside, trying to act braver than we felt. But we didn't even make it all the way down the driveway. There was an old woman standing in the gravel road. She had no shoes on. She was wearing a nightgown, and that was it. Just standing there in the dark, blocking the way. The driveway was too narrow to turn around, so my friend parked, cracked open the door, and shouted, "Please move so we can turn around." She didn't move. He shouted again. Then she started walking toward us. I'll never forget the way my friend reacted. He wasn't trying to act tough anymore. He started crying, got back in the car, slammed it into reverse, and backed us out of there as fast as he could. That was the last time I ever went. I don't know what that woman was. I don't know what we saw with the fire or the dogs. I've tried looking online to see if anyone else ever mentioned hundreds of dogs out there, but I've never found anything. All I know is what happened to me. People around here have a lot of stories about that place, and after what I saw, I believe more of them than I used to. So please, hear me when I say this. Don't go there. Leave that place alone. Listen, I know this is going to sound strange, But I need you to understand something first. My friend Jack is not the kind of person who makes things up. He's not dramatic. He doesn't tell stories with big hand gestures or spooky pauses. He's the kind of guy who checks the oil before a road trip, reads the instructions before assembling furniture, and thinks most people are exaggerating most of the time. So when he told me what happened at that gas station, he didn't whisper it. He didn't try to scare me. He just sat there, staring down at his coffee, and told it like he was explaining a flat tire. That's what made it worse. Jack had taken the overnight shift at a gas station just outside Springfield, Ohio. It wasn't glamorous, obviously, but he needed the money. Midnight to 6 in the morning, 5 nights a week. He said it was mostly stocking shelves, wiping counters, watching the road, and trying not to fall asleep under those buzzing fluorescent lights. For the first couple of months, nothing happened. Not really. You'd get the usual night people, truckers buying coffee, teenagers trying to look sober, somebody wandering in at 2 in the morning for cigarettes and a hot dog that had probably been spinning since lunch. Then, in early December, the old man started coming in. Jack said the first night he barely noticed him. The door chimed at 3:07 in the morning, and this older man walked in wearing a faded brown overcoat and dark slacks. Maybe late 60s, thin, slow-moving. Not fragile exactly, but stiff, like every step cost him something. He didn't say hello. He didn't look at Jack. He just walked to the back of the store and stood near the coolers. Not browsing, not deciding, just standing there. After a couple of minutes, he turned around and headed back toward the entrance. Jack figured maybe the guy forgot his wallet, or maybe he'd come in for something and changed his mind. That happens more than you'd think at that hour. People drift in half awake, then drift right back out. But just before he reached the door, the man stopped. Slowly, he turned his head, and he stared directly at the security camera above the register. Jack told me, "He wasn't looking at me. That's the part I keep coming back to." He looked right through the store, right past me, straight into the camera. He stared for about 10 seconds. Then he walked outside. No car pulled away. No headlights. No sound except the door closing behind him. Jack even stepped around the counter and looked out the window. The parking lot was empty. The road was empty. The man had just walked off into the cold, like he belonged to the dark. Jack thought it was weird, sure, but weird isn't rare on the night shift. Then it happened again the next night. 3:07 exactly. Same brown coat. Same slow walk. Same spot by the coolers. Same 2 minutes of silence. Then the door. Then the turn. Then that stare into the camera. By the 4th night, Jack was watching the clock. He said, "It wasn't close to 3:07. It wasn't around 3:07. The door opened at 3:07 every single time, like something had scheduled him." That went on for weeks. Every night Jack worked, the man came in. He never bought anything, never touched anything, never spoke. Jack tried once to greet him louder than usual, just to force some kind of reaction. "Evening," Jack said. Nothing. The man kept walking. Another night, Jack leaned forward over the counter, trying to catch his eyes. Still nothing. The man never looked at him. Only the camera. And after a while, Jack said the whole thing stopped feeling like a person being strange and started feeling like a message being repeated. Like the man wasn't coming into the store. He was coming into the footage. About 3 weeks in, Jack finally asked his manager about it. The manager, a tired guy named Ray who only cared about missing inventory and cigarette counts, said he'd never seen anyone like that. Jack asked if the station kept old security recordings. Ray pointed him toward a metal cabinet in the back office and said, "Knock yourself out." Inside were stacks of old VHS tapes, dusty, handwritten labels, years going back further than Jack expected. Some of them had water stains. Some looked like they hadn't been touched in decades. Jack didn't even know why he picked the one he picked, but he pulled out a tape labeled 1988. There was an old VCR on a shelf, buried under cords and dead batteries. Somehow, Jack got it connected to one of the little security monitors. He put the tape in. The footage came up black and white, grainy and warped at the edges. Different counter, different shelves. Same building, same dead little store under the same sickly lights. Jack fast-forwarded. 2:41 a.m., 2:52 a.m., 3 a.m. Then the numbers rolled over. 3:07 a.m. The front door opened, and the man walked in. Same brown coat, same dark pants, same slow, aching walk. Jack said his whole body went cold before his mind caught up. The man moved straight to the back of the store and stood by the coolers for 2 minutes. Then he walked back to the door, stopped, turned, and stared directly into the old security camera. Jack paused the tape right there. He told me he had to sit down on the floor because his knees went soft, because the man on that tape, from decades earlier, wasn't someone who looked like him. It was him. Same face, same coat, same posture, same hollow, patient stare. Not younger, not older, exactly the same. And then the strangest part happened. On the frozen screen, while the tape was still paused, the man's head moved. Just a little. His eyes shifted away from the camera, and for the first time, he looked directly at Jack. I still think about that night more than I probably should. My husband and I were newly married, and we were driving home after visiting family down in Florida. We live up in northwest Missouri, so it was a long haul, somewhere around 17 hours total. We decided to break the trip up and stop for the night near Tunica, just to get some sleep and maybe stay somewhere a little fun before finishing the drive. Everything was normal at first. Just road trip tired, snack bags in the truck, our little old lap dog shifting around with us, the usual. Then, somewhere near Jackson, Mississippi, the GPS took us off the highway. It called it a shortcut. At first, I didn't think much of it. That happens sometimes. But as the sun started going down, we passed through this little town called Aiden, or something close to that. It was around 7:30 or 8 in the evening. I remember looking out the window and saying to my husband, "This place feels haunted." Not in a fun ghost tour kind of way. It felt heavy, wrong, like the air had teeth. He looked around and said he felt it too. We kept driving, and the farther we got, the more rural it became. Now, I want to be clear. We're not city people who get scared because a road is dark. We're from rural Missouri. We've driven back roads in bad weather, in the middle of the night, through places most people would call creepy without blinking. We've lived near towns with strange reputations. We know what darkness looks like. This was different. It felt like we were going in circles, even though the GPS kept insisting we were making progress. We drove for what felt like 2 hours, and the gas gauge on our F-250 did not move. Not even a little. It stayed exactly at 3/4 of a tank the whole time. That truck is nearly brand new, and it is not shy about using gas. On a normal trip, we usually stop every couple of hours, but the needle just sat there, frozen. Then the little things started piling up. We noticed houses every few hundred yards, but none of them had lights on. My husband said, "That's strange. It almost feels abandoned. There should be more lights on at this hour." The very next house we passed had every light blazing. That happened more than once. We would mention something we hadn't seen in a while, and then suddenly, there it was. Like the road was listening to us and trying to correct itself. We barely saw any cars, but when we did, it was bizarre. Twice, we saw a line of 4 vehicles, all the same make and model, spaced perfectly apart. They were white SUVs, moving in this strange, identical rhythm. A few miles later, it happened again. Same kind of vehicles, same spacing, same feeling that we were watching something repeat. At one point, we passed a car sitting with its hazard lights on. The second we went by, the hazards turned off. Then there was the vehicle behind us. My husband kept checking the rearview mirror, and for a few miles, something followed us. He said one moment it looked like a truck with bright LED headlights. Then, a minute later, it looked like a sedan with amber lights. Then it was back to being a truck again. There were no side roads, no obvious places for one car to disappear and another to take its place. It was just there, changing. Eventually, we went through another small town before getting back toward the main route. It must have been around 9 by then. The town had lights, cars were moving, businesses were open, but we didn't see a single person. Nobody in parking lots, nobody outside restaurants, nobody walking, nobody standing near gas pumps. The place had movement, but no life. And the animals were missing too. That might sound like a small thing, but if you drive rural roads at night, you know you're always watching for deer, raccoons, armadillos, possums, anything. We saw almost nothing, just a few bats. There was one deer earlier, right around dusk, but it wasn't acting right. It stood perfectly still near the road, staring at us. Its ears didn't twitch. It didn't flinch. It didn't run. It just stood there like someone had paused it. Even our dog knew something was wrong. He's an old little lap dog, and he has traveled all over the country with us. Usually he settles in and sleeps, but on those back roads, he could not get comfortable. He kept whining, shifting, pressing against me, acting like he wanted out of the truck and closer to us at the same time. The worst part for me was the feeling in my body. I had chills almost the entire time. Not cold chills, instinct chills. The kind that make your skin prickle because something deep inside you is saying, "Pay attention, you are not safe." Time didn't feel right either. It stretched and folded. We kept driving, but it didn't feel like we were getting anywhere. My husband is normally calm, practical, hard to rattle, but even he was tense, quiet, watching everything. Then we got back on the interstate, and just like that, everything changed. The gas gauge started behaving normally again. We saw regular traffic. Businesses had lights on. People were outside. Animals appeared along the road like they should. My dog settled down. The pressure in the truck lifted. My phone suddenly lit up with texts all at once. One was from my mom. She had sent it about 2 hours earlier, right around the time the weirdness started. She said she had a sinking feeling about me, and whatever I was doing, I needed to be careful. I called her as soon as I could. She told me that for the last couple of hours, she had felt like something was very wrong. Just that deep mother's instinct. No explanation, just fear. I know how this sounds. I really do. My husband and I are practical people. He works in the trades. I work in education and caregiving. We've both traveled enough to know the difference between "this road is creepy" and "something is not right here." Our truck is reliable. We're level-headed people. We believe in God, but we don't jump to supernatural explanations for every strange thing. Still, I believe something happened on that road. I don't know if it was a place with bad energy, some kind of strange pocket of time, a stretch of land we were never meant to pass through, or something else entirely. But I do believe we were protected, and I am deeply, deeply grateful that we made it out. A few years back, I went down this rabbit hole of stories about black-eyed children, and honestly, they got under my skin. I know a lot of those stories are probably exaggerated, and part of me is skeptical, but I still love reading people's experiences. There's just something about them that feels so unsettling. But then, last summer, something happened to me that I still think about. Except in my case, it wasn't a child. It was a grown man. I had moved into an apartment in downtown Ottawa, not far from Rideau Street. Anyone who knows that area knows it has a very particular energy. My place was around the Lower Charlotte and King Edward side, close to shelters and community housing. There was a lot of addiction and homelessness around, which was sad to see, but for the most part, people kept to themselves. I saw some intense things while I lived there, but I never really walked around feeling scared. One evening, probably around 6:30, I decided to take a walk. It was still bright out, one of those warm July evenings where the whole city feels kind of golden. I had only just moved in, so I wanted to get to know the neighborhood a little better. As I passed a bus stop, I noticed a woman using drugs. It caught me off guard for a second, but it wasn't exactly shocking for that part of downtown. I just kept walking with my headphones on, music turned up loud. A little farther ahead, I saw someone tucked between two houses, going through garbage bins. Again, not unusual. I clocked him from a distance, so I wasn't especially nervous. But when I got close, he suddenly stepped out from between the houses and looked straight at me. I actually jumped. I pulled my headphones off, and for a second, we just stood there staring at each other. Everything around me seemed to go quiet. It had this strange tunnel vision feeling, like the rest of the street had disappeared. He looked like he'd been living rough, maybe late 20s or early 30s. Pale skin, long dark hair that looked greasy and tangled, clothes dirty and ripped in places. But his eyes were what stopped me cold. They were completely black. Not dark brown, not in shadow, not just tired or sunken. Black. The whole eye looked black. I forced myself to keep walking, and after a moment, he turned back toward the garbage bins, like nothing had happened. But I was shaken. I tried to explain it away immediately. Maybe he was just some punk guy wearing full black contacts. Maybe I caught the light wrong. Maybe my brain filled in the blanks because I'd read too many creepy stories. But then I kept thinking about it. A guy digging through bins in the middle of summer, wearing full sclera contacts, keeping them clean, taking them out at night, carrying saline around. It just didn't make sense to me. It felt too weird, too specific, too out of place. And that wasn't the only strange thing that happened while I lived there. Later that same summer, my roommate was away, so I was alone in the apartment. Sometime around 2 or 3 in the morning, I woke up to a woman screaming outside. And I don't mean arguing or shouting. I mean screaming. The kind of scream that makes your whole body go still before your mind even catches up. It sounded like pure terror, like something out of a horror movie. At first, I thought she was right below my second-floor window. I just froze in bed, listening. She kept screaming as she moved through the neighborhood. It went on for what felt like half an hour, slowly getting farther and farther away. I remember lying there debating whether to call the police, but I kept thinking that in that area, there were usually officers nearby, and surely someone else had already called. I also wondered if maybe it was someone having a mental health crisis, which made the whole thing feel even heavier. The next day, I asked a couple of neighbors if they had heard the screaming. They both said no. Nothing. That bothered me almost as much as the scream itself. Months later, maybe 7 or 8 months after that, I was scrolling through TikTok when I came across a video from a woman in downtown Ottawa. She had recorded someone screaming outside her apartment in the middle of the night. The second I heard it, I got chills. It was the same scream, same pitch, same tone, same terrifying intensity. But the video was old, and it had been filmed in a different part of downtown near Rideau. And I know there are realistic explanations for everything. I know cities have strange sounds, strange nights, and people going through painful things most of us never see up close. But still, what are the odds that the same scream had been echoing around downtown Ottawa for years? Between the man with the black eyes and that voice in the night, I still don't really know what to think. Maybe I'm overthinking two unsettling moments from one strange summer. But part of me wonders if anyone else has seen something like that downtown, or heard that scream drifting through the streets after midnight. I want to tell you about something that happened a few years ago, because it still drifts back into my mind sometimes. Back then, I was working as a mail carrier. Not for very long, honestly. It was one of those jobs I thought I could handle, but my body had other opinions. I was getting a little too worn around the edges for all that walking, lifting, and pushing through the day no matter what. This was in the United States, in a downtown area where I was delivering mail. I had moved a long, long way from the place where I'd known this one friend of mine, thousands of miles away. So realistically, there was almost no reason he should have been there. Not impossible, of course, just very unlikely. Now, sometimes I get these moments where time feels wrong. Not stopped exactly, but stretched. The world slows down at the edges. Little details sharpen all at once, the way they do in a movie when a character suddenly notices everything around them. It can feel peaceful for half a second, then strange, then almost too strange. That day, while I was walking my route, I started noticing people on the street who looked like my old friend. Not just one person, several. At first, I thought maybe I was just tired, or maybe the city had a lot of people with similar features. I even wondered whether his family might have roots there somehow, some shared look that kept showing up in passing faces. Then I saw someone who looked almost exactly like him. The only differences were that this person had long blonde hair tied back, a bandana, and sunglasses. But the face, the build, the way he moved, it all tugged at something in me. And the thing is, I've known people who prefer to stay unnoticed, people who keep their lives quiet for reasons of their own. So the idea that my friend might be trying not to be recognized did not feel completely impossible. I noticed him, and then he noticed me noticing him. That was the part that made my stomach tighten a little. He turned around and came toward me from behind. I didn't say anything at first. I'm also the kind of person who tends to keep a low profile, and if it really was him, asking directly would have revealed me too. Besides, I looked different than I had back when we knew each other. Maybe different enough that he wouldn't have recognized me right away. Then he spoke. His voice was not quite right. It was higher than my friend's voice, lighter somehow. But even then I thought, well, a person could change their voice if they wanted to. He asked if I knew where a certain street was. I told him I was new to the area and didn't know. That was true. Then we went our separate ways. After he left, the feeling didn't disappear right away. Time stayed stretched and strange for several more minutes, like the air had been pulled thin. Eventually, everything settled back into its normal rhythm. I still don't know what to make of it. My friend was older than me, though he had always seemed healthy. He was also the kind of person who lived quietly, using burner phones and keeping himself hard to track. I know that might sound odd, but people do live that way. So I don't really have a way to check whether he's still around, or whether he knew anything about that moment, assuming it was him at all. And yes, I understand the obvious explanation. Maybe it was just my perception playing tricks on me. Maybe I was tired. Maybe my mind connected dots that weren't actually connected. That's possible, and I can accept that. But the experience didn't feel ordinary. It felt like walking through a moment that had been folded wrong. I don't know how many people experience time distortions like that. For a long time, I thought I was nearly alone in having strange things happen, because people don't usually talk about them. When they do, they often get treated like they're unstable or making things up. So maybe these experiences are rare, or maybe more people have them than we realize, and they've just learned to keep quiet. Today, I want to tell you about one of the strangest coincidences I've ever experienced, because honestly, it still gives me chills when I think about it. So, last night, I had this incredibly vivid dream. Not the kind of dream where everything feels blurry and random, but the kind where every detail feels strangely sharp. In the dream, there was this enormous crimson building. It wasn't especially tall, maybe only a few floors high, but it stretched so far sideways that it almost felt impossible. It stood alone in this wide, empty field, and the only other building nearby was the apartment I was living in. The whole place felt deserted and unsettling. Just open land, silence, and these two lonely buildings sitting there like they didn't belong anywhere. Then, out of nowhere, a girl came running from behind the red building. And because the building was so ridiculously long, it took her forever to reach us. We could see her from far away, just running and running across that empty space. When she finally got close, she looked at us and said, "Look at the window." So we looked. There was a window on maybe the 4th floor, maybe the 5th, and sitting right on the edge of it were two little girls, their legs dangling outside like it was nothing. They were playing some kind of hand game, almost like rock, paper, scissors, completely calm. But then, they stood up on the window ledge, and they started jumping around, playing these dangerous little games right there on the edge. I remember feeling this awful tightness in my chest because it looked like they were going to fall at any second. Then, suddenly, 3 more girls appeared beside them. Now there were 5 of them. All 5 started playing on that ledge together, laughing and jumping like they had no idea how dangerous it was. More people began gathering around me, all of us staring up at them, completely frozen. And then, all 5 girls held hands and jumped. They hit the ground hard. Everyone rushed toward them, but when we got close, we realized something was wrong. They looked human from a distance, but up close, they weren't really human at all. Their bodies seemed artificial somehow. I could see bones, and the bones looked real, but their flesh was strange, almost jelly-like. There was no blood, not a single drop. After that, I went back to my apartment. I remember trying to do something simple, but I kept messing it up again and again, like something was interfering with me. Then somehow, my sister realized I was being haunted, and I could see it too. Not clearly, but like a dark shadow nearby. The ghost's name was Gracie. That part really stayed with me, because that name is not common around me at all. I'm from India, and I've never personally known anyone with that name. I haven't even heard it much in the movies or shows I usually watch. In the dream, my sister and I tried to play something religious on my phone, something protective, but no matter where we searched, YouTube, apps, anywhere, we couldn't find what we needed. We kept searching, and then suddenly I remembered, wait, I can recite it myself. So I started reciting it out loud, and right after that, I woke up. It was around 3 or 4 in the morning. Now here's the part that really disturbed me. Later that morning, I went to work. I'm still in training, so I've been spending time working in stores. For a while, there were no customers at all. The place was quiet. Then the first customer of the day walked in, and her name was Gracie. That was the first time in my entire life I had ever met someone with that name. Maybe it was just a coincidence. It probably was. But after having that dream only a few hours earlier, hearing that name in real life felt deeply unsettling. Like the dream had left a small crack open, and something from it had quietly stepped through. not totally sure whether I'm asking for advice or just trying to make sense of everything. But this has been weighing on me, and it's really about someone close to me. A friend of mine lost her dad a few weeks ago after a painful fight with cancer. For privacy, I'll call him Granddad. I'll call my friend Lily, and I'll call her little boy Milo. Lily has dogs, and one thing that feels important is that none of the dogs have been acting strange. Nothing about their behavior has really changed. Most of what's been happening seems to center around Milo. Granddad's illness moved fast. He was diagnosed sometime last year, and earlier this year the family was told it was terminal. After that, he declined pretty quickly. He spent time going in and out of the hospital, but in the end, he was able to come home on hospice. He passed there, surrounded by the people who loved him. The night before he died, Lily and Milo were at his house. He had that sudden burst of energy people sometimes get near the end, and for a little while, it felt like a good day. But later that evening, he became really unsettled. At one point, he started crying out, "Help me!" again and again. Lily decided it was best to take Milo home. She didn't want her dad to become more distressed, and she didn't want Milo to see too much of what was happening. But as they were leaving, Milo said he saw a figure. He described it as someone who had been hit by a car, and he said it told him, "Someone is going to die here." He said it followed them for a while. It even gave him a name. Milo said it looked human, but it was dressed all in dark clothes. I was actually on the phone with Lily when Milo saw it, so I heard some of this unfold in real time. The next day, Granddad passed away. That same day, Lily's front door opened on its own. It has a coded deadbolt, so that really unsettled her. A couple of days later, Lily heard someone call her name. Around the same time, she smelled cigarette smoke. Granddad had smoked for years, right up until his cancer diagnosis. Then another night, Lily heard a loud crash. When she went to check, Milo's toy organizer had been completely emptied. The bins were dumped and scattered everywhere. The dogs weren't loose in the house. Milo had been asleep in Lily and her husband's bed, and everyone else had been in bed too. A few days ago, Milo came up to Lily and said, "Someone just rubbed my back. It was Granddad." He told me the same thing the next day, completely unprompted. But in that same conversation, he didn't remember the figure from the night before Granddad died at all. He didn't remember seeing someone get hit by a car. He didn't remember the warning about someone dying there. It was like that part had disappeared from his mind. Then, 2 nights ago, Granddad's wife said she saw him standing in her doorway. That was the only experience she's had, so maybe it could have been grief or exhaustion. I don't know. But with everything else going on, it's hard not to wonder. And then tonight, Milo was in the living room while Lily was in the bedroom. She called for him to come in with her, and he said, "I'm staying in here because Granddad's with me. I'll be okay." That really scared Lily, because when she went to check on him, he was just sitting calmly on the couch, playing on his tablet. That might sound normal, but for Milo, it really isn't. He's usually very attached to Lily and doesn't like being in a separate room from her. My worry is that the figure Milo saw may have been some kind of death presence, maybe something connected to Granddad's passing. And I keep wondering whether, with everything so raw and open around that time, something either negative or not fully understood may have attached itself to Milo. Or maybe it really is Granddad, staying close because he loved him so much. Granddad was deeply attached to Milo, and Milo was very close to him too. He was also very close to Lily. I know people say children can be more sensitive to things adults don't pick up on, and Lily has had experiences before, but in this house, she doesn't really feel or see much herself. That's part of what worries her. She's afraid something might be pretending to be Granddad so it can get close to Milo. I guess I'm just trying to understand whether that sounds possible or whether I'm reading too much into it. I don't want to scare anyone more than they already are, but I also don't want to ignore something if it's worth paying attention to. I honestly still don't know how to explain this. And even now, thinking back on it gives me that uneasy feeling in my chest. This happened about 3 years ago, on a completely ordinary night. Nothing felt strange. I wasn't sick, I wasn't upset, I wasn't drinking, nothing like that. I just got ready for bed like I always did. My routine back then was the same every night. I'd plug my phone in, set it on the little shelf beside my bed, and go to sleep. I had done that for years without even thinking about it, but the next morning I woke up much later than usual. Right away, something felt off. I reached over for my phone, expecting it to be where it always was, but it wasn't there. After a few seconds of half-asleep searching, I found it underneath me, and it was dead. That alone was weird, because I had no memory of taking it off the charger or falling asleep with it in my hand. But I tried to brush it off. I figured maybe I had been more tired than I realized. So I plugged it in, waited for it to turn back on, and opened Snapchat. That's when my stomach dropped. I had messages from people I barely ever spoke to. Then I saw loads of messages from friends too. Way more than normal. Instantly, I knew something had happened. My first thought was, did I post something? So before replying to anyone, I checked my Snapchat story. Nothing. Then I checked Instagram just in case. Nothing there either. I thought maybe people were messing with me, but then I opened a message from my friend Callan, and he said, "Why do you have that on your story?" I checked again. Still nothing. There was no story showing for me at all. I told him I couldn't see anything, and he sent me a screen recording. Then he sent a screenshot too. And there it was, a story, posted from my account. It was this ridiculous meme picture. Nothing serious, nothing embarrassing in a massive way, just completely random. But the thing was, I couldn't see it from my own account. It didn't exist on my end. That's when I started feeling properly creeped out, because my sisters hadn't messaged me about it. Neither had Mara, one of my closest friends. And those are exactly the people who would have told me first if I had posted something strange. So I messaged them and asked, "Can you see my story?" They both said no. Then I started asking other people. Some could see it, some couldn't. There was no pattern at all. It was like the story existed for certain people, but not for others. And somehow, I was one of the people who couldn't see it, even though it was supposedly posted from my own account. I asked someone who could see it to reply to the story, hoping that maybe if they replied, I'd be able to open it from the message and delete it. But no, their reply came through, yet I still had no option to remove the story. At that point, I was really starting to panic. I barely ever posted anything anywhere, so having some random meme sitting on my story felt bizarre enough. But not being able to see it or delete it made it so much worse. Then my friend told me the story said it had been posted hours earlier. I don't remember the exact wording anymore, but I do remember working out the time. It would have been around 5 a.m., and I know I was asleep at 5 a.m. At least, I'm almost certain I was. The other strange part is the photo itself. I'm nearly sure that meme wasn't even in my camera roll. Maybe it was and I just forgot, but I really don't think so. It was on an old phone, so I can't check anymore. I kept trying to make it make sense. Maybe I was exhausted and somehow fell asleep holding my phone. Maybe I woke up without remembering and posted something by accident. Maybe the picture really was saved somewhere on my phone. But none of that explains why I couldn't see my own story. It doesn't explain why only random people could see it. It doesn't explain why people close to me couldn't see it. It doesn't explain why I couldn't delete it. And it definitely doesn't explain why my phone was dead underneath me when I had no memory of using it after going to bed. For a while, I wondered if I had been hacked. but even that didn't fully add up. Why would a hacker post a random meme, only make it visible to some people, and hide it from me? The whole thing made me feel like I had lost a chunk of time. Not in a dramatic way, but in this quiet, horrible way where you start questioning your own memory. I still have a screenshot, and my friend still had the screen recording at the time, so I know it actually happened. It wasn't just a dream, or me misreading something. I've gone over it so many times, and I still don't have a proper answer. It's probably the strangest thing that has ever happened to me, and honestly, it still bothers me. I want to start by saying I'm really not the kind of person who calls every strange thing paranormal. I grew up in Appalachia, and I still live around these mountains, so I was raised hearing all the old stories people tell about this place. And sure, I've seen strange things here. Most people who live in the mountains have. But I've never been quick to say, that was supernatural. Except for this. The first time it happened, I was 9 years old. It was Christmas Eve, and I was in bed, wide awake, because of course I was. Christmas morning was only a few hours away, and I was a kid with absolutely no chance of falling asleep. Then I heard this sound. I didn't know what it was. I still don't, honestly. But I remember the fear hitting me instantly. At first, it sounded like it was right outside my window. Then it sounded like it was under my bed. Then it was in the closet. And I know how that sounds. I know people might say my imagination was running wild because I was a child, but it wasn't like that. The sound was moving. The direction of it changed so clearly that even at 9 years old, I knew I wasn't just confusing myself. I laid there completely still for several minutes. I didn't even want to breathe too loudly. The noise kept going, and what I remember most is how rhythmic it was. Same sound, same length, same pause. Over and over again, with no break. The only reason I finally got up was because I heard my older brother, Nolan, open his bedroom door. He was about 14 at the time. When I stepped into the hallway, he looked at me and immediately said, "You hear that too?" And that scared me even more, because he had heard the exact same thing. He said it had been moving around his room too, from outside his window to different corners inside his bedroom. And while our rooms were close, they weren't right beside each other. For something outside to move between both windows, it would have had to go around the side of the house, through the snow, without leaving any sound of movement. And whatever was making that noise sounded big enough that it should have made some kind of sound walking through snow. Nolan described it as a person getting hit in the throat and trying really hard to breathe. I've never found a better way to explain it. It sounded human, but wrong. Like someone wheezing as hard as they possibly could through a crushed or injured airway. It sounded painful. It sounded desperate. Even as a kid, I remember thinking that if a real person sounded like that, they were in serious trouble. Our parents heard us talking in the hallway and came out to check on us. We told them what we were hearing. And the sound was still happening. Nolan and I could both hear it clearly from the hallway, but our parents said they couldn't hear anything at all. That part has always bothered me. My parents weren't the type to brush things off just to calm us down. They could see we were genuinely terrified. If they had heard it, they would have said so. I really believe that. But they heard nothing. Over the years, I've asked people what they think it could have been. Online, in person, everywhere. I've heard every answer you can imagine. Foxes, owls, raccoons, possums, mice in the walls, an injured deer, some kind of sick animal. I've looked up all those sounds. None of them were even close. The next morning, my family and I went outside to look around the house. There was snow on the ground, but there were no footprints, no tracks at all. It hadn't snowed during the night, and there wasn't enough wind to cover anything up. There was just nothing. The second time it happened, I was 13. I was sitting on the living room couch in the middle of the day, home alone, with the window just off to my side. And then I heard it again. That same wheezing. It was daylight, which somehow made it worse. I know that probably sounds strange, but it shook me so badly that I couldn't even make myself turn and look out the window. When I'm really scared, I freeze. I always have. Some people run, some people scream, some people investigate. I just lock up. So I sat there while it happened. This time, it didn't last as long. Maybe a minute, maybe two. It was quieter than the first time, and it didn't move around the room. It stayed outside the window. After it stopped, I waited a few minutes before I finally looked outside. Again, no tracks. Nothing near the window. Nothing in the yard. I went straight to my room after that and didn't tell many people about it for a long time. Then, a few nights ago, I heard it again. I was in bed and it was late. The room was quiet and out of nowhere, there it was. Only this time, it was much softer, much shorter, maybe 10 seconds total. 2 or 3 low, strained wheezing sounds, and then it stopped. It was so quiet I almost convinced myself I hadn't heard it at all. But I know that sound. I wish I could tell you exactly where it came from this last time, but I can't. It was too brief, too faint, and honestly, I was too stunned to process it clearly. I just lay there trying to decide if it was really happening again. And I keep thinking about that old idea that once is strange, twice is a coincidence, and 3 times is a pattern. That's why I'm telling this now. Because whatever that sound is, it came back. I know this is going to sound like something pulled straight out of a cheap internet horror story. And honestly, that's part of what still bothers me about it. It almost feels like whatever happened was aware of how ridiculous it seemed. Like it was playing into that on purpose. But this really did happen to me, and for a long time, I kept it tucked away in the back of my mind. I was about 9 years old at the time. It was sometime in the early afternoon, maybe around 1 or 2, and I was alone in my bedroom watching TV. I remember scrolling through the search menu, the one that brought up a little watch list as you typed or moved through different titles. I was bored, just clicking through things without really looking for anything specific. Then I saw it. The title had Elmo's name in big white letters, bold and plain. Almost too plain. The thumbnail showed him standing on the left side of the screen, staring off somewhere past the edge of the frame. Behind him was this flat gray background that faded darker toward the top. The strange thing is, I never liked Elmo. I didn't really like Sesame Street in general. Something about the characters always made me uncomfortable, even when I was little. So I have no idea why something like that would have been suggested to me. But what caught my attention was the category. It was listed as a documentary. That made me curious enough to click on it, which I still regret. At the time, I thought maybe it was some behind-the-scenes special or a weird making-of feature. It started that way too. There was a studio intro, little opening credits, and then it cut to an interview with a man who said he was the director. He looked like he was somewhere in his 40s, with tired eyes and streaks of gray in his hair. After that, there was a woman named Mara, maybe in her early 30s, with dark auburn hair. She was introduced as one of the writers. Then it showed 3 kids sitting in separate chairs, each talking like they had been part of the cast. Everyone was discussing normal production stuff, costumes, sets, rehearsals, what it was like filming with puppet characters. It all felt strangely legitimate. Then the footage changed. Without warning, it cut to Elmo, He was standing in front of that same gray background from the thumbnail. No music, no interview audio, nothing. He was just staring directly into the camera. At first, I froze because it felt so sudden. Then he started getting closer. Not walking exactly, more like the image itself was pushing toward me. His face kept filling more and more of the screen, and I had this horrible feeling that he wasn't looking at a camera anymore. He was looking at me. I stared back for a few seconds, too scared to move, and then I finally snapped out of it and turned the TV off. For a moment, I just sat there. My whole body felt locked up. Then I ran out of my room and into the living room. I'm honestly surprised I didn't cry, because I was terrified in a way I didn't really understand. I didn't go back into my bedroom until my little brother came with me. I told him I just didn't want to be alone, but I didn't tell him why. I was embarrassed, I think. Or maybe I was afraid saying it out loud would make it feel more real. When I checked the watch list again later, the documentary was gone. I searched for it. I tried to find the title again. Nothing came up. No thumbnail, no listing, no history, no proof that it had ever been there. So I told myself I had imagined it, that maybe I'd been tired, or maybe I'd clicked on something else and misunderstood what I saw. That explanation helped a little, but not enough. For about a week afterward, I had nightmares about that gray background and that face moving closer. Eventually, I buried the memory. I didn't bring it up again until years later, after my family had moved out of that house. When I finally told them, they half joked that maybe something had been feeding off my fear, like some nasty little creature that knew exactly how to scare a kid and enjoyed every second of it. I laughed when they said that, but honestly, part of me still wonders if they were closer to the truth than any of us wanted to admit. Before I get into the experiences themselves, I want to explain what I mean when I say spirits. Honestly, I still don't fully know what I believe. I don't think anyone can prove, with absolute certainty, what these things are. But based on what I've gone through, I do believe there are dark or negative entities around us. I don't think they're the same as what people might call good spirits. To me, good spirits are more like loved ones who have passed away. Family, friends, people who were once here with us. I don't necessarily believe they're still walking around on Earth the way we are, but I do believe they stay connected to us somehow. But the darker things, I don't think they were ever human. I also don't really like calling them demons because I'm not a religious person. That's where it gets complicated for me. Maybe there's some kind of negative energy that has taken shape, or maybe there's something way beyond what we're able to understand. I don't know exactly what they are, but I do believe they exist. The first experience that really shook me happened when my family and I were in the middle of moving out of our old house and into the place we live now. It was one of my last nights there, and I was in the bathroom by myself. I was facing the shower curtain when, out of nowhere, it was yanked hard to the side. And I mean, yanked. I could actually see the curtain cave in where it looked like someone had grabbed it with a hand. There was no one else in the bathroom. No window open, no air blowing, nothing that could have caused it. I just froze. There had been smaller strange things in that house before, but nothing like that. That one stayed with me because, I'm sorry, but I still can't find a normal explanation for it. Another time, my sister Lena and I were sitting on the couch together. We had 2 cats, and both of them were asleep on the couch with us. My dad was asleep in his room, and there was nobody else in the house. Then suddenly, we heard this loud shuffling sound. It sounded exactly like someone dragging their feet quickly across the floor, coming straight toward us. Both of us jumped at the same time and looked at each other. We didn't even have to say anything at first, because We both knew we had heard the exact same thing. But when we looked, there was nobody there. The cats were still on the couch. My dad was still asleep. Nothing had fallen. Nothing had moved. That one still bothers me because it sounded so physical. It wasn't some vague noise in the walls. It sounded like a person rushing toward us. And then there was the Ouija board. I know people make jokes about them, and I understand why. They were sold in toy stores at one point, so of course some people don't take them seriously. But I'm telling you, they are not something to mess around with casually. The first time I used one, I didn't go into it scared. I didn't leave the session scared either. So I really don't believe this was just me psyching myself out. But the week after that was one of the worst weeks of my life. Before using that board, I had never had sleep paralysis. Not once. Then the very next night, it happened. I woke up unable to move, and I felt something grab my shoulders with force. Then I heard what sounded like a woman growling right beside my ear. It felt like she was slowly dragging me across the bed toward the edge. I remember breathing so heavily, trying with everything in me to snap out of it. But I couldn't. When I finally woke up fully, I had to just sit there and collect myself. I was terrified. And it kept happening that entire week. Every time I fell asleep, I went straight into paralysis. Sometimes it was simple, just being stuck and unable to move. Other times, there were visuals. Other times, sounds. It felt like my room wasn't safe anymore. There was even one night where I woke up, or thought I woke up, in my room. Something immediately felt wrong. I tried to turn on the lights, but they wouldn't work. Then I looked into the hallway, and I felt the darkest energy I've ever felt in my life. It was heavy, like the air itself had gone bad. I remember feeling pure fear, and then I woke up for real. The only thing that finally made it stop was sleeping with the lights on and completely covering myself with blankets and pillows. My face, my body, everything. I don't know why that worked, but somehow it did. After that, the paralysis stopped. I kept sleeping with the lights on for almost a year before I was finally comfortable sleeping in the dark again. So, what do I take from all of this? Whatever these things are, I don't think they like light. At least in my case, they really seemed to lose power when the lights were on. And please, be careful with Ouija boards. I've used them since then, but only with much more caution and respect. Honestly, do your research first, or don't bother touching one at all. I know the brain is powerful. I know skeptics will always have reasons for why things can't be real. And I'm not saying every strange thing is paranormal, but I've experienced enough to know that something is out there, and I do think sleep paralysis is connected to it somehow. I don't believe these things usually hurt us physically. At least, I've never been physically harmed by it. But mentally, that's where I think they get to you. That's where they leave the mark. I want to tell you about something strange that's been happening around our house. A few months back, I was home alone except for our 2 cats. I had a dull headache that day, nothing dramatic, just enough to make everything feel a little off. I remember walking down the stairs and turning into the living room, where we have this big window that looks out over the front yard. And just as I came into the room, I caught something in the corner of my eye. It looked like a figure. Almost human-shaped, but not quite. Mostly dark brown, standing near one of the trees. For a second, I thought it was leaning there, like it had been watching the house. But when I turned my head to really look at it, it bolted. I mean, it moved fast. Faster than anything I've ever seen move through a yard. It slipped behind the tree and disappeared toward the neighbor's place. The part that stayed with me was where it had been standing, and the direction it ran. I didn't know it yet, but that would matter later. Then, a few weeks ago, something else happened. I was upstairs, looking out one of the windows. I can't remember whether I was alone that time or not, but I remember this sudden pull in my attention. Something made me look down and to the right, and then I felt it. That unmistakable feeling of being watched. I didn't see a face. I didn't see a body. What I saw was a flash of a white wing as it flew away. It was about the size you'd expect on a crow, except it was completely white. Now, we do have white birds around here. Gulls, swans, a few others near the water. But I have never seen an all-white bird in our yard, and I can't think of any reason a gull or swan would be that close to the house when there's a reservoir about a mile away. Whatever it was, it flew off in the same direction as the first thing I saw. A little while later, my fiancée, Alara, and I were putting together some furniture, and I finally told her, "I've seen two things around the house that I can't explain." She stopped what she was doing and asked me if I was serious. Then she told me what had happened to her. She had been working from the couch one Friday afternoon, right in the middle of an important meeting with senior leadership from her company. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw movement outside. When she looked up, there was this white flash in the front yard. It shot from the yard toward the side of the house, but she said the strangest part was how it moved. It didn't move like a bird. It didn't move like a reflection. It was too fast, and it felt like it was trying not to be seen. She said it wasn't on the ground either. It was maybe 5 feet up in the air, only about 1 or 2 feet tall and wide. Not human-shaped at all. More like an abstract blur, almost like a wing, but not clearly one. You know how in old photographs, when something moves too quickly, it leaves that smeared blur behind it? She said it looked like that, except it was happening in real life. We do have roads in front of and behind the house, and sometimes headlights can glare through the windows. But this was in the afternoon, and we've never seen anything like it before or since. We checked the security cameras too. Nothing. So now we have a few theories, though none of them feel complete. Around the time I first saw the brown figure, we had started working on the flower beds near the front door. We were careful about it. We chose native plants, looked up how to care for them, and tried to bring that part of the yard back to life. As far as I know, those beds hadn't been touched in years. The woman who lived here before us didn't really have the strength for gardening anymore. So part of me wonders whether we disturbed something that had been resting there. Or maybe, in some strange way, we woke something up. There's also a patch of clover in the yard, near the area where we've seen these things. Right in the middle of it, the grass looks pressed down, almost like something has been sitting there. Another thought is connected to my mother. She has always believed she has guardian angels. I don't know if I believe that about myself, but I did text her after all this happened. She didn't say, "Yes, that's what it is," but she told me I should plant a white rose and make peace with whatever was there. And then there's the more tender possibility. Alara and I have been trying to have a baby. Around the time of the first sighting, she had a miscarriage. So we wondered, quietly and carefully, if maybe what I saw was the soul of that child. Maybe coming near us, maybe shy, maybe not ready to be seen. Or maybe, and I know how this sounds, it could be the souls of future children passing through, trying to see what life with us might be like, trying to decide whether this is the right home, the right time, the right world to enter. I'm not usually someone who jumps to paranormal explanations. I know there's always a chance that stress, grief, light, animals, and imagination all tangled together and made something ordinary look impossible. We do have plenty of wildlife around here. Birds, squirrels, stray cats wandering through the neighborhood. The area has enough trees that something could easily hide or move quickly without us understanding what we saw. But still, 3 sightings, similar area, same direction of movement, that same feeling of something not wanting to be noticed. I don't know what it is. I just know that something has been moving through our yard, and whatever it is, it feels like it sees us before we ever see it. I've been a nurse for nearly 5 decades now, and I still work as a pediatric hospice RN. These days, I care for newborns and infants with severe congenital conditions. Sometimes, parents choose to bring their baby home so life support can be withdrawn in a quiet, loving place, surrounded by family. Those moments are tender beyond words, and maybe someday I'll share more about them. I became a hospice nurse after losing my 2 boys. When they were dying, I couldn't do the things every mother wishes she could do. I couldn't take away their pain. I couldn't ease all their fear. I couldn't hold them through every single second the way my heart wanted to. But later, I realized I could do that for others. My first hospice work was in an inpatient AIDS facility back in the late 1980s, when the disease was still considered a death sentence. We cared for people of all ages there. When that facility closed because of funding, I moved to a small 10-bed hospice unit, mostly for adults. After that, I spent several years in a pediatric hospice unit, caring for newborns through teenagers. That unit eventually closed too, also because of funding. Now I do one-on-one home care with babies and children who are terminally ill. But this story happened years ago, in that little adult inpatient hospice unit. I had come in for a 12-hour shift, and we had a few new patients that day. One of them was an elderly woman, I'd guess maybe late 70s or early 80s. I'll call her Miss Eleanor. She was completely unresponsive. Total care. She was there for end-of-life support, just like many of our patients were. I cleaned her up, repositioned her, made sure she was comfortable, gave her pain medication, and then moved on to care for my next patient. As the shift went on, I was walking down the hallway to help someone else. Out of habit, I glanced into each room as I passed, just checking that everyone was settled and safe. When I passed Miss Eleanor's room, I saw her sitting on the side of her bed. Her side rails were down. Her feet were touching the floor. She was sitting upright by herself, smiling right at me. And she looked young. Not just a little more alert, not simply more awake. She looked radiant, peaceful, almost glowing from the inside out. I had already passed her doorway by a few steps when my mind caught up with what I'd seen. I stopped. Then I backed up and looked into her room again. And there she was, back in bed, side rails up, unresponsive again. In the same position I had placed her in earlier. There was one more thing. When I saw her sitting there smiling, she had both legs. But in her physical body, Miss Eleanor only had one. Her other leg had been amputated years before. I stood there for a moment, just taking it in. Then I smiled and spoke softly to her. I said, "You showed me your soul." I thanked her. I told her I believed she was getting ready to pass on, and that I was grateful she had allowed me to witness even a small part of what she was experiencing. I shared it with the other nurses too. In hospice, especially in those quiet rooms near the end of life, people see things. They hear things. They feel things. Not everyone talks about it, but many of us know. At the end of my shift, Miss Eleanor was still alive. I gave report to the oncoming staff and told them what I had seen. They weren't frightened or dismissive. They were almost happy for me because they understood how rare and sacred something like that can feel. Then I went home. I remember walking into my house, tired from the long shift, expecting nothing more than a quiet hallway and maybe a cup of tea. But there, standing in my hallway, was Miss Eleanor. She was wearing a soft robe. She was smiling at me. Only now she looked about 28 or 30 years old. Her hair was beautiful, as if she had just stepped out of a salon. She looked whole, bright, young, and she had both legs. She stood there for only a brief moment. Then she faded away. In my heart, I thanked her again. I didn't say anything out loud at first. I just stood there, stunned and grateful. Then I picked up the phone and called the hospice unit. I told them, "Please go check on Miss Eleanor." They set the phone down. A minute or two later, someone came back and told me she had just died. They had been in her room only moments before, repositioning her, and she was still alive then. I don't know why she came to me. I don't know why she didn't appear to one of her loved ones instead. I had never met her before that shift. I didn't know her story, not really. I only knew her as my patient for a handful of hours, but for whatever reason, she chose to show me something before she died, and then again after, and I have carried that blessing with me ever since. I still think of her. I still thank her. Some people may hear this story and not know what to do with it. That's all right. I once told it at a nursing event with over 1,000 people in the room. Many simply stared at me, but a few smiled and nodded. They knew. Because when you work close to the edge between life and death, sometimes the veil gets very thin. And every now and then, someone lets you see the light on the other side. I used to deliver newspapers with my dad in the early morning. We were subcontractors, so the delivery truck would show up around 12:45 a.m., and by a little after 1:15, we'd have the car packed and be out on the route. For the first few weeks, nothing really happened. It was just quiet roads, porch lights, empty streets, and that strange feeling you get when the whole world seems asleep except for you. But about 2 months in, something happened that I still think about. There was one customer who lived behind a row of houses, tucked back off the road with this long driveway. Most mornings, we could either turn around in it or pull close enough for me to toss the paper right onto the porch from the car. But one morning, around 2:40 a.m., her car was parked in a way that blocked most of the driveway, so I had to get out and walk the newspaper up to her porch. I placed it down, turned around, and started walking back to the car. That's when I heard something behind me. It sounded like wings flapping in the tree, but not normal wings. Not a little bird, not an owl, not anything I'd ever heard before. This was heavy, big. The sound got louder and louder, like whatever was up there was beating the air with a lot of force. I turned around and looked up into the tree, but I couldn't see anything. No shape, no eyes, no outline. Just branches moving hard, like something had stirred them up from inside the tree. The thing is, there was no wind that morning, none at all. The air was completely still. The second I saw those branches moving, I hurried back to the car. My dad looked at me and asked what was wrong, and I told him, "Look at the tree." By then, the branches were still moving a little, but not nearly as much as before. At first, he said it was probably just wind, but I told him there wasn't any. And I knew there wasn't. Everything else around us was perfectly still. That was the only time something like that happened at that house. But for weeks afterward, I hated delivering there. Every time we pulled onto that street, I felt my stomach tighten. We don't deliver newspapers anymore, but we still drive past that area sometimes because it's close to where we live and on the way to the store. I still look over there. I still wonder what was in that tree. And honestly, I'm glad I didn't see it. If I had to guess, maybe it was some huge bird, something like a shoebill or a crane. But birds like that don't live around here. We don't have anything with wings big enough to shake tree branches like that. The second incident happened about a month later. There was a funeral home on our route, and one of our customers lived there. I never liked that stop. I wouldn't get out of the car for it. I'd always have my dad pull into the drive, get close to the steps, and I'd place the paper where I could without stepping outside. Nothing strange had ever happened there before, and nothing strange happened thereafter. Just that one night. It was somewhere around 3:10 in the morning. We had just dropped off the paper and were pulling out of the driveway, turning right toward the next street. For some reason, I felt like I needed to look back at the main entrance. The front doors were glass, so normally you could see into the little space between the outside door and the inner door. But when I looked, there was a man standing there. Just standing between the doors. At first I thought maybe it was a person. Weird, sure, because of the time, but still possible. Then I realized I could see through him. I could see the inside of the building through his body. I did a double take immediately because my brain didn't want to accept what I'd just seen. But when I looked again, he was gone. I know people could say I was tired, or that my mind was playing tricks on me. But I wasn't tired on that route. I was always awake. Alert, even. There's something about those hours that keeps your nerves sharp. Those were the only two strange things that ever happened while we had that job. We didn't stay with it much longer after that. But even now, I can still replay both moments in my head. The branches shaking in the still air. The man in the funeral home doorway. Clear as anything. And I still don't know what I saw. Apparently, the more I look into this, the more I realize I'm not the only one who's had strange things happen after having a baby. Maybe it's lack of sleep. Maybe it's postpartum anxiety. Maybe it's something paranormal being drawn to a newborn. I don't know. I just know what happened in my house, and honestly, I'd really like to know if anyone else has gone through something similar. My husband and I live in the house I grew up in. When I was a kid, I would hear things sometimes. Voices in the hallway, footsteps at night, little sounds that didn't quite belong. But nothing ever really terrified me. My mom and my sister, though, had a very different experience. My sister used to say she saw a tall shadow figure around the house. She even gave it a name as a joke. She called it Albert. Years later, we found out we actually had an ancestor named Albert, which made the whole thing feel a little less funny. Things would move around in her room. Sometimes strange shapes or faces would show up in photos. But the moment I'll never forget happened when we were teenagers. We were sitting on her bed, just talking, when suddenly everything on the shelves in her closet came crashing down at once. Not one thing slipping, not a shelf breaking. Everything flew off. We both screamed and ran out of the room. My mom saw the shadow too. She also used to hear my sister or me calling for her when we hadn't said anything. And my dad, who is deeply religious and does not believe in paranormal things at all, heard it once too. He and my mom were in the kitchen talking when they both stopped because they heard my voice call, "Mom?" from another room. The problem was, I wasn't home. I was at a friend's house. Eventually, my mom and sister moved out, and they both said whatever it was seemed to follow them. They still heard and saw things in their new places. I believed them, partly because when my husband and I moved into the old house, it became quiet. Completely quiet. For 3 years, nothing really happened. Then we brought our daughter home last autumn. At first, I tried to explain it away. I thought maybe I was just awake at hours I hadn't been awake before. Maybe the house had always made those sounds, and I was only noticing them now because I was up feeding a baby in the dark. But then the voices started again. Footsteps, too. The first thing that really bothered us was that my husband began hearing my voice calling for him at night. We blamed exhaustion at first, Newborn fog is its own strange little universe. But by the time our daughter was around 2 months old, she was sleeping much better. She usually only woke once, so I handled the night feedings so he could sleep before work. And he still kept hearing me call his name. Except I wasn't. The first moment that truly scared me happened one night when our daughter woke up screaming. Not crying, screaming. I was pacing back and forth with her, bouncing her, whispering to her, trying everything I could think of. Then, out of nowhere, I felt this cold rush crawl up my back. It wasn't like a draft. It felt focused, heavy, like something had stepped close behind me. The second it happened, my daughter stopped crying. Completely stopped. Then her eyes fixed on something just over my shoulder. I didn't turn around. I just sat down in the rocking chair with her pressed against me and stayed there, frozen and wide awake, for the rest of the night. A couple weeks later, it happened again. My daughter woke up early, so I brought her into the living room to feed her. We played for a little while, and then I got ready to rock her down for her first nap. At that time, the rocking chair was facing away from the hallway, with its back toward our bedroom door. I sat down, and she started fussing. Then I felt that same cold chill. She went quiet. Her eyes moved past me. And then I heard our bedroom doorknob turn. It clicked. The door had been fully shut, but it slowly opened behind me. I called out for my husband because I wanted so badly for there to be a normal explanation. I hoped he had heard the baby fussing and gotten up to check on us. But when I turned around, no one was there. I shouted for him again, louder this time, and he came stumbling out of bed, still half asleep. He had been snoring. He hadn't touched the door. That scared me so badly that we rearranged the living room the next day. The rocking chair is in a corner now. I need my back to the wall. Since then, I've seen the bedroom door open a couple more times, but I don't latch it fully anymore. That way I can tell myself it's just the fan, that maybe the air finally pushed it open after running all night. I still hear the voices sometimes. I still hear footsteps in the dark. But nothing has scared me as badly as those 2 nights. So I guess that's why I'm sharing this. Has anyone else experienced something like this after having a baby? Because I keep trying to explain it away, but a part of me feels like something in this house woke back up when we brought our daughter home. I've always been a very spiritual person, and in some way, I feel like I've had a gift my whole life. It's come and gone over the years, but it was always there in the background. Most of the time, it felt gentle, comforting even. But last year, something changed. I started seeing really dark, frightening things as I was falling asleep. Not dreams exactly, because I was still in that in-between place where you're not fully asleep yet. And these visions were so graphic and disturbing that they genuinely scared me in a way I had never experienced before. Before that, anything spiritual I had experienced had been peaceful or meaningful. But this was different. It happened around 5 times, and each time it was something slightly different. The first time, I saw this figure with blackened skin, a badly distorted mouth, blood around it, and a face that looked burned. It didn't appear smoothly either. It flashed in and out, almost like someone flicking a light switch. That's the only way I can describe it. Then, somehow, it looked like it was standing high up at the back of a church, just watching. Another time, I saw something with red skin and horns. It looked furious, but that one felt more like a still image than a moving vision. Then there was another dark figure with a snake-like tongue and this horrible, threatening expression. The one that really unsettled me was gray and crawling on all 4s. I saw it come through a doorway, drop down, and then suddenly leap toward me. It came so close that I opened my eyes immediately because I couldn't handle it. Every single one of these happened only when I was beginning to fall asleep, never in the middle of the day, never when I was fully awake, just in that drifting off stage. After that, I stepped away from everything spiritual. I got rid of almost all my tools, books, crystals, tarot cards, everything. I just didn't want anything to do with it anymore. It frightened me that much. At the time, I had been heavily involved in witchcraft, tarot, crystals, and spell work since I was about 16. I had also bought some spell oils that seemed harmless enough at first, but later I found out the person who made them worked with darker spirits, including succubus-type entities. I had also been honoring Greek and Norse deities, especially Hecate and Freya. And emotionally, I was in a really bad place then. My aunt had just been diagnosed with cancer, and around the same time, my partner of nearly 6 years cheated on me. It all happened within the same week, and I was completely overwhelmed. Around that period, I also had a vision of a poppet, like the kind used in spell work. I saw someone doing spells, but I knew somehow that it wasn't my own work. That made me wonder if maybe I was spiritually vulnerable, or operating from such a low place emotionally that something negative had attached itself to me. Part of me even wondered whether something had been put on me. After those experiences, I left all of it behind. For the first time in my life, I prayed properly. I started reading the Bible. I turned to Jesus, and ever since then, I've avoided anything that feels remotely connected to the spiritual practices I used to do. But the other night, it happened again. This time, I saw a figure with long hair and a gold crown on its head. Again, it only happened as I was falling asleep. It doesn't happen often now, but when it does, it still shakes me. I've spoken to a few spiritual people about it, but most of them just think I imagined it. A medium once told me I was seeing demons, but they didn't give me any guidance beyond that. I know how it sounds, but it didn't feel like something I simply made up. The images were too vivid, too specific, and too terrifying. And because this only started after years of otherwise peaceful spiritual experiences, it left me wondering what really happened and why it changed so suddenly. Okay, so I just got back from Jerome, Arizona, and I'm still trying to make sense of what happened. My girlfriend and I spent Saturday night at the Jerome Grand Hotel. We ended up staying in room 14, which, according to the hotel staff and the ghost tour guide, used to be the living quarters of a man named Clint Harrow. He's apparently one of the more well-known spirits around Jerome because he died at the bottom of the old elevator shaft. But honestly, that's not even where anything happened. The whole thing started when we decided, very last minute, to sign up for a ghost tour. We got lucky and took the final 2 spots. They handed us EMF readers and spirit boxes, and at first, we were kind of laughing about it. Our first stop was literally a parking lot, and I remember thinking, okay, are we really doing this? Are we just wandering around between cars with ghost hunting gadgets? But the guide explained that a lot of those parking lots were places where buildings used to stand before Jerome's fires destroyed them. So underneath all that asphalt, there was history. Burned down homes, businesses, whole little pieces of people's lives. After that, we walked to a church, but we couldn't go inside, so we just stayed near the front. Nothing happened there. No readings, no voices, nothing. Then we went to the building where the tour office was located, and the guide told us stories about arson, bootlegging, and a smuggler from the Prohibition era. They dared a few of us to stand in this dark back corner, but again, nothing really happened. The final stop on the basic tour was the old smelter area. The guide told us this awful story about burned bodies mixing with the smelt and how parts of the town were built with concrete and asphalt that may have contained the ashes of the dead. So we were basically standing on streets made of ghosts. At that point, the tour was technically over unless you had paid for the extended package. My girlfriend and I looked at each other and decided, why not? We paid the extra fee and stayed with the group. That's when we went to the old Jerome High School. From the outside, it already felt wrong in that old building way, like the windows were watching you instead of the other way around. Inside, it was even heavier. The guide said the building had been used for art studios and band practice rooms over the years, but the auditorium was mostly untouched and going through some repairs. After the guide gave us some history, the group started moving toward the stage. I was holding my EMF reader, and all of a sudden, it jumped from green to yellow. That was the first moment I stopped joking around. I looked around and asked, "Am I alone?" Nothing came through the spirit box. I took a few steps and the reader stayed yellow. I checked my phone. I checked the spirit box. I wanted to make sure nothing I had was causing interference. Then I asked, "What's your name?" And clear as day, through the box, I heard, "Walter." I froze. I asked it to repeat the name, but nothing came through after that. My girlfriend noticed I had stopped moving and came back toward me. Right then, I heard this soft creaking sound from the seats just above where I was standing. It sounded like someone shifting their weight in an old theater chair. I didn't want to look. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I could feel something there. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it behind me. So I asked, "Are you behind me?" No answer. My girlfriend told me we needed to stay with the group, and as soon as she got closer, the EMF reader dropped back down to 2 green dots. Then she started walking away again. The reader jumped to orange, then settled back on yellow. That's when I said out loud, "I need to go." And the spirit box said, "Don't leave." I just stood there for a second, trying to process it. My brain was scrambling for some normal explanation, but I couldn't find one. I started walking away, and the box said, "Don't." I kept going, and the EMF reader finally dropped back down to 1 green dot. I didn't understand what had just happened. I still don't. After that, the group went downstairs to the boiler room, and there was another strange experience down there, but that's a whole separate story. When we left, we had to pass back through the auditorium. I don't know why I did it, but I said out loud, "I'm leaving, Walter." The EMF reader jumped right back to yellow. The second we walked out of the auditorium, it dropped back to 1 green dot. After that, we went to the cemetery, but nothing happened there. We saw a couple of scorpions, which honestly felt pretty normal compared to everything else. Then the tour ended. We went back to the hotel, and that's another story too. But here's the part that really made me decide to tell someone. I got home to Tucson this evening. I wear this silver chain that I've had for over 20 years. I took it off last night and put it back on this morning like always. Tonight, when I went to take it off, it basically fell from my neck. But when I looked at it, the clasp was still closed. It looked like the chain had been yanked or pulled hard enough to come off without unclasping. I don't have an explanation for that, and that's why I'm sharing this now. I don't know what happened in that auditorium, and I don't know if something came back with me. But what a weekend. I want to tell you about something that happened to my older sister when she was a teenager, probably a little over 10 years ago now. She told me this story years back, and even though some of the details are a little hazy, the parts I do remember have always stayed with me. It started with her closest friend, who I'll call Mira. They were the kind of friends who were practically glued together. They lived close by, spent entire weekends at each other's houses, and sleepovers were just a normal part of their friendship. One night, my sister and another friend were staying over at Mira's house. Mira had already fallen asleep, but the other two were still awake, just talking quietly and hanging out. There were a few drinking glasses sitting on a table nearby, and out of nowhere, one of them slid across the surface by itself. Not tipped, Not bumped. It just moved. They both froze, of course. It was the first time anything like that had happened, and neither of them knew what to say. But they were young, and honestly, they didn't want to believe it was anything strange, so they tried to explain it away. Maybe the table was uneven. Maybe someone had nudged it without noticing. Maybe there was condensation under the glass. Anything that made it feel less frightening. A few years later, Mira's family moved into a house directly across the street from where my sister lived. Since they were still close, Mira invited my sister over to help unpack and move things around. I had been inside that house a couple of times too, because Mira had a younger sister around my age, and I remember the place having a very heavy feeling. Not scary in an obvious way, but uncomfortable, like the air had been sitting still for too long. While they were moving in, my sister went into one of the upstairs rooms. The walls were painted a faded rose color, and the room was covered in crosses, holy pictures, and little religious objects. Before Mira's family bought the house, an older man had lived there with his mother, so everyone assumed the room had probably belonged to her. People said she had been deeply religious. Later on, while going through some drawers that had been left behind, Mira's family found photographs of the man who used to live there, posing with naked women. It was strange and unsettling, especially considering the room they had found, but they didn't make a big thing out of it. Weird, yes. Paranormal, no. Then one afternoon, my sister was over at Mira's house again. The house had 2 floors, and everyone was downstairs. Mira's mom was in the kitchen making food, her dad was watching TV, and most of Mira's sisters were out. The only one supposedly home was her younger sister, who I'll call Nina. While they were sitting downstairs, they suddenly heard loud footsteps upstairs. Not soft creaking or normal house sounds. It sounded like someone running back and forth, followed by heavy banging. Mira's dad immediately shouted upstairs, thinking Nina was messing around and telling her to stop. But a few seconds later, Nina walked out of the downstairs bathroom and looked completely confused. She said, "That wasn't me." Everyone went quiet for a moment, but again, they pushed it aside. Nobody in that family was really the type to jump to ghost stories. They always tried to be practical about it, even when things didn't quite fit. Sometime after that, Mira called my sister late at night, absolutely terrified. She said there was banging and scratching coming from a room in the house that they had never been able to open. When they first moved in, that room had been locked with a padlock, and since they didn't have the key, they had just left it alone instead of breaking it open. But that night, Mira said it sounded like something was trapped inside. Scraping, hitting, moving around, loud enough that she couldn't sleep. The next morning, when everyone woke up, the door to that room was standing wide open. Inside, there was nothing dramatic. No hidden shrine, no awful discovery. Just old storage items, dusty odds and ends, and one chair sitting by itself in the middle of the room. That image bothers me the most, honestly. Just one chair, waiting there. The last thing I remember my sister telling me happened before she and Mira eventually drifted apart. My sister slept over at the house one night, and everything seemed normal when they went to bed. But sometime in the middle of the night, she woke up to the sound of crying. Then she heard what sounded like muffled screaming. It wasn't coming from inside the bedroom. It sounded like it was outside the house. There was a strong wind that night, so maybe that explains it. Wind can make strange noises when it moves through trees, gutters, cracks, and old walls. But my sister swore it didn't sound like wind. She said it sounded human. I still don't know what to think about it. Part of me wants to believe there's a logical explanation for every piece of it. Uneven tables, old pipes, animals in the walls, wind, stress, imagination. All of that is possible. But when you put everything together, the sliding glass, the footsteps upstairs, The locked room opening on its own, the scratching, the chair, and the crying outside at night. It becomes harder to brush off completely. I may ask my sister if she remembers more, because this story was told to me a long time ago, and I'm sure there are details I've forgotten. But even with the gaps, that house has always felt like one of those places where something was just slightly wrong, quietly waiting for someone to notice. I'm not exactly sure when this first happened. It feels like it was several years ago, but around Christmas of 2024, the memory started coming back to me more clearly. I remember deciding to take a nap on the couch one afternoon. The sun was bright, and I left the curtains open because I wanted to feel the warmth on me while I slept. Then I woke up, but I wasn't on the couch anymore. I was lying on a cold table, still in the same position I had fallen asleep in. In front of me stood this tall, mantis-like being, and around it were several small, gray figures. I was terrified. I tried to panic, tried to move, but I couldn't. I had experienced sleep paralysis before, twice actually, so part of me wanted to explain it that way. But this felt different, much different. I squeezed my eyes shut and begged myself to wake up. All the communication happened without speaking. It was like the voice was inside my head. The mantis-like being told me, sharply at first, to calm down. It said they were there to help me. Then it told me my heart needed help, and it asked if it could remove a small part of my hand. That broke whatever fragile calm I had left. I opened my eyes and shouted, "No!" The being seemed irritated, almost disappointed. Then it lifted one long finger, or claw, I can't remember exactly, and held it over my body. It never touched me, but somehow, it started cutting me open. There was no pain, no blood, just this faint tingling feeling, like something passing through me without resistance. When I looked down, my body was open, pale and bloodless, almost like a body in a morgue. I shut my eyes again, desperate to wake up, desperate for it to be over. The voice came back, calmer this time, and told me it was already done. I didn't want to look, but eventually I opened my eyes. There was no scar, nothing visible at all. Then the being told me they had removed most of the blood clots, but not all of them. It said there were parts they couldn't reach because my hand had been resting over my chest. I remember getting angry and asking, "Why didn't you just move it?" The voice changed then. It stopped sounding gentle. It became firm, almost stern. It told me this was exactly what humans were like. We accept a tremendous gift, refuse to give up even something small in return, and then still complain about what wasn't done perfectly. It said that if they had tried to move my hand, they might have torn off my whole arm. Then it told me I needed to see a good medical professional. It said there were still blood clots left, and if I ignored them, cerebral venous sinus thrombosis could cause a major stroke. It said I could end up in a wheelchair. And then I woke up. I wanted to forget it immediately. For a while, I tried to. But here's the part I can't quite shake. Ever since puberty, and I'm 34 now, I've always sweated easily. I wasn't extremely fit, but I wasn't overweight either. Years later, it was still bothering me enough that I finally made a doctor's appointment. The answer was basically that I was healthy, and sweating by itself wasn't really a symptom that needed medical treatment. So I tried to accept that. Later on, I started noticing this tight, constricting feeling in my chest. It wasn't pain exactly, more like a pressure that made me feel like I needed to take a deep breath to clear it. But taking a deep breath almost never helped. Sometimes it made me even more aware of the tightness. So I went to the doctor again. Again, everything seemed fine. I do have a slightly raised chest area with a shallow dip down the middle. My doctor called it a very mild funnel chest. I wanted that explanation to be enough, and for a while, I think it was. I don't know whether I had been focusing on the sensation too much before, or whether I started ignoring it too much afterward. About a year ago, I finally started working out. Physically, I feel better than I can ever remember feeling. But whenever I break even the slightest sweat, my heart feels like it's racing. Recently, we had a hiking day at work. Other people were walking, talking, drinking, even smoking, and I was just trying to focus on my breathing. And 2 years ago, my mother passed away suddenly from heart-related issues. So now I keep thinking about that dream, or whatever it was. I know how it sounds. I really do. But the strange thing is, that experience felt more caring than some of the medical appointments I've had. Frightening, yes, but not cruel. It felt like a warning. And now I'm left wondering how to ask for a thorough heart check without sounding completely irrational. Because maybe it was only a dream, but it's the kind of dream that keeps tapping on the glass, asking to be taken seriously. I'm not really sure how to explain this, or even where to begin. Ever since I was very young, I've had moments where it felt like I wasn't fully in control of myself. Not all the time, just these sudden, strange breaks where I do something completely out of character, and then come back to myself afterward feeling horrified. One of the earliest times I remember, I was around 5. I suddenly picked up a heavy stick and heard a small animal in the yard. The second it was over, it was like I woke up. I started crying because I couldn't understand why I had done it. It didn't feel like a decision I made. There were other moments too. I'd stop whatever I was doing, grab paper, and start writing symbols or words in a language I didn't recognize. At the time, I thought it was just nonsense. Years later, I looked at some of it again and realized a few marks looked strangely close to real characters and words, some of them connected to dark or religious meanings. That scared me because I had no reason to know any of that as a child. I didn't grow up around those languages, and no one in my family knew them either. As I got older, things didn't really stop. They changed. I started noticing things moving when they shouldn't. Small objects sliding or falling. Sometimes something would be thrown across the room. My bed has shaken for no reason more than once, and I've heard voices when no one was there. The part that makes it harder to dismiss is that other people have seen and heard things around me too. So when I tell myself maybe I'm imagining it, I remember that I'm not always the only witness. The dreams are probably the worst part. I've had this recurring dream where something bright, almost like a living light, is chasing me. It tells me I can't escape, and then it goes after the people I love. Around the same time, my mother woke up screaming from a nightmare where something was trying to take me away. She said when she tried to get up and check on me, something pushed her back down. She felt pinned there, like she couldn't breathe. Another dream stayed with me for a long time. I was trapped in a place that felt like hell, and there was this enormous demon-like figure hurting me. It kept telling me I shouldn't have come back. Eventually, it let me go. But before it did, it threw me to the ground so hard that both of my legs broke in the dream. When I woke up, my legs hurt so badly I could barely walk for days. The most recent dream was different. I was lying in bed and something was above me, almost like a screen. It showed numbers and letters that kept shifting. When I finally focused on it, I saw a name, Abezethebo. I had never heard it before. There were numbers too, but I can't remember them now. What I do remember is a voice telling me not to forget the information. And there's something else I don't think was a dream. Sometimes I wake up with the feeling that someone is lying on top of me. Not violently, almost gently. I'll feel a hand brushing my hair, and I'll hear soft whispering. The words don't make sense, but the tone feels kind. The voice sounds like the same one from that first dream. I think it sounds like a woman. though I'm not completely sure. I also have dreams about the future sometimes. Not vague ones either. They end up being strangely accurate. I get déjà vu constantly, and there are moments where if I truly believe something is going to happen, it does. I know how that sounds, but it's happened enough that I can't ignore it anymore. The strangest part is that I often wake up from these dreams with bruises, scratches, or pain I can't explain. I'm almost always sick in some way too, like my body is carrying something I don't understand. I'm not saying I know what this is. I don't. That's why I'm talking about it now. I just need an honest answer. I need someone to hear me without laughing or brushing it off. I don't know if this is spiritual, psychological, something paranormal, or something else entirely. I only know that I feel like something has been close to me for most of my life, and I'm scared that if I don't understand it soon, I'm going to lose the few people I can still talk to about it. I have lived in the UK my whole life, and I bought this house back in 2001 when I was in my mid-20s. It's not an especially old house, really. I think it was built sometime in the 1960s, so it's not ancient or anything like that. The people who owned it before me were a married couple with 2 children, a boy and a girl. From what I understood, the house had originally belonged to the husband's parents. When I first came to view it, I remember thinking the place felt very tired. The decorating was badly outdated, and the whole house had this neglected feeling to it. Not filthy exactly, but it was obvious that proper cleaning and care had fallen by the wayside for quite a long time, even though the family was still living there. Not too long after I moved in, I ran into the previous owner while I was out shopping. Her name was Linda, or at least that's what I'll call her. We got talking, and it turned out they hadn't moved far at all. They'd gone about a mile away, into a house that had belonged to her parents after they passed. During that conversation, she told me a little about why they had sold the place. One of the reasons stayed with me. Apparently, her husband's father had redecorated the house shortly before his wife died. Then, after he passed away too, the husband refused to change anything. He wanted to keep the house exactly as it was, almost like a memorial to his parents. And because he refused to redecorate, Linda refused to keep up with the cleaning. I don't know for certain whether they had all lived there together while his parents were still alive, but I always had the impression they might have. Naturally, once I owned the place, I redecorated the whole house. While stripping wallpaper, I found dates and costs written directly on the walls underneath. A lot of them were from the late 1970s and early 1980s, which made the house feel strangely layered, like it had been keeping little records of itself. For years, nothing unusual happened. Then, sometime around 2014, my ex and I started getting the sense that something wasn't quite right in the house. It was never anything dramatic. No doors flying open, no voices calling our names, nothing like that. It was smaller than that, which in some ways made it easier to dismiss. We'd hear odd noises from the kitchen now and then. Sometimes things seemed to be in slightly different places from where we'd left them. The kitchen light would occasionally flicker on or off. At the time, I explained most of it away. The ground floor is made of floorboards, and there's a gap of about a foot between them and the foundations, so I assumed temperature changes could be causing the wood to shift. The heating system was newer, and I thought the pipes might be expanding and contracting in colder months. The wiring had been done a couple of years before I bought the house, but I wouldn't exactly call the work perfect. The house itself isn't brilliantly built either. The outer walls aren't very square. There's no cavity insulation. And because I live in a small village on a hill in quite an exposed area, the wind can really get around the place. So, for a while, I had a neat little explanation for everything. But then came the feeling of being watched. That was harder to explain. Both of us started noticing it. You'd be sitting there and suddenly feel as though someone had stepped into the room behind you, even when you knew perfectly well nobody had. Every now and then we'd catch shadows or tiny movements out of the corner of our eyes. Of course, when we turned to look, there was never anything there. That went on for a year or two. Then it either stopped or we just got used to it and stopped noticing. My ex and I split up in 2016, and after that, I didn't really experience anything similar for a long time. But lately, I'm starting to wonder if it's happening again. My current partner has never mentioned anything, so maybe it's just my own mind doing strange little shadow puppets in the dark. Over the last year, though, we've been working opposite shifts, which means I'm often home alone at night. In the front room, there's a desk against the wall to my left, and on it, I have a large smart TV that I use as a computer monitor. When the screen is off, it acts almost like a dark mirror. It faces toward the kitchen doorway. Over the last year or so, I've often thought I've seen a shadow reflected in that screen, always in my peripheral vision, never directly. The moment I look properly, there's nothing there. At night, I sometimes notice something similar near the kitchen. Light spills from the kitchen into the dining area of the front room because there's a doorway there, but no actual door. Now and then, I'll think I've seen something interrupt that light. Just a quick darkening at the edge of my vision. Again, I've tried to explain it away. Maybe I'm concentrating on the television or my laptop, and my eyes are adjusting badly between the bright screen and the darker room. That sounds reasonable enough. But the last few nights have been different. I've started hearing noises from one of the food cupboards in the kitchen. It's a lower cupboard under the counter, and it mostly has tins, jars, and some bags of pasta in it. The noise sounds like a cracking or clicking sound, almost as if something is nibbling or pressing against something inside. At first I thought, right, that'll be a mouse or a rat. My neighbors keep chickens, and where there are chickens, there are often rats. So it wouldn't be impossible for one to have found its way into the house somehow. But when I opened the cupboard, there was nothing there. No chewed packets, no droppings, no scratching, no scurrying, no sign of anything living in there at all. Just the noise. Then I started hearing something tapping against the metal Venetian blind in the kitchen as well. A small, sharp tapping sound. Not constant, but enough to make you pause and listen. Earlier tonight, the cracking noise started again. As soon as I went into the kitchen, it stopped. I stood there for a while, just listening, and after a bit it started again while I was still in the room. I quickly opened the cupboard, expecting to finally catch whatever it was. There was nothing inside. Nothing that I could see anyway. I am going to put down a rodent trap because that's the sensible thing to do. I'm not leaping straight to ghosts or anything. But I'll be honest, it feels odd. If it's a rodent, why is there no sound of it running away? Why is nothing chewed? Why are there no signs at all? I wouldn't say I'm a firm believer in the paranormal. I've never personally seen anything that would make me absolutely certain. But I do have an interest in it. I've watched paranormal channels online over the years. A lot of them are obviously fake, but I also watch a few where they try hard to debunk what they find. And every so often, they come across something they can't quite explain. So that's where I am with it. Maybe it's a rat. Maybe it's the house settling. Maybe it's my eyes and ears making stories out of ordinary things. But when you're alone at night, and something starts cracking inside a cupboard that turns out to be empty, ordinary explanations don't feel quite as comforting as they should.